Chapter 389, Climbing the Scroll of Supremacy. In the air, Lu Yi hurriedly adjusted his posture as the ground rapidly closed in on him. In the end, he was able to hit the ground on one knee. "Oh my!" someone exclaimed in surprise. "Why are you bending the knee to me all of a sudden?" Lu Ye's eyes twitched when he heard the voice. He looked up and saw Wuxia beaming at him. "Cut the jokes and give me a hand already. I can't stand up on my own." A while later, Wuxia had deposited Lu Yi on his bed on the third floor. He was sound asleep by the time she began treating his wounds. He had fought with almost no pause for several days straight. He was beyond tired. Their wooden building had become a true shelter. Outside, there was nowhere he could go without being hunted down by the Thousand Demon Ridge. This was the only place he could truly relax and rest. Lu Yi woke up to the sound of light snoring. He also felt a slight pressure on his chest. When he opened his eyes and looked down, he saw that Amber was curled up on his chest. Lu Yi pinched the back of its neck and moved it to one side. He then sat up and just blanked out for a bit. He did not return to reality until the fragrant scent wafted in from outside. The stimulation immediately caused his stomach to gurgle. He changed into a new set of clothes and took a moment to straighten out the wrinkles. Then he walked down the stairs and exited the building. A table had been set in the courtyard. It was covered in all kinds of delicious food. There was even a makeshift stove beside the table. Yi and Wuxia were cooking and enjoying a great conversation with each other when he arrived. For a time, Lu Yi simply crossed his arms and admired the girls from the door. He watched as he crouched on the ground while adding some wood to the fire, and Wuxia, a headscarf wrapped around her head and an apron around her waist, busying in front of the stove. He was glad to be alive, truly. "You're finally awake, Lu Yi," Yi called out happily when she saw him. Wuxia looked back and met his eyes with a gentle smile. "You must be hungry. Sit down and eat." Lu Yi strode up to the table and grabbed a seat. He then grabbed his chopsticks and hesitated for a not insignificant amount of time. Finally, he decided to start with the plate of mushrooms first. It was because he literally did not recognize everything else on the table. All he knew was that the food must come from the myriad poison forest, and most people in the world would never be able to enjoy such delicacies unless they were unique like him or Wuxia. He raised his eyebrows when he took his first bite of the mushroom. It tasted surprisingly delicious and fresh for, well, mushrooms. And of course, the tree of glyphs in his source spiritual point gave off gray smoke immediately after he took his first bite. Now that his appetite was completely aroused, any trepidation he might have had regarding the ingredients were completely gone. He started chowing down to his heart's content. Wuxia sat opposite him after placing the final dish on the table. She took her time eating and put some food on Lu Ye's plate from time to time. Yi couldn't join in because she was an apparition, so she simply stood behind Lu Yi and brushed his messy hair for him. A fulfilling meal later, Lu Yi leaned back against his chair, crossed his legs and rubbed his stomach in deep satisfaction. He then enjoyed the cup of tea had served him. Her service was excellent as usual. The fatigue he had accumulated for days was gone just like that. He had to admit that Wuxia's dishes were incredibly nutritious. Assuming that one had a way to deal with the poison, one could go from deathly tired to perfectly energetic in just a few days. If nutrition was blood, he would be bleeding out of his pores right now. Lu Yi did not feel like moving after such a fulfilling meal, so he said, "Can you please bring me the storage bags?" They had killed a lot of people during their latest adventure. Naturally, he had acquired a comparable amount of loot as well. He didn't have the time to unlock them before, but now was the perfect time to do so. "K," she replied before floating up to the third floor. It wasn't long before she returned with a massive pile of storage bags. He loved it when Lu Yi unlocked the storage bags. The act of uncovering something unknown itself was an exciting experience, not to mention that there were always pleasant surprises. Every time Lu Yi had unlocked a storage bag, he would remove its contents and separate them by category. If the storage bag contained something good, then she would break out in smiles. If not, then she would mutter, pauper, under her breath. It should not need to be said, but no two people were exactly as wealthy as one another. In Lu Ye's case, he basically never had to worry about cultivation resources besides his first few months of cultivation. To date, he had never ran out of spirit stones or spirit pills, and it wasn't looking to happen anytime soon. For most other cultivators, though, their finances were so at best. Most of them were simply incapable of amassing Lu Ye's level of wealth via slaying enemies. Cultivators consumed cultivation resources since the day they started cultivating. Spirit stones and spirit pills were a staple for any cultivator, and yet some of them were unable to afford it, especially when their cultivation level was low. After all, they had to spend some of their money on life-saving items such as spirit talisman papers. As if that wasn't bad enough, their expenses only went up every time they climbed a cultivation level. A 7th-order cultivator had to purchase flying weapons to expand their repertoire, and an 8th-order cultivator a flying spirit artifact for faster travel. And of course, a 9th-order cultivator must purchase a heaven-grade cultivation technique if they wish to advance further. In fact, the poorest community in the Spirit Creek battlefield wasn't the outer circle cultivators, but the inner circle cultivators. They had a million things they needed to buy at this stage of their cultivation. While their financial situation was better after they entered the core circle, cultivators naturally consumed more cultivation resources each time they climbed up a cultivation level. As a result, many people remained as poor as a pauper. This was why most of the storage bags Lu Yi unlocked contained only a paltry amount of spirit pills and spirit stones, and why the cultivators of the Thousand Demon Ridge wanted to kill Lu Yi so badly. The threat he posed to their entire faction was one half of the reason, and the bounty on his head was the other half. Even if the bounty would be split between all the participants, it was still enough wealth to make them wealthier than they had ever been their whole lives. Given enough benefit, anyone could be motivated to do anything. An hour later, Lu Yi was done unlocking the storage bags. While Yi was still sorting out the goods, he went to the central ward and began rearranging the whole thing. Since the central ward was created using ward flags, and both Lu Ye's cultivation level and his proficiency with creating teleportation wards were still lacking, he always had to rearrange it after teleporting back to the central ward. Lu Yi felt the onset of a headache as he stared at the central ward. He did not know if it was a problem with his skill or his experience, but he could never teleport back to the exact location of the central ward. When he was still experimenting with the teleportation, he had never teleported too far away from the central ward. This time, though, maybe it was because the distance between the two wards was too great. Not only did he appear nearly 150 meters away from the central ward, he had appeared in the air instead of the ground. He could survive a fall from 30 meters above the ground, but what if it was 300? 3,000? He had learned how to set up a teleportation ward as an emergency escape measure. If he had to teleport back to the central ward, it could only be because he was cornered and in poor condition. And if he was so weakened that he couldn't even control his flying spirit artifact, then the deviation was going to kill him for sure. Unfortunately, he did not have a good solution to solve this problem. For now, he could only rearrange the central ward to the best of his abilities and pray that the deviation wouldn't be as bad the next time he used it. While Lu Yi was busying himself and generally enjoying a relaxing time in the myriad poison forest, the EE elimination front was busy turning the place he was last discovered upside down. However, they weren't even able to find his hair, much less the man himself. Somehow, Lu Yi had vanished into thin air. Back in the 3rd floor of the wooden building, Lu Yi was swallowing spirit pills to recover his spiritual power and feeding the tree of glyphs with the flame of earthen spirits he had bought from the Vault of Providence. He had bought 40 flames of earthen spirits in one go, and he wondered what kind of glyphs he would obtain this time. Right now, most of the leaves on the tree of glyphs were on fire. Forget the lifelike vermilion bird perched on the crown on the tree, Lu Yi had mastered almost 20 ordinary glyphs in total. While many of them were unsuited for combat, that didn't mean they were useless by any means. At the very least, it gave him more options when fighting against his enemies. The reason he could slaughter a Heaven 9 cultivator like a chicken wasn't just because his spiritual power was sufficiently pure and vast, but also because he could apply his glyphs anytime without being detected. The glyphs were the real reason he was as tricky as he was strong. 2 days later, Lu Yi had made a full recovery. He had even unlocked 2 spiritual points. Today, he was only dozens of spiritual points away from reaching Heaven 9. When the day came, there should be no one in the entire Spirit Creek battlefield who could threaten him anymore. He had good reason to be this confident. Perhaps the non-stop battles from several days ago had acclimatized him to a tumultuous pace of life, but he felt almost uncomfortable with how idle life had been for the past 2 days. It was at this moment his friends informed him of some unsavory rumors the Thousand Demon Ridge had been spreading in the Spirit Creek battlefield. Because the Thousand Demon Ridge was unable to locate Lu Yi, they grew impatient and started spreading some rather ugly rumors about him. For starters, they called him a coward in hopes that he would be provoked into revealing himself. Lu Yi had no plans of leaving the Myriad Poison Forest for now, so after he finished speaking with his friends via the battlefield imprint, he decided to pause his cultivation and activate his battlefield imprint. Then, he connected his mind to the Scroll of Supremacy. As a ranker, he had the right to increase his ranking on the Scroll of Supremacy. The reason he hadn't challenged it before was 1, he wasn't in the mood to do so, and 2, he wanted to obtain the best available reward. The heavens rewarded all those who climbed the Scroll of Supremacy. Specifically, it rewarded those who managed to stay on the rank list for at least a month. Since only 100 cultivators were listed on the Scroll of Supremacy, of course it was difficult to stay there for a month. This was especially true for those at the bottom of the rank list. The names there changed at least multiple times every day. The higher a ranker placed on the Scroll of Supremacy, the better the rewards they would receive. Even if they lost and fell in rank, they could always make another go at it another time. Right now, Lu Ye's plan was to climb to the top of the Scroll of Supremacy and stay there for a whole month. His 4th senior brother once told him that the reward granted by the heavens was very beneficial to a cultivator. Naturally, the better the placement, the greater the rewards. That was why he advised Lu Yi not to hold back when climbing the Scroll of Supremacy. Ideally, he should aim for the highest spot he could reach in the shortest amount of time possible. Lu Yi gave it a try and discovered that he could only challenge the bottom 3 cultivators on the rank list. They were all Heaven 9 cultivators from different sections. The 99th and 98th cultivators were both from the Thousand Demon Ridge. The 100th cultivator was from the Grand Sky Coalition. Lu Yi wasn't going to challenge his own comrade as a matter of course. Without hesitation, he challenged the guy on the 99th spot. Chapter 390, I thought this was a 1 versus 1. Unless they had no other choice, cultivators from the same faction generally avoided challenging one another. It was because they would only be giving their enemies the opportunity to take advantage of them. When Lu Yi tried to challenge the 99th ranker though, he received a surprising response. As it turned out, the guy was currently being challenged. It should not need to be said, but a ranker could not accept 2 challenges at the same time. Even if Lu Yi must challenge the guy, he must wait until they were finished with their latest battle. So, he set his sights on the 98th ranker, only to discover that they were currently being challenged as well. Now that he thought about it, the last 3 spots on the Scroll of Supremacy must be in a state of constant turmoil. In fact, those who didn't have the strength to climb up the ranks would probably be removed very quickly even if they somehow got on the rank list by chance. Lu Yi was about to resign himself to a long wait when the name of the 100th ranker suddenly distorted and disappeared. The next moment, a new name appeared on the list. It meant that the previous 100th ranker had been defeated and replaced by a new ranker. Lu Yi hurriedly checked the affiliation of the new ranker and confirmed that they were from the Thousand Demon Ridge. He immediately issued them a challenge request. This time, he didn't receive an automated response saying that the ranker was currently being challenged. It didn't take long before the challenge request was accepted. They had to accept. Lu Yi would replace them if they rejected the challenge request or ignored it for too long. The battle didn't begin immediately because the Ranker had just finished a battle and ascended the scroll of supremacy. Of course, they were going to take a moment to recover their strength. While waiting, Lu Yi continued to consume spirit pills and feed the tree of glyphs the flame of earthen spirits. At the same time, he spared some concentration to research the scroll of supremacy. Most of his understanding of the scroll of supremacy consisted of hearsay. Although he had ascended to the 33rd spot for a time, the Thousand Demon Ridge had come together to flush him out of the rank list in just 3 days. He had never even fought a challenge battle before. That was why he couldn't claim to know the scroll of supremacy very well at all. 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The moment he felt a response in his battlefield imprint, Lu Yi immediately paused what he was doing and got ready for battle. He felt the power of the heavens descending from the sky before enveloping his entire person. The next second, the space around him began to distort, and his vision was filled by a blinding white light. When the white light faded, he saw a young man in his 20s standing a short distance opposite him. It was most likely the Thousand Demon Ridge Ranker he was challenging. Gao. Huh. Lu Yi turned toward the noise and discovered that Amber and Yu were standing right next to him and examining their surroundings curiously. Amber was sleeping, and he was cultivating a while ago. Somehow, they had both been dragged into this battlefield. Where are we, Lu Yi? Yi asked. I'll tell you later. Lu Yi turned back to his opponent. Right now, the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator was busy picking up his jaw from the floor. This was supposed to be a 1-versus-1 battle, right? So why was he facing down 2 cultivators and a tamed beast? He could understand why the tiger was present in the battle. Some of the rankers on the scroll of supremacy were beast tamers, and they often brought more than one tamed beast with them. But what about the girl? This was just ridiculous. He was just about to ask Lu Yi what the hell was going on when suddenly, he discovered that the man looked highly familiar. Then, he realized that he was none other than the Sanuvabich his entire faction had been searching for to no avail. Last time, the Yi elimination front had lost track of him despite turning the location where he was last discovered upside down. Who would have thought that the bastard would challenge the scroll of supremacy just 2 days later? Lu Yi. The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator growled. He wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry at his luck. To the Thousand Demon Ridge, Lu Yi represented an opportunity to obtain an unimaginable amount of wealth. If he could kill him here, the bounty would go to him and him alone. However, Lu Yi was also beyond formidable. He might have been strong enough to barely make it on the scroll of supremacy. He wasn't confident that he could defeat the young man at all. The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator had just finished crying out Lu Ye's name when the combat cultivator rushed toward him. He swore. He had purposely chosen a battle arena, a small area with no obstacles and a radius of only tens of meters, during the battlefield selection phase because he was a combat cultivator himself. It would maximize his advantage and, depending on his opponent's faction and fighting style, minimize the enemies. Unfortunately, Lu Yi was a combat cultivator just like him. His chosen battlefield benefited both of them. Since Lu Yi had applied Windwalk to himself, he moved so fast that he almost left a blur behind his trail. The distance between himself and his opponent was rapidly shrinking. His speed is crazy. The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator thought to himself in fear as he summoned his own spirit artifact. Although he did not think that he was a match for Lu Yi, he was a cultivator who managed to ascend the scroll of supremacy. He could not possibly surrender without a fight. Whistling sounds pierced the eardrums while Lu Yi was charging. His 9 flying weapons were flying toward his opponent in a straight line. The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator had heard of Lu Ye's prowess with flying weapons ages ago. He immediately slapped a golden body talisman paper on himself and channeled all of his spiritual power to protect himself. Roar! It was at this moment the tiger let out a mighty roar. Visible shockwaves swept across the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator and made him feel as if someone had smashed his head with a hammer. Not only was he seeing stars and hurting like a bitch, the roar had dispersed his spiritual power in an instant. He was shocked to say the least. He never knew that Lu Ye's white tiger possessed such power. He had just recollected himself when he saw a wide range of spells flying toward him from the flank. It was the girl who had somehow entered the battlefield with Lu Yi. Not only was she casting spells at a prodigious speed, the spells themselves were incredibly varied and numerous. Despite the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator's best efforts, he was unable to dodge all of the spells. The golden light shrouding his body faded at a visible rate. A sense of impending doom struck the combat cultivator, and he tried to yell, "I Surin." He never managed to finish the last syllable. The flying weapons pierced through his golden body talisman paper, his protective spiritual power, and even his armor like they were paper. The powerful impacts knocked him backward again and again until finally, Lu Yi reached him and unsheathed the inviolable. His head flew, and his headless corpse spewed blood like a fountain and dyed the floor red. Several meters away, Lu Yi shook off the blood on his saber before returning it to his sheath. He then shook his head in disappointment and thought to himself, "Too weak." He had killed many Heaven 9 cultivators since he became a Heaven 7 cultivator and entered the core circle. However, this was the first time he slew a Scroll of Supremacy ranker in direct combat. Unfortunately, it was a most unsatisfactory fight. Sure, Amber and he had interfered with the battle, but the level of skill his opponent had displayed still disappointed him greatly. Now that he thought about it, he had not fought anyone in single combat since he came to the core circle. The Scroll of Supremacy was giving him the chance to enjoy a form of combat he sorely missed, and to measure himself against its champions. Of course, he was also going to obey his fourth senior brother's instruction and hit the highest rank he could reach in the shortest amount of time possible. After Yi had picked up the dead man's storage bag and spirit artifact, she suddenly exclaimed in realization, "Lu Yi, this is the challenge battle of the Scroll of Supremacy, isn't it?" It took her some time, but she finally realized where they were. Yeah. Honestly, Lu Yi didn't think Yi and Amber would be teleported into the battlefield with him. Then again, Amber was his tamed beast, and the heavens accepted the participation of tamed beasts in the Scroll of Supremacy. As Yi was Amber's ghost spirit, she too was dragged into the battlefield. This gave him a massive advantage over his opponents, to say the least. "Time to go home," Lu Yi beckoned. The heavens' power enveloped him, and the next thing he knew, he was back in their wooden building once more. After they had returned, he floated out of the window and sat down in front of Lu Yi. Amber leaped onto his legs and waited patiently for Lu Yi to make his next move. They both knew that Lu Yi would not be satisfied with just one battle and were ready to give it their all. And so Lu Yi activated his battlefield imprint, connected with the Scroll of Supremacy, and tried to challenge the 99th ranker on the list once more. Unfortunately, the ranker was still in the middle of a challenge. So, he selected the 98th ranker and tried again. To his surprise, he succeeded. Even more surprising was the fact that his opponent hadn't left him to dry for too long. Just an hour later, he felt the heavens teleporting him to a new battlefield. His second battlefield looked almost the same as the first. It was also a small area with a radius of only tens of meters. Generally speaking, only a combat cultivator or a body-tempering cultivator would pick a battlefield like this. Ghost cultivators, spell cultivators, and everyone else would have picked a wider terrain. When the white light faded, Lu Yi immediately saw a brawny cultivator opposite him. He was most likely a body-tempering cultivator. The body-tempering cultivator was currently wearing a frown on his face. It was because he thought he saw a white figure entering the ground behind Lu Yi. However, he wasn't sure if it was actually a person, or if he was just seeing things because white light always filled one's vision when the heavens teleported the combatants into the Scroll of Supremacy's exclusive battlefield. The white figure was Yi, of course. She had slipped into the underground and concealed her presence so that the body-tempering cultivator would not realize that this was really a 2 versus 1, 3 if you counted Amber, and get unnecessarily nervous. And of course, she would be able to ambush him better if he didn't know she was there. The body-tempering cultivator had already channeled his spiritual power and vitality. He was carrying a large shield on his left arm and wielding a spiked hammer on his right. The head of the hammer was covered in sharp reverse spikes. Not even Lu Yi would want to get hit by a weapon like this. The body-tempering cultivator raised the shield in front of himself and hit it once with his hammer. As if the action wasn't provoking enough, he said, "Come at me, you little." He suddenly stared at Lu Ye's face and exclaimed in shock, "The vanquisher of sex." Lu Yi was already charging toward the body-tempering cultivator. As usual, he had empowered himself with windwalk and was moving so fast that he was a blur. The body-tempering cultivator blanched as the distance between them shortened. It hadn't been easy defeating his previous opponent and making it on the scroll of supremacy. He wasn't expecting to be challenged by the walking calamity at all. It was highly unlikely he was going to be able to preserve his spot. Chapter 391, Full Speed Ahead. As usual, Lu Yi kicked off the battle by launching his flying weapons at his enemy. 9 auras slammed into the body-tempering cultivator's shield spirit artifact so hard that his body shook, and the light on the shield weakened with each impact. The body-tempering cultivator was shocked to say the least. He knew just how powerful his shield spirit artifact was, and yet it had lost a ton of spiritual power in a matter of seconds. That was just how powerful Lu Ye's attack was. By the time all 9 flying weapons had struck the shield, Lu Yi was already in front of the body-tempering cultivator. He activated gravity well as he brought down the inviolable like lightning. An unimaginable pressure pressed down on the body-tempering cultivator. He felt like he was struck by a mountain, not a saber. Although he ultimately managed to withstand the blow, he still nearly dropped to one knee. The body-tempering cultivator pushed his spiritual power so hard that his entire face was red. He let out a mighty roar, pushed back Lu Ye's saber, and brought down his spiked hammer all at the same time. Lu Ye's flying weapons appeared from the sides and slammed into the spiked hammer, causing it to miss and strike the floor right next to Lu Yi instead. There was enough force behind the blow to cause some cracks. Spiritual power boiled around Lu Yi as he thrust his saber forward. He was a Heaven 8 cultivator, and his saber was empowered by 2 sharp edges. Right now, his offensive power was off the charts. The shield spirit artifact's aura vanished instantly. In fact, the shield itself shattered into pieces with a loud crack. The body-tempering cultivator's expression turned horrified as Lu Yi brought his flame-wreathed saber down. He instinctively tried to call for surrender. It was at this moment Amber, the white tiger had been crouching on his shoulder this entire time, opened its mouth and let out a mighty roar. A visible shockwave swept across his body and caused his thoughts to go blank for an instant. As a result, he missed the window to say the words he needed to say to survive. Metal cut through flesh, and blood splattered everywhere. The body-tempering cultivator took 2 unsteady steps back before collapsing on the ground. His wide-open eyes were full of grievance even as they gradually turned glassy. He knew he was no match for Lu Yi, but he thought he would have the time to surrender at least as a body-tempering cultivator. However, Amber had ruined his one shot at surviving at the last moment. He appeared and asked, "Done already?" The girl was extremely unhappy. It was because she didn't even have the chance to participate. They picked up the loot and requested the heavens to teleport them away from the battlefield. After they had returned to the wooden building, Lu Yi checked the scroll of supremacy and confirmed that he was now in the 98th spot. The challenger could challenge the ranker 5 places above their spot at most. In Lu Ye's case, that was the 93rd ranker. He didn't do so though. Instead, he challenged the 95th ranker. The reason he did not challenge the 96th and 97th ranker was because they belonged to the Grand Sky Coalition, of course. Since he entered the core circle, the Thousand Demon Ridge had attacked him like he had massacred their 9 generations. If he wasn't as strong as he was, he would have died a million times already. Naturally, he was quite resentful of their actions even though he understood why they had done this. Forget that he was a brash young man. Even the Buddha would be provoked into violence if you pushed him too far. It was why he had chosen to break out of the myriad poison forest by force instead of stealth. For one, he needed to accumulate the contribution points necessary to buy his ward flags. 2. He wanted to give his pursuers a taste of their own medicine. But of course, he couldn't challenge the entire world all the time. The risks alone made it something to be attempted only once in a blue moon. On the other hand, the challenge battles of the Scroll of Supremacy was a completely different story. Since the battle only featured one-on-ones, he never had to worry about being ganged up by multiple cultivators. That was why he decided that he was going to kill every 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator he encountered along the way. It was only right considering all the attacks he had received so far. The 95th cultivator wasn't as busy as the bottom feeders, so Lu Ye's challenge request went through and was accepted in just a short time. After the heavens teleported him into the battlefield, he immediately hid herself as she had before. Amber was also crouching on Lu Ye's shoulder. Lu Yi examined his environment and discovered that it was a massive desert. The hot sun was hanging in the middle of the sky, and the air felt hot enough to scald a mortal's skin. Wherever he looked, there was only yellow sand. Not only that, his opponent was nowhere to be seen. Lu Yi immediately determined that his opponent was probably a spell cultivator who majored in fire attribute or earth attribute spell techniques. No other cultivator would choose a terrain like this. Lu Yi could not be bothered to search for his enemy across an entire desert, so he just stayed where he was and waited for the signal. A while later, Yi messaged him saying that she had found the enemy. As predicted, they were a spell cultivator. Meanwhile, the 1,000 Demon Ridge was in shambles yet again. The Yi Elimination Front were searching for the vanquisher of Sex all over the core circle to no avail. No one knew where he had hidden himself. It was almost as if the young man had vanished into thin air. It was at this moment Lu Ye's name appeared on the Scroll of Supremacy once more. As it turned out, the Sinuvabich was climbing the rank list. At first, only a handful of people were aware of this. However, all eyes were on the Scroll of Supremacy once the news had spread. They watched as Lu Yi climbed the Scroll of Supremacy at meteoric speed. When they first noticed him, he was only at the 95th spot. However, it only took him half a day to ascend to the 82nd spot. Another half a day passed, and he was at the 73rd spot. When the following day came, he was at the 65th spot. The speed at which he was climbing the rank list was ridiculous to say the least. Moreover, it didn't look like he was planning to stop anytime soon. He would be climbing even faster if it wasn't for the fact that the rankers he challenged often made use of the 4-hour preparation time to the max. The waiting actually cost him far more time than the actual fights. What angered the 1,000 Demon Ridge even more was that Lu Yi was challenging every 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator in his way instead of skipping them to save himself some time and energy. As if that wasn't bad enough, none of them had survived the challenges. As a result, a strange phenomenon was happening on the list. The 20 rankers behind Lu Yi all belonged to the Grand Sky Coalition. This had never happened before, as both the 1,000 Demon Ridge and the Grand Sky Coalition were overflowing with talent. Usually, it was rare enough for a group of 4 or 5 rankers on the Scroll of Supremacy to all belong to the same faction, much less 20 of them. But Lu Yi had done something unprecedented yet again. For a time, countless 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators were angry both at Lu Yi and their own rankers. They just could not understand how these so-called future pillars of their faction would be so weak. Even if they were no match for Lu Yi, why didn't they just forfeit the battle and save their own lives? Surely they had enough sense and time to do that, right? Regardless, it was clear that Lu Yi was targeting them on purpose. He was slapping the 1,000 Demon Ridge's face, so to speak. If the rank list was created by cultivators, then they would have had a million ways to manipulate it. At the very least, they could have removed it and stopped their shame from spreading further. Unfortunately, the Scroll of Supremacy was generated by the heavens, and it was impossible for mere cultivators to interfere with it in any way. Any Spirit Creek Realm cultivator with sufficient strength could connect to Scroll of Supremacy and check it. The 1,000 Demon Ridge was deeply humiliated by the rank list, to say the least. Every time someone took a look at the list, they would feel their faces turning deep red with shame. It was as if someone had slapped them multiple times in a row. While Lu Ye's mad actions deeply humiliated the 1,000 Demon Ridge, the Grand Sky Coalition was celebrating as a matter of course. Countless Grand Sky Coalition cultivators were spreading the news as far as they could reach. Every time Lu Yi ascended a rank and the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator he was challenging had disappeared from the list, a cheer would break out among the crowd. By the third day since Lu Yi began climbing the Scroll of Supremacy, he was sitting at the 50th spot. Contrary to his faction or the 1,000 Demon Ridge's feelings, Lu Yi was feeling rather miffed and disappointed. It was because none of them was strong enough to put up a fight at all. No matter what cultivator faction they belonged to or the terrain they chose, Lu Yi almost always ended the battle shortly after he had located them. Even better, Amber's roar prevented them from being able to surrender and live. In fact, Amber's only role on the battlefield was to sit on Lu Yi's shoulder and roar the second it looked like the challenger was about to speak. So far, no one who had been struck by Amber's roar had managed to regain their mind fast enough to survive the battle. When Lu Yi wasn't fighting the rankers, he was cultivating and feeding the tree of glyphs, the flame of earthen spirits. Since he was so busy these days, he had only fed it half of the flames of earthen spirits he had bought. Still, he was able to obtain 2 new glyphs. They were Glyph, Golden Arc, and Glyph, Invoke Lightning. He already suspected it was the case when he saw their names, but upon absorbing their information he discovered that he could use them as spell techniques after construction. Intentionally or not, the Tree of Glyphs was bringing him further down the path of a spell cultivator. That said, he suspected that the spell techniques cast using these 2 glyphs would be quite different from the usual spell technique because his primary attribute was fire and his supplementary attribute was gold. Also, the best way to use these 2 glyphs was actually in offensive wards. He was sure they would perform wonderfully with the proper application. He had already issued a challenge request to the 48th ranker, but the battle had not begun immediately even though his opponent had accepted the challenge. It was likely he was going to have to wait another 4 hours before the battle would ensue. So, he took out another flame of earthen spirits and fed the Tree of Glyphs. While doing so, he spared some concentration to cultivate as well. The remaining 20 flame of earthen spirits were devoured in no time. Once done, Lu Yi looked at the Tree of Glyphs expectantly. He was hoping to see if it had obtained more glyphs. His eyes contracted into needles as he saw a clump of leaves glowing red. He had encountered this exactly one time in the past. It was when he was absorbing the true phoenix flame in the Burning Lands. At the time, an entire clump of leaves had reacted more or less the same way. It wasn't until the Tree of Glyphs had devoured the true phoenix flame completely did they burst into flames. After that, the image of the vermilion bird had appeared on the tree crown, and he had obtained Glyph, Fire Phoenix. Since this was happening again, it meant that he was most likely getting a special glyph. Lu Yi examined the leaves closely. Only a dozen or so leaves were glowing red, which was nowhere as impressive as Fire Phoenix. Even so, he still looked forward to the glyph a lot. In fact, he had been hoping to receive special glyphs since Fire Phoenix because they were far more powerful than the average glyph. The arrangement of the glowing leaves on the Tree of Glyphs weren't random. If he wasn't mistaken, it was shaped like a pair of wings. Lu Yi immediately perked up. Could it be? It could be. It better be. Unfortunately, 20 flames of the earthen spirits weren't enough to manifest the glyph completely. He would need to feed the Tree of Glyphs more flames to confirm his suspicion. Chapter 392, So Big. Frustratingly, Lu Yi had run out of flame of earthen spirits. If he knew this would happen, he would have spent all of his contribution points when he was visiting the Divine Trade Association a few days ago. His annoyance lasted until he checked his battlefield imprint and noted that he had a little over 2,500 contribution points left. It was enough to purchase 10 flames of earthen spirits, but not enough to unlock the special glyph. He could sell all the loot he had obtained for the past few days, but they weren't worth a lot of contribution points. Where am I going to get the flame of earthen spirits I need? He thought to himself with a frown. At the same time, in the outpost of a Tier 2 sect, A pair of 1,000 Demon Ridge Heaven 9 cultivators were sitting side by side on a giant rock next to a cliff. The man was handsome and dignified, while the woman possessed the face of an angel and the body of a demon. Right now, the woman was currently nestled in the man's arms. Not only were they the legate and prolgate of their outpost, they were also rankers on the Scroll of Supremacy. The woman, by Lan, was the 48th ranker on the Scroll of Supremacy. She wore a loose robe with wide sleeves that marked her as a spell cultivator. Combat cultivators, body-tempering cultivators and ghost cultivators generally wore tight-fitting clothes so they wouldn't be bogged down when fighting against an enemy. However, her assets were so that even the generous amount of fabric was unable to conceal them completely. Bai Lan said sweetly while holding the man's hand, "Do not worry about me, senior brother. I will choose a terrain that best fits my abilities. No matter how powerful that Lu Yi is, he cannot possibly kill me in one strike, can he? If he is stronger than expected, then I'll just surrender the fight." The woman was unaware of this, but most of the rankers Lu Yi slew had thought the exact same thing when they accepted Lu Ye's challenge. "I'm a Heaven 9, they had thought to themselves, even if I am no match for him, surely he can't kill me before I forfeit the match? They were wrong. Are you sure that it's Lu Yi that challenged you?" The man asked worriedly. Bai Lan giggled behind her palm. "He has been challenging the Scroll of Supremacy nonstop for the past few days, and he hasn't skipped a single 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator above his spot. Today he sits at the 50th spot, and the 49th ranker is a Grand Sky Coalition. Who else would challenge me if not him?" "That ruffian. Perhaps you should just forfeit the challenge, junior sister." "If I forfeit his challenge, it will be the sect who loses face. In the future, how will our junior brothers and junior sisters be able to hold their heads high in the core circle?" A Scroll of Supremacy elite who did not even have the courage to accept the enemy's challenge would only be known as a laughingstock no matter how powerful they were. This was before mentioning that Lu Ye's climb was watched by many divine ocean realm cultivators as well. They all thought that this was an opportunity to kill the young man. While Lu Yi had hidden himself so well that no one could find him on the Spirit Creek battlefield, this wasn't a problem if someone on the Scroll of Supremacy could kill him during the challenge battles. The bottom 50 rankers had proven to be incapable of doing the job, but that was fine. They still had the top 50 rankers. If even the top 50 rankers proved to be lacking, there were still the top 10 rankers to seal the deal. No matter how strong Lu Yi was, he could not possibly make it to the peak as a Heaven 8 cultivator, could he? Someone had to be capable of killing him. But the man wanted to say more, but Bai Lan had already pressed a finger to his lips. "Enough. You really don't have to worry about me. A few days ago, my master gave me a high-grade spiritual artifact with excellent defensive capabilities. Although I am not able to unleash its full power at my current cultivation level, I will not be in danger no matter what happens." The guy looked at the single tear-shaped earring hanging on her ear. He exclaimed in realization, "So, that's the spiritual artifact Second Elder gave you." Bai Lan's lips curled into a teasing smile. "Duh? Did you think it was someone else's gift?" The man let out an awkward chuckle, and Bai Lan immediately tickled him. "How dare you question my loyalty, senior brother?" The man hurriedly begged for mercy. 4 hours came and went in the blink of an eye. Bai Lan vanished under her lover's worried gaze. The battlefield was a beautiful garden about 8 to 10 kilometers in radius. It was filled with vegetation and the fresh scent of flowers. As usual, Li dove underground as soon as she was able, and Lu Yi examined his surroundings after his vision had recovered. He did not see anyone. Judging from the name on the Scroll of Supremacy, his opponent should be a woman. Considering how large the battlefield was, he could safely assume that she wasn't a body-tempering cultivator or a combat cultivator. As for the likelihood that she might be a medicine cultivator, that was just impossible. There were a handful of medicine cultivators among the bottom 50 rankers. They all had cultivated another cultivation faction, but that was not the case in the top 50. A cultivator's focus was limited after all. Even if they were extraordinarily talented, Their secondary way was usually inferior to their primary. So, is it a spell cultivator or a ghost cultivator? Lu Yi had fought around 20 to 30 battles for the past couple days, and he had basically fought them all besides medicine cultivators. He even encountered a handful of cultivators that did not conform to the 6 factions. For most combat cultivators, body-tempering cultivators were the bane of their existence. However, Lu Yi was no ordinary combat cultivator. Not only was his physique on par or better than most Spirit Creek realm body-tempering cultivators, he could usually end a fight against his supposed bane in just 2 or 3 exchanges. As for ghost cultivators, whose frailty was a match for spell cultivators, let's just say that anyone who dared to get close to Lu Yi had been treated to the most frightening stare-down of their lives before they were sent to the afterlife. Of all the cultivation factions, ghost cultivators were Lu Yi's favorite bar none. They would walk right up to him like lambs to the slaughter because they thought he couldn't see them. Ghost cultivators were easily the easiest prey of all the cultivators he had fought. His second favorite prey were spell cultivators. As long as their defenses were broken, it took only a single hit to kill them. As usual, Lu Yi left the matter of searching the enemy. While waiting, he tossed a couple of spirit pills into his mouth and crunched them slowly. Ever since he started cultivating, he had eaten enough spirit pills to shit a mountain of them. He was just as done in regards to their taste. If he ever got the chance to meet a pill maker, he was going to beg them to make it apple-flavored or orange-flavored. Heck, he would even settle for banana-flavored spirit pills. He ate at least dozens of spirit pills every single day to cultivate his spiritual power. These days, he found it harder to swallow the damn pills than to fight a life-and-death battle. Lu Yi's mind was wondering when he finally informed him that she had found the female cultivator. However, she was constantly changing positions to avoid being ambushed by Lu Yi. Lu Yi, she's huge. He sent him a weird message. Excuse me? She's even bigger than Sister Hua Ci. You mean her age? No. You know what I mean. Kids should not be thinking such things. You better not show her mercy. Meanwhile, Bai Lan was watching her surroundings warily while on the move. She didn't dare to ride on her flying spirit artifact because everyone knew that Lu Yi's telekinesis skill was unrivaled in the entire Spirit Creek battlefield at this point. The guy was even faster than sword cultivators. She would only be committing suicide if she, a spell cultivator, dared to challenge him to an aerial battle. She kept swiveling her head from side to side while dashing from place to place. As a spell cultivator, the only chance she might defeat Lu Yi was to stay out of his range. Given enough distance, Lu Yi could be the god of combat cultivators, and he would still be blasted to pieces by her spells. Suddenly, she came to a stop. It was because she saw a man directly on her path. It was almost as if he had been waiting for her to show up. Of course, he was Lu Yi. Bai Lan's reaction was immediate and swift. Without hesitation, she cast a spell that caused ripples to appear across the space in front of her before it transformed into a fog. Then 3 fearsome beasts composed of pure spiritual power emerged from within the fog and pounced toward Lu Yi from 3 different directions. She raised a finger next and summoned a massive disc made of spiritual power above her head. Symbols could be seen spinning within the disc as arrows made of water rained down on Lu Yi. Lu Yi raised a curious eyebrow. Now we're talking. I should have known that the top 50 rankers would be a cut above the bottom 50s. Her spell casting speed and strength are the strongest I've seen yet. Of the 5 attributes, water attribute spell techniques were generally weaker in terms of power. However, the water spells Bai Lan was casting did not have such a problem. They were just as powerful as an identical spell with a different attribute. Lu Yi's weapon holder shook slightly as 9 flying weapons cut across the air. He split them into 3 groups of 3 to handle the 3 beasts. At the same time, he unsheathed the inviolable, channeled his spiritual power, and parried all the water arrows flying his way with unerring accuracy. Fire and water attribute spiritual power clashed against one another. It wasn't long before the space between them was covered in mist. Bai Lan was watching Lu Yi like a hawk. Her expression was flat, but she was shocked on the inside. She already knew that Lu Yi's mind was powerful, but to control 9 flying weapons like his own fingers and even parry her water arrows perfectly? That was beyond what she thought was possible at the Spirit Creek realm level. Not only did her attacks fail to pressure her opponent, he was saying with his actions that they weren't even enough to force him to adopt evasive maneuvers. At that moment, Bai Lan was jealous of Lu Yi. Every spell cultivator wanted to have a strong mind because it meant that their control would improve and their spells would grow stronger. They would even undergo special training to strengthen their mind. Lu Yi was a combat cultivator, but for some reason his mind was far, far stronger than a spell cultivator's. How could she not be jealous of him? The round disc above her head slowly vanished, and water arrows stopped flying toward Lu Yi. As he withdrew his saber, he suddenly frowned and summoned all 9 of his flying weapons back to his weapon holder. A quick check revealed to him that his connection with his 9 flying weapons had diminished considerably. This meant that the 3 beasts made of water attribute spiritual power weren't just an offensive spell. They possessed corrosive qualities as well. To do this without him realizing it until the last moment, it was probably Bai Lan's unique ability. Anyone who tried to attack her with flying weapons would find themselves at a severe disadvantage. Her ability corroded the weapons and weakened their power over time. Bai Lan was about to cast another spell when suddenly, Lu Yi raised a hand to stop her. Wait. Bai Lan watched him warily while asking, what? Lu Yi rarely spoke with his enemies during battle, but for the unignited leaves in Tree of Glyphs, he was willing to break his silence. I want 20 flames of earthen spirits. Excuse me? Bai Lan was completely confused. This was the challenge battle of the Scroll of Supremacy, a duel that usually ended with the death or surrender or the loser. So why was Lu Yi asking her to give him, what was it called again, flames of earthen spirits? Did he hit himself in the head or something? It's sold in the Vault of Providence for 200 contribution points apiece. I want 20. She instinctively calculated the total cost. That's 4,000 contribution points. Then, she shook her head in frustration. What am I doing? Chapter 393, You have 1 hour. That's right. That's 4,000 contribution points in total. You may not have that many contribution points, but I'm sure you can gather that amount somehow. While the most common way to obtain contribution points was to kill enemies and sell stuff to the Vault of Providence, it was normally quite difficult for a Spirit Creek realm cultivator to accumulate that many spiritual points. Of course, a legate or a prolgate would have the additional method of paying themselves a wage. 4,000 contribution points was a lot for an outer circle or inner circle cultivator, but for some core circle cultivators, it wasn't an unachievable goal. This was especially true for a strong and beautiful female cultivator like Bai Lan. She would be cared for no matter which sect she went to. Even if she personally could not accumulate the amount, someone else would do it for her. Lu Yi hadn't demanded 20 flames of the earthen spirits from Bai Lan without thinking. It was the number he had arrived at after careful consideration of her overall capabilities. And why should I give you 20 flames of the earthen spirits? Bai Lan retorted angrily. This was the first time she encountered something like this in the challenge battle of the Scroll of Supremacy, and it was mind-boggling to say the least. She had heard of the Vanquisher of Sect's infamy since a long time ago, but she never knew that he had a screw loose in his head as well. On second thought, that sounded about right. A normal person wouldn't have drawn the ire of the entire 1,000 Demon Ridge. This is a fight, so just fight me and cut the nonsense. Bai Lan declared. As if on cue, Lu Yi started running toward her so fast that he left behind a series of afterimages. She cast a series of spells at Lu Yi, but the man actually dodged all of them with unerring accuracy. Despite her best efforts, he was shortening the gap between them by the second. Most spell cultivators in this situation would attempt to move away from Lu Yi and delay the inevitable as much as possible. While backing away, they would continuously harass the enemy until they were dead or forced back. However, Bai Lan was the 48th ranker on the Scroll of Supremacy. Her insight was far above that of most spell cultivators. From the moment Lu Yi had made his move, she already knew that their speed didn't even belong in the same category. This Lu Yi wasn't just fast in telekinesis, his own speed was just as shocking. Even if she retreated, it would take him at most a moment to catch up. That was why she made the snap decision to switch out her current spell and made a spell seal. The second she did this, the back of her hand abruptly lit up. It wasn't the light of the battlefield imprint though. It was the light of a glyph. A tattoo that had been engraved to the back of her hand by a glyph weaver. Master glyph weavers like Lady Yun existed in both the Grand Sky Coalition and the Thousand Demon Ridge. It was just that tattoos were generally too valuable to be wasted on a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator. Forget the materials necessary to tattoo the glyphs, the service charges of the glyph weaver themselves were well above the ability of most Spirit Creek Realm cultivators to pay. Take Lu Ye's wings for example. In terms of value, they were as valuable as a spell artifact. Besides that, tattoos could be categorized into visible tattoos and hidden tattoos, temporary tattoos or permanent tattoos. Each type consumed different resources. Bai Lan's tattoo was obviously a hidden tattoo because it was invisible until she activated it. It afforded the opportunity to surprise her enemies. Lu Yi wondered if it was temporary or permanent. If it was permanent, then the cost of the glyph must be humongous. The glyph only appeared for an instant before turning invisible once more, but Lu Yi still managed to identify it before it disappeared. It looked very similar to one of the glyphs he had acquired recently, Invoke Lightning. He immediately figured out what his opponent was planning. Due to the clash between his fire and Bai Lan's water attribute spiritual power, the entire area was shrouded in mist right now. He would not be able to get out of the mist in time. Without hesitation, he channeled his spiritual power and covered his entire body in a layer of protection. Lightning struck where Lu Yi was standing. At that moment, the entire area was crawling with tendrils of lightning. Lu Yi shuddered as the power of a top 50 ranker literally coursed around him. His protection was weakening by the second even though he was doing everything he could to keep the glyph going. It only lasted 3 breaths before shattering and exposing Lu Yi directly to the lightning. There were only a handful of Spirit Creek Realm cultivators who might survive such power. That was when Bai Lan saw Lu Yi rushing out of the lightning-covered area with a face that was covered in black soot. He even spat out a puff of black smoke as he continued running toward Bai Lan. Bai Lan was shocked to say the least, but she did not stop casting her spells. A lifelike, snarling water dragon emerged into existence and pounced straight toward Lu Yi. At the same time, the spell cultivator dashed to the back. She had no choice. Even her greatest trump card had failed to stop Lu Yi in his tracks. If she remained where she was, she might still win, but Lu Yi was fast enough to take her down with him. The flame-wreathed inviolable swung down on the water dragon. His momentum stalled temporarily when his blade clashed against the spell technique, but a single gravity well was all it took to resume it and slice through the water dragon like it was nothing. After that, he appeared in front of Bai Lan in an instant and brought down his saber mercilessly. Bai Lan's expression turned fearful in an instant. She hurriedly touched the tear-like earring on her earlobe and summoned what looked like a shield. Killing Bai Lan was never in the plans. After all, he was hoping that she would deliver him the flames of earthen spirits he needed. When he saw the shield though, he did not hesitate to empower the inviolable with 2 sharp edges. The one strike sent Bai Lan sailing across the air like a sack of rice. Her defense didn't break, and she wasn't hurt in any way. The earring was a high-grade spirit artifact after all. Even if she wasn't strong enough to channel its full power, it was enough to keep her from dying. However, the one strike had diminished much of its aura. Moreover, it couldn't prevent her from being blown away by the impact. Bai Lan was just climbing back to her feet when she felt a tremendous force hitting her again and throwing her to the distance. This time, the shield surrounding her looked almost invisible. It won't block the 3rd strike. Bai Lan panicked. At first, she thought she couldn't lose with the high-grade spirit artifact to protect her. Now, She realized she had underestimated the ruffian. His offensive power was above what she thought was possible for a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator, let alone a Heaven 8 cultivator. It just didn't make any sense whatsoever. She thought she was dead, but Lu Yi did not give chase. He simply stood where he was and waited for her to climb back to her feet. She watched him with confusion, fear, and trepidation. "You have 1 hour." He said this before declaring, "I surrender." The man swiftly faded and disappeared into nothing. Bai Lan was stupefied to say the least. She had been seconds away from calling her surrender, but it was the young man who had surrendered instead. "What is he?" Bai Lan figured out the truth a second later. As Lu Yi promised, he was going to challenge her an hour later. Damn that ruffian. Meanwhile, Bai Lan's lover was still waiting anxiously on the rock beside the cliff. Although his junior sister was protected by a high-grade spirit artifact, it was impossible to ignore Lu Yi's string of achievements. Looking at the Scroll of Supremacy alone, every 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator he had challenged until now had perished in combat. His junior sister was the love of his life. How could he not be worried for her safety? It was at this moment the space in front of him distorted. Then his junior sister appeared before him once more. His eyes widened as he looked back and forth between his junior sister and the Scroll of Supremacy. She was still ranked 48th, and Lu Yi 50th. It could only mean one thing. "You won," the man exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Contrary to her senior brother's delight, Bai Lan was white as a sheet. When she recalled that she had to face down that aggressive ruffian again an hour later, her lips immediately quivered. "Senior brother." The man blanched and asked nervously, "What's wrong, junior sister? Were you hurt anywhere?" "Wu," Bai Lan pounced into his arms and cried like a baby. The man grew even more anxious. "Where are you hurt? Just tell me already." Bai Lan just kept crying and shaking her head. The man's face turned green as he put 2 and 2 together. His junior sister wasn't hurt, but she was crying like she had been violated. Could it be? "Lu Yi, you motherfucker. I swear I'll kill you if it's the last thing I do." A long time later, when Bai Lan finally calmed down enough to explain what really happened, the man relaxed. He was glad it wasn't what he thought had happened. "That bastard wants you to give him 20 flame of earthen spirits?" And you're certain he's going to challenge you in an hour?" "He definitely will. He's the one who surrendered the fight of his own accord." Bai Lan still felt chilled every time she recalled the way her hair stood on end when he rushed her with his saber. She had fought countless combat cultivators in the past, but no one had ever dealt her such a level of trauma before. Although his flame-wreathed saber hadn't hurt a hair on her body, her heart had really been shattered to pieces. If possible, she never wanted to fight Lu Yi or anyone like him anymore. The sensation that her life wasn't in her hands was horrible to say the least. One thing was certain, she would have died if it wasn't for the high-grade spiritual artifact her master had given her. That's simple. All you need to do is to reject the challenge when he issues the challenge request. It's not like you must accept it. Bai Lan sniffed and thought for a moment. She realized then that her senior brother was right. It wasn't like she must accept the fight. Plus, once she lost her ranking and dropped beneath him, he would not be able to issue another challenge request. The bastard thought he could swindle her into giving up 20 flame of the earthen spirits? Fuck him. "You are so smart, senior brother." Bai Lan finally broke into a smile and wiped away her tears. She felt so much better knowing that Lu Yi couldn't threaten her anymore. Back in Myriad Poison Forest, Lu Yi was consuming his spirit pills and cultivating as usual. Or so he would like to say, if not for the fact that Yi and Wuxia were sitting opposite him and staring at him with emotionless eyes. If the two of you have something to say, then say it. Lu Yi was feeling uncomfortable to say the least. Wuxia started in a mocking tone, "I never would have guessed that the vanquisher of sex is a protector of womankind. Don't you agree?" Yi corrected her, "He doesn't protect all women, Sister Wuxia. only those who are big enough to catch his attention. Really? How big are we talking about here? At least bigger than you, Sister Wuxia. Wuxia mulled it over for a moment before commenting, isn't that tiring? I wouldn't know. Yi shrugged since she had never experienced that kind of burden. Are you tired of living with them, Wuxia? Wuxia smiled kindly. I'm doing okay. Enough. Lu Yi grew agitated as the two girls slowly strayed off topic. Am I that type of person in your eyes? The two girls thought seriously for a moment. Then, they nodded in unison. Yi said, since the day we departed Green Cloud Mountain, I already noticed that you love reasoning with female cultivators with big boobs. The bigger the boobs, the bigger your tolerance. Wuxia also said, remember the first time we met? You were wrapped like a zongzi that day, but your eyes were anything but restrained. I can't believe you've misunderstood me all this time, Lu Yi complained in distress. Chapter 394, Ultimatum. Unable to withstand the accusations anymore, Lu Yi chased both Yi and Wuxia out of his room. After checking the scroll of supremacy and pondering for a bit, he submerged his mind into the battlefield imprint, sought Yu Lianzhou's imprint, and sent him a message. Fellow cultivator Yu, do you know anyone from the bottom 50 of the scroll of supremacy? Yu Lianzhou quickly responded, I do. In fact, there are only a handful of people who are complete strangers to me. Why are you asking? If it's not too much trouble, I would like to ask you to pass along a message. Lu Yi explained to Yu Lianzhou what he wanted. Although Yu Lianzhou didn't know why Lu Yi wanted to do this, he still replied without hesitation, just leave it to me. He alone wouldn't be enough to coerce Bai Lan into giving him what he wanted. He would need the others' cooperation to ensure that it was a success. After he ended the messaging with Yu Lianzhou, he immediately connected to the scroll of supremacy and challenged Bai Lan once more. The scroll of supremacy didn't have too many rules. For one, it didn't stop Lu Yi from challenging Bai Lan again even though he had just surrendered the match a while ago. On the rock, Bai Lan was telling her senior brother everything she had learned from her battle against Lu Yi. Not only was he a ranker, he was placed higher than her. It was only a matter of time before he was challenged by Lu Yi, so she didn't hesitate to share everything she knew with him. Suddenly, Bai Lan felt something from her battlefield imprint. When she looked and noticed who it was, she immediately grew unhappy. Lu Yi just challenged me. He said I have an hour, but only a tea time has passed since he challenged me. I knew that bastard's an untrustworthy liar. Just ignore him, the man said with a smile. Yeah. I just rejected the challenge request. Bai Lan relaxed into her senior brother's embrace. With this, she was now the 50th ranker on the scroll of supremacy, and Lu Yi the 48th. She would not need to worry about being challenged by him anymore. She was just thinking this when suddenly, the 48th and 53rd names suddenly switched places. This meant that Lu Yi was now the 53rd ranker, and the 53rd ranker the 48th ranker. Bai Lan's smile slowly turned stiff. This was not good. Senior brother. There was a tremor in her voice when she called out his name. The fact that the switch had happened so quickly meant that the Grand Sky Coalition cultivator on the 53rd place had issued Lu Yi a challenge request, and Lu Yi had rejected it. Since rejection equaled surrender, their placements were switched with one another. It was true Lu Yi could not challenge her as the 48th ranker, but now that he had fallen to the 53rd spot, he suddenly had the right to challenge her again. Her senior brother was obviously watching the scroll of supremacy as well. He immediately recognized the severity of the situation. Did he challenge you again? Yeah, Bai Lan really felt like crying now. At first, she thought that she would be free of Lu Yi as long as she ranked behind him. Who would have thought that he would do such a thing? It was clear what the bastard was thinking now. He would rather lose his placement than let her go without claiming the items he demanded. He was as persistent as a maggot in one's bones. After Bai Lan rejected the challenge request a second time, she dropped to the 53rd spot, and Lu Yi ascended to the 50th. However, Lu Yi quickly dropped to the 55th spot after rejecting a challenge by the former 55th ranker. The two disciples weren't the only ones who were paying attention to the Scroll of Supremacy. Countless people from both the Grand Sky Coalition and Thousand Demon Ridge were watching the rank list. The reason for this was Lu Ye's meteoric rise, of course. As a result, everyone saw something that had never happened since the Scroll of Supremacy was created. For whatever reason, Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect and Bai Lan of the Rainmaker sect kept going up and down the rank list. From time to time, they would switch placements with each other. That said, both cultivators were sliding down the Grand Sky Coalition due to the involvement of other Grand Sky Coalition cultivators. Although they only dropped 2 or 3 spots at a time, it happened so many times that both rankers had fallen below the 70th spot in less than a tea time. What in the heaven's name is going on here? No one had ever done this, not because it was difficult to achieve, but because every rank up in the Scroll of Supremacy was paved with a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. Who in their right mind would willingly lose months or even years of hard work, no matter the reason? Not to mention that the higher one's rank, the better the reward they would receive from the heavens. And yet, there was no denying the reality happening before their eyes. Not only was Lu Yi willingly tanking his rank, he was dragging a poor Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator with him. She literally could not stop him even if she wanted to. Meanwhile, Bai Lan was staring at the sky with a blank stare at her outpost. Why me? Why did I of all people get targeted by the vanquisher of sects? If I was sinful, then why did the heavens send Lu Yi to torment me instead of punishing me themselves? Seriously, there are many other Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators on the Scroll of Supremacy. Why the hell is that ruffian pursuing me so doggedly? Junior sister. Stay strong, junior sister. Her lover grabbed her shoulders and tried to shake her out of her funk. His heart was bleeding at the sight of her tormented visage. Senior brother. Bai Lan burst into tears. Accept his challenge. The man said solemnly. But I'm no match for him. I'm not asking you to fight him. There is a 4-hour preparation time after accepting the challenge. This will buy us some time to think of a solution. In his room, Lu Yi raised his eyebrows when he noticed that Bai Lan had accepted his challenge. Did she finally notice that it was better to accept the challenge request than reject it outright? She was probably trying to buy some time, but it wouldn't change anything. He opened a book, tossed a spirit pill into his mouth, and resumed his daily tasks as usual. Meanwhile, unsavory rumors regarding Lu Yi were starting to spread throughout the Spirit Creek battlefield. Some said that Lu Yi was a Sanuvabitch who enjoyed tormenting womenfolk. Others claimed that he was a bully who only targeted the bottom 50 rankers. They challenged him to continue his climb if he was a real man. The 34,000 Demon Ridge ranker even made a public declaration saying that he was waiting for Lu Yi at the 34th spot. With his precedent, even more upper 50,000 Demon Ridge rankers publicly challenged Lu Yi to come to them and die. On the other side, the cultivators of the Grand Sky Coalition had been having a hell of a great time as of late. Lu Yi had slain between 20 to 30,000 Demon Ridge rankers since he began his climb, of course. They were all looking forward to him climbing higher up the rank list and killing even more Thousand Demon Ridge rankers. Naturally, the Grand Sky Coalition was pissed that the Thousand Demon Ridge started spreading unsavory rumors about their hero, so they shot back with their own insults. Over time, the excitement across the entire Spirit Creek battlefield reached a fever pitch as cultivators traded not just barbs, but physical blows with one another. The impetuous ones even went so far as to challenge the rankers of the Scroll of Supremacy to battle. It was the fastest the placements on the Scroll of Supremacy had ever changed. Thanks to the convenient functions of the battlefield imprint, it only took a thought to share a juicy rumor with multiple acquaintances. Naturally, the rumors and slanders had reached Lu Ye's ears as well. He ignored them all though. Forget that words could not hurt him unless he actually took them to heart, which of course he wouldn't. He was already the most infamous Grand Sky Coalition cultivator in the history of the Spirit Creek battlefield. So what if he grew even more infamous within the Thousand Demon Ridge? It literally didn't matter one way or another. Since Bai Lan had decided to drag things out, his and Bai Lan's placements only switched once every 4 hours. Each time, Bai Lan would accept the challenge and leave him to drive for 4 whole hours. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do to change this. The rules were the rules. On a related note, he had looked into the 34th ranker, the first ranker to publicly decry him for his actions and challenge him to battle, briefly. As it turned out, he and Bai Lan belonged to the same sect. No wonder the guy was standing up for Bai Lan. He was certain that he was the one who spread the unsavory rumors as well. Objectively speaking, the Rainmaker sect was a pretty powerful sect. It was incredibly rare for a Tier 2 sect to have 2 upper 50 rankers on the Scroll of Supremacy. As far as Lu Yi was aware, the only sect in the Grand Sky Coalition who could boast the same thing was the Devoted Ones. In fact, both Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan were top TWP rankers. 3 days later, Lu Yi and Bai Lan had hit rock bottom. Lu Yi was currently sitting on the 100th spot, and Bai Lan the 97th. If they were to switch places again, one of them was dropping out of the Scroll of Supremacy for sure. It should not need to be said who between the two would be falling off the rank list. At the Rainmaker sect's outpost, Bai Lan's eyes were red and swollen. She was also exhausted like never before. She had barely caught a wink of sleep for the past few days. "Senior brother." Bai Lan bowed her head regretfully. Her senior brother handed her a storage bag and instructed, "Here's the 20 flames of earthen spirits the bastard wants. When you give it to him, remember to make him swear never to harass you again on the Scroll of Supremacy." "Senior brother, Her lover raised a hand to stop her. "The heavens will be giving out its reward in a few days. If you fall out of the rank list now, then all your efforts would have been wasted. The items did not come from me, but the sect. It is the sect master and second elder who decided that it is better to appease that bastard than lose your reward. It is humiliating that we had to submit to the bastard's demands, but we can always take revenge in the future. If the rank list was of no consequence, then whatever. However, all cultivators who managed to appear on the Scroll of Supremacy would receive a reward from the heavens themselves. For a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator, it was a reward they could not afford to miss. Bai Lan was a few days away from receiving her reward. If she fell out of the rank list now, then she would have to start all over again. 4,000 contribution points was a lot, but it was nothing compared to the future of an elite disciple, not to mention that they were a Tier 2 sect. 4,000 contribution points was well within their ability to pay. "It's been a while since he challenged you, hasn't it?" the guy asked again. He's probably giving you time to prepare. It's the ultimatum, so to speak." Now that Lu Yi was sitting at the 100 spot, he only needed to challenge Bai Lan one more time to kick her down to his spot. Once he made it so that he was unranked, he only needed to challenge her one more time to remove her completely from the Scroll of Supremacy. Even if she could ascend the rank list again, all of her previous efforts would have been wasted. She would have had to climb the Scroll of Supremacy again and stay there for another month to receive the heaven's reward. After you're done, do your best to hit the highest possible rank in the shortest amount of time possible and leave the rest to me. I will make sure that Lu Yi pays for what he did. Bai Lan wanted to tell her senior brother that he might be no match for the ruffian, but in the end she kept silent because she didn't want to wound his pride. Then she blanched and checked her battlefield imprint. "He's challenging me. Go." Bai Lan nodded and grabbed the storage bag containing the 20 flames of earthen spirits tighter. After taking a moment to steady herself, she chose the terrain and accepted the challenge request. Chapter 395, Heaven's Damned Bully. Space distorted and vision warped. A moment later, Bai Lan appeared on the same field of flowers where she had fought Lu Yi. She didn't try to hide this time. She even brought out her flying spirit artifact and took to the sky. It was a beautiful flying spirit artifact that looked like feathers. Once she was in the air, she began flying around and searching for Lu Yi. A battlefield that was 8 to 10 kilometers in radius was neither too big nor too small. It was big enough that searching for someone on foot would be a hassle, but not the air. Lu Yi. Bai Lan wanted to yell out the ruffian's name to prove to him and herself that she wasn't afraid of him, and yet her voice came out far smaller than she thought it would be. It was as if the 3 words carried an unbelievable amount of trauma. The second she said this, a ray of aura flew into the sky. Shocked, Bai Lan hurriedly activated her earring and surrounded herself in a powerful layer of shielding. Only then did she feel just a tiny bit safer. Lu Yi did not attack Bai Lan. Instead, he floated nearly 100 meters away from her and watched her calmly. His right hand was gripping the inviolable. From the moment Bai Lan accepted his challenge request and entered the battlefield, he knew that his plan had probably borne fruit. She would never have done so if she hadn't prepared the 20 flames of earth and spirit he demanded. He was happy with how smoothly things had gone. If Bai Lan's spine turned out to be sterner than expected, he was just going to seek out another prey and redo the whole thing. There were plenty of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators on the scroll of supremacy. One of them had to cave to his demands eventually. It would waste a lot of time though, and he was glad he didn't have to do that. Stay where you are. I'm warning you. If you take even another step closer, then I'm going to yell out those 2 words. In the sky, Bai Lan yelled out the most cowardly threat Lu Yi had ever heard in his life. They both knew exactly which 2 words she was referring to. On the ground, Yi was preparing to intercept Bai Lan when she heard the woman's threat. She could not help but press a hand to her forehead. Just how much had she suffered in the past few days to say something like that upon meeting Lu Yi? In the sky, Lu Ye's gaze lingered on Bai Lan's storage bag for a moment. He then stretched out his hand and made a beckoning gesture. The items you want are in this storage bag, and I can give them to you. But Bai Lan watched Lu Yi like a rabbit eyeing a hungry wolf. You must swear that you will never harass me again on the scroll of supremacy for no good reason. Sure. Swear it then. Lu Yi watched her expressionlessly. What are you waiting for? Just swear the heavenly oath already. Bai Lan urged. Instead of complying, Lu Yi withdrew his hand and slowly unsheathed the inviolable instead. The sound of his saber exiting its sheath might as well be the sound of death drawing breath to Bai Lan. Blanching a bit, Bai Lan warily shifted a few meters to the back while asking, "What are you doing?" "I'm not going to swear a heavenly oath. You'll just have to believe that I'm a man of my word. Of course, you are free to disbelieve me. It doesn't matter to me either way." Lu Yi channeled his spiritual power into the inviolable. As fiery light erupted from the blade, he adopted an offensive stance, pointed his blade at Bai Lan, and charged as soon as he was done speaking. In that moment, Bai Lan felt like the blade was pressed right up against her throat even though he was still a good distance away, and she was protected by a high-grade spirit artifact. The next instant, she threw the storage bag in his direction while screaming, "Fine. Just take it." I've never met such a heaven's damned bully in my life. Woo-woo. Lu Yi abruptly skidded to a halt and caught the storage bag. After opening it and confirming that it indeed contained 20 flames of earthen spirits in total, he nodded in satisfaction and looked back at the woman. "Do you need me to send you off or what?" He said this because the woman was still lingering for some reason. Bai Lan complained with a sob, "You've gotten what you wanted. Can't you surrender this battle at least?" Bai Lan did not want to drop to the 100th spot if at all possible. Although the 97th spot was only 3 spots away from the 100th, everyone knew that the bottom 3 spots were the absolute worst spots of the entire scroll of supremacy. After all, those were the 3 spots where the countless unranked powerful enough to challenge the scroll of supremacy must start with. Barring the time he killed the 33rd ranker and took over his position outright, even Lu Yi had to begin from the bottom. Generally speaking, those who weren't strong enough to make it past the bottom 3 spots would cave under the non-stop challenge requests and be flushed out by the competition eventually. On the other hand, the 97th ranker did not have to worry about this. Lu Yi understood her thoughts at once. As the saying went, the customer is king. Since Bai Lan had given him 4,000 contribution points worth of flames of earthen spirits, he saw no problem with fulfilling this request of hers. Lu Yi fancied himself as a reasonable person, but only when the other person was also reasonable, of course. I surrender. With that, he disappeared from the battlefield and reappeared in his room. Yi and Amber appeared beside him as well. Without further ado, Lu Yi took out a flame of earthen spirits and prepared to feed it to the tree of glyphs. He wondered if 20 was enough to ignite the remaining leaves and unlock the special glyph. Right before he could do this, though, he felt something from his battlefield imprint. Someone had issued him a challenge request. Meanwhile, the Yi Elimination Front was sending out messages and commanding all those qualified to challenge Lu Yi to do just that. The plan was to stop him from continuing his ascent and hopefully tire him enough that he was eventually booted out completely. The idea had been brought up by none other than the leader of the Yi Elimination Front, Shi Guang, and strongly supported by countless thousand Demon Ridge cultivators. Lu Yi was just too vile. Previously, he had killed every 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator before they could even surrender. As a result, they had next to zero information regarding his latest fighting style, quirks, behaviors, and so on. Normally, the loser would have the time to call for surrender and save themselves unless the power gap was so huge that the winner had ended their lives in an instant. This was one of the reasons Shi Guang had suggested this idea. 1. He wanted to keep Lu Yi from climbing the scroll of supremacy and, if possible, boot him out completely. 2. He wanted to find out exactly how the bastard was able to kill his comrades without even giving them the chance to surrender. Knowing that Lu Yi was strong, and that he did possess the ability to annihilate a Heaven 9 cultivator in an instant, Shi Guang made sure to inform all challengers to bring out their strongest defensive measures before they even entered the battlefield. In fact, he had arranged it so that the body-tempering cultivators would head in first. He wasn't stupid enough to think they would win, but he hoped that they would be able to wear him down enough for the other cultivators to defeat him. In the wooden building, Lu Yi was going to feed the tree of glyphs the 20 flames of earthen spirits and find out if the special glyph was what he thought it was when a challenge request interrupted him. Naturally, it put him in quite the bad mood. After submerging his mind into the battlefield imprint and connecting to the scroll of supremacy, he accepted the challenge request and chose the battlefield he wished to fight in. The heavens then enveloped him in their indescribable power and teleported him to his chosen battlefield. The battlefield he chose was only 100 meters or so in radius. It was an excellent choice for a combat cultivator like him. The moment the white light faded from his vision, Lu Yi immediately saw a body-tempering cultivator wielding a large shield spirit artifact. Not only was he covered in thick armor, he had already covered himself with a barrier of spiritual power and vitality. The bastard had actually employed all of his defensive measures before he had even entered the battlefield. He did not know which sect the body-tempering cultivator came from, and it didn't matter. While the guy was still observing the battlefield, Lu Yi was already rushing him at incredible speed. Even faster than him were his 9 flying weapons. The body-tempering cultivator did not dare to underestimate Lu Yi, of course. The guy had killed countless scroll of supremacy rankers, and he knew he was inferior to most of those people. That was why he did not hesitate to slam his shield on the floor, lower his center of gravity, and turn himself as immovable as a mountain. Unfortunately, he had just finished adopting a defensive stance when the 9 flying weapons struck him in rapid succession. The body-tempering cultivator felt chilled to the bone when he saw them tearing his shield spirit artifact into pieces. The scent of death filled his nostrils in an instant. Although he was wearing armor, it was rumored that Lu Yi was an expert in decapitation. His armor protected his body, but not his neck. He was just about to surrender when Amber gave him a mind-buzzing roar. His words were forced back down into his throat before he knew it. So, this is how Lu Yi had stopped all those scroll of supremacy elites from being able to surrender. Unfortunately, he wouldn't get the chance to reveal it to his comrades. His body abruptly lightened, and his vision was spinning round and round for some reason. By the time it finally came to a standstill, he saw Lu Yi standing beside a headless corpse. The bastard really is an expert at decapitation? Beside the body-tempering cultivator, Lu Yi shook off the blood on his saber and returned it to his sheath. After packing up the loot, he teleported back to the wooden building. However, he was just about to sit down when suddenly, he felt yet another disturbance from his battlefield imprint. A quick check later, he realized that the Thousand Demon Ridge seemed to be organizing an assault against him through the Scroll of Supremacy. It was the only explanation as to how they managed to catch him right after he finished a battle. He accepted it and chose the same battlefield. Dozens of breaths later, Lu Yi reappeared in the wooden building and yep, he was right. A new challenger had appeared. Lu Yi gave up all hope on feeding the Tree of Glyphs then. If the Thousand Demon Ridge wanted to play, then he would play with them. It wasn't like he had another choice anyway. Time passed bit by bit. Each battle ended almost as quickly as it began. Lu Yi had never experienced such a string of swift battles before. His opponent was never the same, but the battles had ended in more or less the same fashion each time. Half a day later, over 20 body-tempering cultivators had died in Lu Ye's hands. That number was still growing as the challenges kept coming. Of course, it wasn't like their efforts were futile. The continuous battle put a great strain on Lu Ye's stamina, especially since everyone who challenged him so far was a tough body-tempering cultivator. Moreover, Lu Yi had no choice but to break through their defenses first before killing them because they had already activated all of their defensive measures beforehand, and that required a significant amount of power. It got to the point where even the Inviolable's blade was starting to get chipped here and there. Lu Yi had chosen the spirit artifact for its durability and weight, and over half of the enchantments within the blade were durability focused. Despite this, the Inviolable was slowly but surely caving under the pressure it was put under. Thankfully, Lu Yi wasn't relying on its sharpness to cut through his enemies. It was usable as long as it didn't shatter completely. Chapter 396, Soar. Lu Yi was standing on a high ground of the battlefield, holding the Inviolable with one hand and throwing spirit pills into his mouth with the other. He only chewed them a few times before swallowing them all to recover his spiritual power. Then, he took out a large chunk of superior quality wasp honey and shoved it down his throat as well. The wasp honey he brought out of the Misty Mountains restored not just his spiritual power, but his stamina as well. It was perfect for his current situation. A fierce battle was happening in the arena beneath him. The combatants were EE and Amber versus a Heaven 9 body-tempering cultivator. After half a day of non-stop fighting, Lu Yi finally decided that he needed to catch some rest. That was why he decided to leave E and Amber to it. E hadn't participated in the duels until that point. Naturally, she had been itching to have a go. E alone would have had a hard time defeating a Heaven 9 cultivator, but it was a different story with Amber's aid. Since E was connected to the tiger in both spirit and mind, their rapport and teamwork were more or less perfect. Amber's job was to keep the enemy's attention on him, and E's job was to cast spells and attack the enemy. Even if they weren't able to defeat the enemy immediately, the body-tempering cultivator didn't have the chance to surrender. It was because Amber would roar at him the second he opened his mouth. Amber's roar itself was some sort of natural divine power that targeted the mind and the divine soul, and he had absorbed a ton of soul mist during their stay at the lost city of Shenyuan. As a result, his roar was growing more and more powerful. So far, they hadn't encountered a single Spirit Creek Realm cultivator who was capable of withstanding its roar. Meanwhile, the body-tempering cultivator was wishing that he had never joined the Yi elimination front. He was unable to defeat his opponent, but he couldn't even surrender either. Lu Yi was watching from the sidelines like a hawk as well. He was pretty sure he was going to die here. This wasn't fair. The battles of the Scroll of Supremacy had always been a 1-versus-1 duel, so why was a combat cultivator allowed to bring a tamed beast with him? Okay, that was an unfair statement. Cultivators brought tamed beasts into the battlefield all the time. But what about the female spell cultivator he was fighting? Surely she didn't count as a tamed beast, right? In any case, what should have been a 1 versus 1 battle had turned into a 1 versus 3 battle. No wonder his comrades were unable to defeat Lu Yi. The combat cultivator himself was formidable enough, but he also had numbers on his side. They never had a chance. He was furious, but there was nothing he could do to change his fate. He couldn't even inform his comrades about Lu Yi's bullshit. This was a separate space from the Spirit Creek battlefield and Jianghu after all. He was unable to contact anyone from here. The battle lasted an entire hour before the body-tempering cultivator finally collapsed on the ground. His entire body was covered in wounds and bruises caused by Yi's spells. It was a most pitiful sight. Yi let out a cheer and picked up the loot. She held out the storage bag in front of Lu Yi like she was asking for praise and chirped, "I won." Lu Yi rubbed her head affectionately before accepting the storage bag. "You did well. Would you like to fight the next match?" "Yeah," Yi said determinedly. She rarely had a chance to refine her own combat skills and techniques because Lu Yi's enemies would rather swarm him with massive numbers than attack him one by one. This was the perfect opportunity for her to do just that. Of course, this was only possible because she was working together with Amber. She wasn't strong enough to defeat the Heaven 9 cultivators by herself. The next challenge came the second they returned to the wooden building. Lu Yi accepted it and waited for an hour for Yi and Amber to recover before re-entering the battlefield. The oddity was immediately caught by the Yi elimination front. Since they began challenging Lu Yi, the young man had accepted the challenges at first notice and ended most matches in just dozens of breaths. However, the previous battle lasted an entire hour long, and he waited at least an hour before accepting the next challenge request. What did this mean? It meant that Lu Yi was so spent that he was no longer at peak form. That was why he had taken an hour break later to recover his strength. This discovery gave the Yi elimination front hope. The end was finally in sight. Another hour passed, and the battle ended. As if on cue, Lu Yi received another challenge request. This continued for a couple more fights until Yi was completely exhausted, and even Amber was looking a little shriveled. "That's it for me, Lu Yi. It's your turn now," said Yi before returning to Amber's body to rest. In the wooden building, Lu Yi fed Amber some spirit pills before accepting the challenge request from a cultivator whose name he did not and could not care to learn about. When he entered the battlefield though, he was surprised to find that his challenger this time wasn't a body-tempering cultivator, but a combat cultivator. Did I kill off so many body-tempering cultivators that they had to send their combat cultivators or something? On the other side, the Thousand Demon Ridge combat cultivator blanched when he saw Lu Yi charging at him at high speed. Not only did he look perfectly unharmed, he looked energetic enough to fight them for days. The Yi elimination front had sent him in because they thought he was on his last legs, but they were dead wrong. A moment later, the cultivators of the Yi elimination front were completely stupefied. Lu Yi had suddenly picked up his pace once more and slain every enemy in just dozens of breaths. Since no one had survived the challenge, they didn't even know what the hell was going on inside. It was like someone had poured a bucket of ice water over the candle flame that was their hope. Over half a day later, Lu Yi received no more challenge requests after a long wait. The reason was simple. The Thousand Demon Ridge had chickened out. For the past 2 days, the Yi elimination front had lost over 100 Heaven 9 cultivators to Lu Yi. Not only that, over half of their casualties were body-tempering cultivators. It should be impossible for any one cultivator to fight over 100 cultivators in a row and win, and yet Lu Yi had done the impossible. It did not look like they would win even if they sent another 100 cultivators either. To continue with the operation would just be a waste of good talent and lives. It was at this moment the Yi elimination front finally realized that the operation itself was pretty pointless. Even if they were successful in kicking Lu Yi out of the Scroll of Supremacy, what did it matter? It wasn't like he was dead. He could just challenge the rank list again another time. The realization made the 100 or so lives they had lost to Lu Yi feel even more painful. Lu Yi was currently sitting at the absolute bottom of the Scroll of Supremacy, and yet it felt like he was the real number one of the rank list. Lu Yi did not rush to climb the scroll of supremacy. Instead, he took out his 20 flames of earthen spirits. He had to postpone this for 2 days because of the 1,000 demon ridges nonsense. Finally, he had the time to resume his work. Lu Yi activated the tree of glyphs and fed it the flames of earthen spirits. He watched nervously as he calculated the number of leaves that were ignited each time he fed the tree of glyphs. 18 flames of earthen spirits later, the glowing leaves were finally all ignited. The tension immediately left Lu Ye's shoulders. He fed the remaining 2 flames of earthen spirits to the tree of glyphs before he finally concentrated on the burning leaves. Boom! His head shook, and he nearly blacked out from the sudden impact. It almost felt like his soul was departing his body. The next moment, a massive, complex packet of information was shoved into his brain with zero regard for his well-being. Lu Ye's face turned as white as a sheet as the pain hit him. Unfortunately, he did not pass out this time. Maybe it was because he had experienced far worse when absorbing Fire Phoenix, or maybe it was because his divine soul was strong enough to withstand the shock. In any case, the impact wasn't hard enough to knock him out, even though Lu Yi wished it was. He wouldn't have to endure this unbearable pain if it was. A long, long time later, he finally recovered enough to shake his head slightly. It felt like his brain had liquefied inside his skull and would leak out of his ears at any moment. If someone were to challenge him right now, then he would be hard-pressed to win without Amber and Yi's aid. Of course, that wasn't going to happen. He had killed enough people to scare the 1,000 Demon Ridge for the next couple days at least. Lu Yi closed his eyes as he digested the massive and complex packet of information inside his head. A moment later, his expression gradually morphed into joy. Having learned from his experience with Fire Phoenix, he had thought that the dozen or so leaves on the tree of glyphs looked like a pair of wings. That was why he went so far as to threaten Bai Lan into giving him 20 flames of earthen spirits. He wanted to verify his assumption as soon as possible. In fact, he was right. The new glyph he obtained, Soar, was a better version of the wings he once received from Lady Yun. Prior to the battle royal of the legates, Lady Yun had once tattooed the glyph wings into his back. The tattoo had been proven to be a great boon and a lifesaver in many situations until it finally gave out during his adventure in the Burning Lands. Lu Yi had been missing it since the day he lost it. The aching was especially deep when he was being hunted by the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators. If he had wings during those times, he could have been faster and more agile in the air. He would not have felt as sorry as he did during the bad times. However, a tattoo consumed a lot of energy and resources even for a master glyph weaver like Lady Yun. For starters, it required the blood essence of a bird-type Great Spirit beast, which had been prepared by the sect master himself. Before this, Lu Yi was planning to accumulate more contribution points and check if the Vault of Providence had what he needed. If it did, he was going to buy the blood essence and request Lady Yun to tattoo him another wings. Now that he had Soar, it was no longer necessary. Since the glyph came from the tree of glyphs, Lu Yi naturally had 100% mastery over it. He could activate it any time as well. It was superior to a tattoo in every way. The spiritual power cost was something he had to test though. He dashed out of the wooden building and arrived at a clearing. He then channeled his spiritual power and activated the glyph. In an instant, a pair of fiery red wings with a wingspan of 10 meters appeared on his back. A quick check later, he determined that it was more powerful than wings because it had been constructed based on his own spiritual power. On the other hand, the cost was greater as well. Lu Yi thought for a second and tried to reduce the amount of spiritual power he was pouring into the glyph. The fiery wings shrank in response to his action. The next moment, he took off to the sky like a bird. He did not leave the poisonous fog because he didn't want to risk being seen. Wherever he went, the poisonous fog swirled unnaturally because of the wing flaps. A full tea time later, he finally descended back at the wooden building and half knelt on the ground. The wings slowly shrank until it vanished completely. His tests had given him a deeper understanding of the glyph. The cost was greater than if he empowered his flying spirit artifact with Windwalk even after he shrank the wings as best he could. It was just something he had to deal with. On the other hand, it was definitely faster and more nimble than flying on a flying spirit artifact. If he had Soar when he was breaking out of the myriad poison forest that day, he could have shaken his pursuers off with far greater ease. In other words, as long as Lu Yi did not run out of spiritual power, he would never have to worry about being hunted anymore. Chapter 397, It's All His Fault. At the Spirit Creek realm level, a cultivator could only fly using a flying spirit artifact. It wasn't until they reached the Cloud River realm could they fly without one. Flying with or without a flying spirit artifact was quite different. The former let the flying spirit artifact do most of the heavy lifting, while the latter was flying without any aid. Lu Yi was technically relying on Soar to fly, so it wasn't true unaided flight. That said, the experience was more or less the same. Of course, this did not mean that a cultivator no longer had any use for flying spirit artifacts after reaching the Cloud River realm. After all, flying using a flying spirit artifact cost less spiritual power in general, not to mention that some had recesses where the cultivator could deposit spirit stones to power the flying spirit artifact. This was especially true for large flying spirit artifacts. They usually consumed more spiritual power than one or even an entire group of cultivators could provide. That was why it was necessary to install wards and spirit stones in them. Lu Ye's mood was vastly improved after he obtained Soar. Add to the fact that he had fought countless battles for the past couple days, Lu Ye decided to take the entire day off and just rest. Lu Ye's rest day was a rest day for most Spirit Creek realm cultivators as well. The Scroll of Supremacy didn't change much, and the Spirit Creek battlefield itself was unusually peaceful today. When did one guy come to control an entire battlefield? The cultivators of Thousand Demon Ridge realized sorrowfully that the Spirit Creek battlefield was actually quite peaceful when the Vanquisher of Sects wasn't causing trouble. Too bad for them, the peace would only last a single day. The next morning, Lu Yi began climbing the Scroll of Supremacy once more, and this time his ascent was faster than ever before. In fact, he was shooting up the ranks every few breaths or so. This was because every Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator he had challenged had rejected his challenge request. It might be shameful, but living in shame was still better than dying. Not counting the ones Lu Yi had killed before yesterday's mission, the bastard had killed at least 100 Heaven 9 cultivators. The bottom 50 rankers simply weren't confident that they could survive a battle against Lu Yi, much less defeat him. Previously, Lu Yi had targeted only cultivators from the Thousand Demon Ridge. Unfortunately, that was no longer possible since nearly everyone between the 50th spot to the 80th spot belonged to the Grand Sky Coalition as a consequence of his decision. Once he had climbed past the 80th spot, he had no choice but to challenge some Grand Sky Coalition cultivators. Thankfully, his allies understood his situation perfectly and did not blame him for anything. In just an hour, Lu Yi had returned to the top 50 once more. No one had ever climbed the Scroll of Supremacy this quickly. Now that he was back, he had plenty of targets to choose from. As with before, he challenged each and every Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator above his rank. Despite Lu Ye's astounding achievement, it had to be said that none of the upper 50 rankers had rejected Lu Ye's challenge request. They had their pride and the strength to defend it. There were millions and millions of Spirit Creek realm cultivators in the entire Spirit Creek battlefield, and these people were able to surpass them all and enter the top 50. Naturally, they were incredibly powerful. Lu Yi did not attack these rankers like he had attacked Bailan because 1. He did not need more flames of earthen spirits for now. 2. He had accumulated plenty contribution points to buy them himself thanks to the Thousand Demon Ridge's insane attack yesterday, and 3. It would waste too much time. It had been 10 days since he began challenging the Scroll of Supremacy. He needed to reach his highest rank as soon as possible so that he could obtain the best rewards. If he tried to repeat what he did to Bailan, he was bound to lose more than he gained even if he was successful. And it wasn't likely to work a second time. With the right manipulation, anyone could cost him several days at least. Right now, his only goal was to climb the scroll of supremacy. Since he was the challenger, the right to choose the terrain went to his opponents. Even so, they were still unable to survive Lu Yi. After Lu Yi had challenged 3 upper 50 rankers and killed them all, they finally realized that the young man was even more formidable than they thought. At first, the upper 50 rankers thought that the reason Lu Yi was able to kill the bottom 50 rankers before they could even cry, "I surrender," was because they were too weak. However, that logic could not possibly apply to an upper 50 ranker. This meant that the reason his opponents hadn't surrendered was not because they didn't want to, but because they couldn't. Lu Yi was probably using some sort of strange method to stop his opponents from being able to surrender. If surrender was on the table, then the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators did not mind accepting Lu Yi as challenge. But if death was the only outcome of defeat, then they had to seriously think things through before accepting it. Unfortunately, they never found out what this method was even after all the sacrifices they had made. In fact, only one person had ever encountered Lu Yi in the challenge battle and survived, and she was Bai Lan of the Rainmaker sect. Naturally, a lot of cultivators had sought out Bai Lan in an attempt to find out exactly what she did to escape Lu Yi's wrath, but unfortunately the woman herself could not give an answer. Not only was she overwhelmed by Lu Yi from the start until the end, even her high-grade spirit artifact had proven to be insufficient against his power. However, her confession regarding the one-sidedness of the battle only convinced her allies that Bai Lan had every opportunity to surrender. But for some reason, Lu Yi had not used the unknown method he had used on every 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator he had slain so far on her. Heck, he had even surrendered the battle of his own accord. It was such an odd battle that the 1,000 Demon Ridge could not help but wonder if Lu Yi was one of those protectors of womenfolk, or something. Otherwise, why would he show Bai Lan special treatment? However, the theory didn't really stand to reason either. There were a good number of beautiful 1,000 Demon Ridge female cultivators on the scroll of supremacy, and yet Lu Yi had slain them all without mercy. So why was Bai Lan able to live? Now that they thought about it, the one thing Bai Lan had that none of the other female rankers had was an awe-inspiring bust. At that moment, countless people believed that they figured out the truth. On a related note, Bai Lan had begun her climb on the same day Lu Yi had begun his climb. However, their speeds were night and day. The young man had ascended to the 50th spot without fighting a single battle since everyone he challenged had rejected his challenge request outright. Bai Lan, on the other hand, wasn't nearly as intimidating. Naturally, her speed left much to be desired. That said, she was the former 48th ranker. If she gave it her all, her final rank should not be too far below her original rank. In the wooden building, after slaying 3 top 50 rankers in a row, Lu Yi discovered that his next few opponents had unanimously rejected his challenge request yet again. As a result, he shot all the way to the 36th spot. His next challenger was the 34th ranker named Zhujianshan. The name looked familiar for some reason, and he immediately knew why after checking his sect. It was none other than Bai Lan's senior brother, the man who declared he would be waiting for his challenge a few days ago. He issued the challenge request, and as expected, the guy had accepted it in almost no time. Lu Yi began waiting patiently for the upcoming battle. In the Rainmaker sect's outpost, Bai Lan stared at a brooding Zhujianshan and asked, "Did Lu Yi challenge you, senior brother?" "Yes." "Did you?" "I accepted it." "I don't think you should go, senior brother." Zhujianshan abruptly looked at her. "And why shouldn't I? What are you afraid of?" Bai Lan was confused. "Excuse me?" Her senior brother was acting strange today. Normally, he was the perfect image of a refined and cultivated gentleman. But now, his expression was so dark he almost couldn't recognize his face. "Let me ask you a question, junior sister. Why did Lu Yi let you off?" Zhujianshan forced down the displeasure in his heart and asked solemnly. "But he didn't let me off. The bastard had blackmailed her into giving him 20 flames of earthen spirits, which was worth a whopping 4,000 contribution points. Zhuo Jianchen pressed, "Every fellow cultivator he has challenged has died except you. Is it really just because of the 20 flame of earthen spirits?" At this point, even Bai Lan noticed what her senior brother was implying. She asked in astonishment, "What are you trying to say, senior brother?" "I'm not trying to say anything. But I have heard some things." That would be an understatement. The rumors were literally flying all over the Thousand Demon Ridge and Grand Sky Coalition right now. At first, Zhuo Jianchen didn't think much of it either, but the rumors had gradually seeped into his mind and poisoned him with fear and suspicion. The dark emotions only got worse when he recalled how his junior sister had acted after returning from her fight. She had looked white as a sheet, as if she had suffered a terrible humiliation. As if that wasn't bad enough, it felt like his junior brothers and junior sisters were looking at him in a different light these days. That he hadn't exploded yet was a testament to his fortitude. Bai Lan turned as pale as death in an instant. She had heard the rumors as well, but how could her senior brother believe them? "You have to believe me, senior." "I don't know if I can believe you," is the crux of the problem here. Zhuo Jianchen interrupted her. "That is why I'm going to question the bastard myself." "You can't go, senior brother. Everyone he's challenged so far was killed." Bai Lan pleaded worriedly. However, the more she acted like this, the worse the thorn in his heart became, and the greater his desire to meet Lu Yi face to face. This would plague him for life if he did not find out the truth once and for all. "Enough. I'm going to prepare for this battle. Leave me," Zhuo Jianchen said before turning his back on Bai Lan. The door shut behind him before the girl could go after him. For a moment, Bai Lan simply stared at the door with listless eyes. She just could not understand how things had turned out this way. "Louis, it's all that guy's fault." Bai Lan gritted her teeth as she imagined tearing that bastard to pieces in her mind. However, the mere thought of his face caused her to shiver suddenly. She slapped the door again and again while yelling, "Please listen to me, senior brother." He never responded. The scenery before Zhuo Jianchen began changing after he selected the terrain. A moment later, Lu Yi and Zhuo Jianchen appeared in a moderate-sized battlefield at the same time. As usual, Yi slipped into the underground to search for the enemy, and Amber lay perfectly still on Lu Ye's shoulder like he was no more than an ornament. However, before Lu Yi even had the time to examine his surroundings, he abruptly heard a shout from the distant space in front of him, "Show your face, Lu Yi." He looked forward and saw a man and a sword in the sky. The man was standing on the sword and soaring through the sky at high speed. He was also surrounded by many other swords, most likely his flying weapons. This Zhuo Jianchen was most likely a sword cultivator. For some reason though, the guy looked like he was full of rage. Lu Yi suspected that it was probably because he blackmailed his junior sister into giving him 20 flame of earthen spirits. Many upper 50 rankers had rejected his challenge request because they weren't sure they could survive a fight against him, and yet this man had decided to break the convention not just because he was confident in his skill, but probably because he was a stubborn idiot as well. Lu Yi loved stubborn idiots. Chapter 398, a bit disappointing. Lu Yi summoned his spirit boat and rose up to Zhuo Jianchen's altitude. They were about 100 meters away from one another. Although his climb up the scroll of supremacy had been incredibly smooth sailing, he had never underestimated his opponent, and he wasn't about to start with a sword cultivator. The fact that he was ranked 32nd meant that he was pretty strong. The moment their eyes met, Zhuo Jianchen asked furiously, "I have a question for you, Lu Yi. Did you do anything untoward against my junior sister?" Lu Yi mulled over the question for a moment. He had hounded the girl from the 48th spot all the way to the 97th spot. In the end, he had even blackmailed her into paying him 4,000 contribution points worth of flames of earthen spirits. He supposed that he had gone a tad overboard, but then again, the woman should be thankful he didn't kill her in the first place. She would have been long dead if he wasn't in a hurry to get some flames of earthen spirits. What was some loss of wealth and rank compared to one's life? In any case, he had bullied the junior sister, so the senior brother decided to take revenge for her. It was understandable. Zhuo Jianchen could not read Lu Ye's mind, so his silence only caused the sword cultivator's dark emotions to swell to unimaginable proportions. While turning green in the face, he uttered, "You have nothing to say, is it? Very well then. Die." The 7 swords of different length floating next to Zhuo Jianchen immediately sailed toward Lu Yi. They closed the distance in the blink of an eye. A sword cultivator's flying swords were notoriously swift and deadly. It was the main reason they were able to kill those above their cultivation level. Lu Ye's understanding of sword cultivators was actually pretty lacking compared to other factions, but he knew Zhuo Jianchen was no small fry from the fact that he could command 7 flying weapons. His mind must be incredibly powerful, though he was still nowhere close to Yu Lianzhou's level. From what he heard, Yu Lianzhou could control 20 flying weapons at the same time, which was nearly 3 times more than Zhuo Jianchen. If he were to compare him to Li Baxian, then they didn't even belong in the same league. The amount of swords Li Baxian could control at the Spirit Creek realm was an unbreakable world record, not just because he was uniquely talented in this regard, but also because he had lingered at the Spirit Creek realm for too long. During the decade he was stuck at the Heaven Grade 8th Order realm, the only thing he could do besides guarding the Devoted One's outpost was to improve his mind. That was why he became capable of controlling 100 flying weapons, and why his foundation as a Cloud River Realm cultivator far exceeded most other Cloud River Realm cultivators. Lu Yi wasn't idle when the 7 swords flew toward him. His own flying weapons shot forward to meet the enemy weapons in combat. For a time, the duo simply stood where they were while their flying weapons clashed against one another and sent sparks flying. Lu Yi was pretty confident in his telekinesis skills because he had a powerful divine soul, which in turn meant that he had a powerful mind. A powerful mind was greatly beneficial to one's control over their spirit artifacts and spiritual power. He did not think there was anyone in the Spirit Creek battlefield whose divine soul was stronger than his, and while he dared not claim to be the current champion of the way of telekinesis, he was certain that Zhuo Jianchen was not it either. The flying weapons clashed again and again in between the 2 cultivators. It was almost as if the spirit artifacts were alive as they attempted to hunt each other down. Unfortunately for Zhuo Jianchen, it took only a moment for his flying swords to fall into a complete disadvantage. The reason for this was 1, Lu Yi had more flying weapons than him, and 2, he could imbue them with various glyphs. It was a unique advantage Zhuo Jianchen could not hope to match. It was clear Zhuo Jianchen realized that he couldn't win via telekinesis either. Once his flying swords were driven back to his side, he abruptly channeled his spiritual power and summoned them back to him, to spin around him like a top. Then he launched them at Lu Ye's flying weapons once more. This time, it was Lu Ye's flying weapons that were sent flying. Lu Yi immediately recognized the attack as a sword field. His knowledge of sword cultivators might be lacking, but that of sword fields wasn't. Generally speaking, it took 3 ordinary cultivators, at least, to form any sort of field. However, a powerful sword cultivator could form a sword field single-handedly because they could control multiple flying swords at once. A sword field made of 7 swords could not be underestimated. They knocked Lu Ye's flying weapons away as forcefully as thunder and reached him in the blink of an eye. It was too late to bring back his flying weapons, so Lu Yi unsheathed the inviolable and swung at the deadly swords in front of him. Beneath the ground, Yi was watching Lu Yi being pushed back uncontrollably by the sword field. Worse still, Zhuo Jianchen was preparing behind the sword field and becoming one with his swords. He charged Lu Yi the moment he was ready. Yi remained calm, however, and did not try to help Lu Yi. To Lu Yi, the Scroll of Supremacy was just another method to temper himself. His 4th senior brother's advice to rush to the highest possible rank in the shortest amount possible only fired him up more. After all, there was no faster way to grow one's strength besides fighting all sorts of enemies in a battle to the death. Unfortunately, every enemy he had encountered so far was so weak he couldn't get anything out of the experience. That was until they encountered this sword cultivator today. Naturally, Yi wasn't going to spoil his fun. While Lu Yi was holding off the sword field, he manipulated his 9 flying weapons to attack Shu Jianchen. The sword cultivator immediately sensed the killing intents and acted to block the attack with his sword. He was successful, but he was shocked to discover that his wrist was turning numb from the successive impacts. How was it possible for a combat cultivator's telekinesis strength and speed to be so powerful? The loss of concentration caused a flaw to appear in the sword field. Lu Yi immediately thrust his saber into the flaw and launched a jet of spiritual power. The attack instantly blew apart the sword field and caused the swords to fall toward the ground like meteors. Lu Yi took a moment to collect himself. Then he pounced on Shu Jianchen like a tiger. The saber clashed shrilly against the sword before the 2 men were pushed away from each other. For a time, they simply stared at each other with less than 3 meters separating them. One of them looked like he would swallow his opponent piece by piece, while the other was as cool as ice. "I'm going to kill you," Shu Jianchen uttered through gritted teeth. At first, he was quite worried for his life as everyone who accepted Lu Yi's challenge had died without even being able to surrender. Now that he had fought the man, he discovered that everyone had overestimated Lu Yi. It was true that he was strong, he couldn't have climbed to this rank and challenged him otherwise, but that was all. He even thought he could win if he tried a little harder. If he did, he would bring unparalleled honor to both the Thousand Demon Ridge and his sect. Shu Jianchen let out an angry yell and shot blossoms of sword energy at Lu Yi. However, a single slash was all it took to scatter them all. Shu Jianchen felt a sudden chill around his chest area and instinctively floated a few steps away from Lu Yi. He shot the young man an incredulous look before looking down at his chest. It had to be a hallucination. Somehow, the young man had cut his chest deep enough to unfold the flesh. Even worse, it was so fast that he, a sword cultivator, couldn't react to it. Shu Jianchen suddenly wondered if he was dreaming. A moment ago, he thought that his opponent was beatable. Now, he was considering a possibility he hadn't until now. Had Lu Yi been hiding his strength this whole time? He hadn't considered this sooner because he did not think it was possible for anyone to hide their strength while challenging the scroll of supremacy. He didn't manage to continue his thought process because Lu Yi was already right in front of him. He was forced to raise his sword to block a downward swing. An unimaginable force struck him like the hammer of the heavens. Both him and his flying spirit artifacts instantly shot toward the ground like a meteor. Boom! Dust flew everywhere as Shu Jianchen hit the ground. As he forced himself to stand up, blood bubbled around the edges of his lips, and his bones felt like they could fall apart at any moment. His eyes were full of disbelief, and he couldn't figure out how Lu Yi had managed to crush him so utterly just now. The sudden, explosive force the young man had displayed was nothing like he had ever heard, much less felt. His flying spirit artifact was lying next to his feet, but it was basically broken after that impact. Flying spirit artifacts were generally quite fragile. He staggered a few steps before looking up into the sky. However, Lu Yi was nowhere to be seen. He was just watching his surroundings when suddenly, he heard footsteps coming from the side. He turned around and saw Lu Yi walking slowly toward him. Somehow, he felt even more pressure than ever before, so much so that his breathing was starting to feel constricted. Shu Jianchen pointed his sword at Lu Yi and yelled, "Why didn't you go all out from the start?" He had realized far too late that Lu Yi hadn't brought out his full strength. That was why he thought for a moment it was possible to win. What the fuck is this? It's not enough that he humiliated my junior sister, he must humiliate me as well to satisfy his perverted desires? Lu Yi was going to ignore Shu Jianchen's question, but in the end he said, "I wanted to check out how strong a ranker between the 30th to the 40th places." After the first 3 upper 50 rankers he killed, everyone he challenged afterward had rejected his challenge request immediately. As a result, he knew nothing about the strength of the rankers in this range. Since Shu Jianchen was kind enough to accept his challenge, of course he wasn't going to kill him that quickly. And it's a bit disappointing. Shu Jianchen's eyes twitched uncontrollably at the careless yet scathing comment. He was about to say more when he saw Lu Yi charging toward him again, spiritual power rising. I roar. Zhuo Jianchen only managed to say one word before he felt like his head was struck by a hammer. For an instant he couldn't tell where he was or what he was doing. That said, he was a sword cultivator, one who could control 7 flying weapons at once no less. At the very least, his mind was tougher than the generic Spirit Creek Realm cultivator. That was why he was able to finish his declaration the moment he regained his consciousness: surrender. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lu Yi was already standing behind him and sheathing his sword. Zhuo Jianchen exhaled slightly and looked at the clouds above him. He then murmured, "So this is how." This was how Lu Yi had prevented his allies from being able to surrender. He did finish his sentence, but in the end, it was just a little too late. The 34th name on the scroll of supremacy shuddered a little. Then, it crumbled and was replaced by Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect. Chapter 399, Are You Lu Yi Me? Zhuo Jianchen of the Rainmaker sect, the 34th ranker of the Scroll of Supremacy, was slain by Lu Yi. The news swiftly spread to every corner of the battlefield, and even Jiuzhou like it had wings, stunning the world. When Lu Yi was still at the bottom half of the Scroll of Supremacy, and every 1,000 Demon Ridge ranker he fought had been slain without question. It was thought it was because his opponents were so weak that they didn't even have the chance to surrender. But what about now? Zhuo Jianchen was the 34th ranker. He couldn't possibly be so weak that he didn't even have the chance to surrender, could he? Not to mention that he was a sword cultivator. There was no chance he had chosen to fight Lu Yi to the death either. No one was that stupid. In any case, countless people were watching Lu Yi's progress and wondering where his limits lay. The top 20? Top 10? Maybe even the champion. Meanwhile, the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators sitting above Lu Yi on the Scroll of Supremacy were feeling more pressured than ever before. After killing Zhuo Jianchen, Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect once again shot through the rankings at meteoric speed. In less than half a tea time, he had gone from the 34th place to the 20th place. Every 1,000 Demon Ridge ranker within this range had rejected Lu Yi's challenge request. They did not think they were overwhelmingly stronger than Zhuo Jianchen, and the sword cultivator had still been slain without being able to surrender. With so many unknown factors in play, it was only natural that they weren't going to risk their lives. But of course, Lu Yi's journey up the Scroll of Supremacy wasn't going to be smooth sailing the whole way. The size of a ranker's confidence was proportional to their rank, and most of them firmly believed that they could do what the others couldn't do. That was why the 17th ranker did not hesitate to accept Lu Yi's challenge. In fact, they didn't even keep Lu Yi waiting for long. 10 breaths after Lu Yi sent out the challenge request, both combatants were teleported to the battlefield. This proved that the 17th ranker had been preparing themselves for this battle for a while. They were just waiting for Lu Yi to challenge them. The battlefield turned out to be Lu Yi's favorite. It was small enough that he did not need to waste time searching for his opponent, and it was pretty suitable for close-quarters combat. Lu Yi looked up and saw a tall, muscular man with bronze-colored skin. His vitality was as powerful as his physique might suggest. He had no doubt that his opponent was a body-tempering cultivator. What caught Lu Yi's attention was the man had a pair of long, curled horns growing out of the edges of his forehead. Not only that, his upper body was bare, and he had colorful tattoos on his chest, waist, and arms. Are those visible tattoos? There were millions and millions of cultivators in Jiuzhou, and everyone possessed their own distinct personality. Some people were shy and reserved, and some were passionate and exuberant. This body-tempering cultivator, for example, was probably a show-off. The fact that the guy had multiple visible tattoos on his body alone was proof that he wasn't someone to be messed with. A weaker cultivator would have felt massive pressure at the sight of these visible tattoos alone. After all, it was impossible to tell what amazing powers they might possess until the enemy had revealed them. Lu Yi looked at the 2 curled horns on his opponent's forehead again. Assuming he wasn't mistaken, his opponent was probably a mutant cultivator. Most mutant cultivators possessed great vitality and were naturally suited to become body-tempering cultivators. This guy in particular was even wearing a pair of vambraces and spiked gloves. They were clearly high-quality spirit artifacts as well. This was the first time Lu Yi encountered a body-tempering cultivator who did not wield a shield spirit artifact. That was how he knew his opponent must be incredibly resilient. There were multiple types of body-tempering cultivators, and the mutant cultivator in front of him was the aggressive type. Their damage output might not rival that of a combat cultivator, but their tough defense more than made up for that weakness. "Are you Lu Yi?" The mutant cultivator cried from a distance. Lu Ye's response was to eject his flying weapons and send them flying toward the mutant cultivator. When the first one reached the mutant cultivator, he only needed to swing his hand once to send it flying. However, the second, third, fourth and more were right behind it. Metallic clanks resounded in the battlefield as the mutant cultivator repeatedly knocked the flying weapons away with his Vambrace spirit artifact. A while later, he got annoyed and taunted, "Come over yourself if you dare." Lu Yi simply ignored the mutant cultivator and continued harrying the mutant cultivator with his flying weapons. From time to time, he would even imbue them with a glyph to catch his enemy off guard. And it did. The mutant cultivator grew visibly angry and attempted to break through the storm of metal. However, Lu Yi was able to drive him back each time. One thing Lu Yi had to give the mutant cultivator credit for was that he was surprisingly nimble for his size. He hadn't been able to injure him once even though he was attacking with 9 flying weapons. Not only that, Lu Yi realized that the mutant cultivator was only pretending to be angry. He was wearing an expression that suggested that he was out of his mind with anger, but in reality his eyes were calm and steady. "Wuxia, I'm so angry, meh. I'm gonna kill you." Some time later, the mutant cultivator let out an angry roar. Then, the tattoo in front of his chest abruptly shone and summoned what looked like a blood-red beast that Lu Yi could not recognize. It let out a mighty roar that shook the eardrums and blew all 9 of Lu Ye's flying weapons away. The mutant cultivator immediately used this opportunity to barrel down on Lu Yi like a mountain. He was able to close the gap and bring down his fist. Lu Yi nimbly leaped into the air to dodge the attack. While he was above the mutant cultivator's head, he unsheathed the inviolable and slashed at the back of his opponent's neck. However, the mutant cultivator once again displayed an uncanny level of agility by turning around faster than Lu Yi thought was possible and punching toward the inviolable. At the same time, he aimed his free hand at Lu Yi and conjured what looked like a round disc at the center of his palm. It was a spell. Who would have thought that this brawny, outwardly rash body-tempering cultivator would be a spell cultivator as well? Judging from his casting speed, his talent in spell cultivation was pretty high, too. A look of triumph flashed across the mutant cultivator's face. On the surface, he had made a rash attack and exposed his weak spot to his enemy. In reality, he was just baiting Lu Yi into his trap. He had killed many Grand Sky Coalition rankers this way. Twang. The inviolable slammed into the man's metal-clad fist. The mutant cultivator immediately tensed because he felt as if he was punching a mountain, not a saber. His knees buckled, and his knees nearly hit the ground. At the same time, Lu Yi was sailing across the air as well. The punch had been astoundingly powerful. The mutant cultivator immediately crouched to adjust his center of gravity before firing the spell he had been channeling at Lu Yi, striking him squarely in the chest. It was a spell that contained both spiritual power and vitality. The attack pushed Lu Yi further towards the edge of the battlefield before he finally landed on his feet. After the unnatural force pressing down on his shoulders had disappeared, the mutant cultivator rose to his feet and looked at Lu Yi. His eyes twitched when he realized that the young man who was just catching himself looked perfectly unharmed. He had heard for a long time that Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect used a defensive glyph to protect himself from hard hits. Now, he had finally witnessed it with his own eyes. His spell had definitely struck Lu Yi, but he clearly saw a glyph barrier appearing out of nowhere and blocking it at the last moment. As a result, all his surprise attack had gotten him was a disheveled appearance. There was around 100 meters of distance between the two. The mutant cultivator grinned at Lu Yi before saying, "As a body-tempering cultivator, it's only right that I know a handful of spells, meh?" Lu Yi nodded silently before dipping his head and walking toward the mutant cultivator. A second later, he abruptly blurred and left a series of afterimages behind him. The mutant cultivator blanched instantly. At the Spirit Creek realm level, this was the first time he saw anyone who could move so quickly. He hurriedly focused his eyes and attempted to identify Lu Ye's direction, but the combat cultivator was already swinging his saber at him. He hurriedly raised his arms to block the attack only to realize that he had been tricked. His senses told him that there was a terrific burst of spiritual power aimed straight at his back. He hastily turned around and swung his arm. Quang! The inviolable slammed against the vambrace caused sparks to fly. Once again, he felt as if a mountain had struck him. The mutant cultivator forced himself to remain steady, but a blast of heat struck him before he could catch himself completely. He saw what looked like a fire phoenix straight out of the myths flying straight toward him. The heat was unbearable even from a distance. Oh yeah, Lu Yi is an expert in spellcasting as well. Not only that, his casting speed and strength were clearly a cut above his. The fiery spell enveloped the mutant cultivator. However, a terrific burst of vitality tore the fire phoenix to shreds and revealed his muscular body. Before he could glimpse his surroundings though, Lu Yi's saber was flying toward him yet again. He just barely managed to block it before the fire phoenix engulfed it once more. Saber, spell, saber, spell, saber, spell. It was as if it would never end. From a third person's perspective, the mutant cultivator was going up and down again like he was doing squat exercises in the middle of combat. He wanted to escape Lu Yi's seemingly endless saber and spell attack, but of course the combat cultivator wasn't going to allow him to do so. The mutant cultivator was obviously frustrated. His body was strong, but there was only so much it could endure against an unreasonable opponent like Lu Yi. At the same time, he chided himself for showing off his spells when he could have just stuck to more conventional, body-tempering cultivator-like tactics. As a consequence of pissing off the combat cultivator, death was now breathing down his neck. Suddenly, he heard a shatter that turned his blood into ice. It was his vambraces shattering after receiving heavens know how many strikes from Lu Yi. He hurriedly activated the tattoo on his chest and let out a mighty roar that blew away his enemy's attacks. He then seized the opportunity to put some distance between himself and Lu Yi while panting heavily. The duo were now 30 meters apart. There wasn't a single hair to be found on the mutant cultivator's skin, not because he was hairless to begin with, but because the fire phoenixes had burned it all. Lu Yi's gaze darted between the mutant cultivator's abdomen and his arms. Something about the tattoos didn't feel right. "What are you looking at?" "Yeah, they're normal tattoos." "So what?" "I like having tattoos, okay?" The mutant cultivator erupted in embarrassment and anger. As it turned out, the only tattoo on the mutant cultivator's body that was a tattoo-type glyph was the one on his chest. The rest were just normal tattoos. Of course, they looked no different from a visible tattoo, so revealing them was one way to put pressure on his opponents. Chapter 400, Guingzi. The reason Lu Yi hadn't gone all out before was because he was wary of the other tattoos, and because he wanted to know how strong a top 20 ranker was. Now that he knew that the other tattoos were fake and experienced his opponents their strength, there was no need to hold back any longer. He crouched slightly and kept his saber pointed diagonally toward the ground. Then he empowered himself with windwalk and took off like a crack of thunder. Sensing Lu Yi's killing intent, the mutant cultivator hurriedly called out, "A roar!" Amber made its first move ever in this battle, but this time the tiger's roar didn't affect the mutant cultivator nearly as much as it should have. He blanked out for only an instant before he recovered and finished his call for surrender. Lu Yi dashed past the mutant cultivator and slashed his neck with an inviolable that was empowered by two sharp edges. However, an invisible energy had already wrapped the mutant cultivator. It prevented the fatal attack from doing even the slightest bit of damage to the mutant cultivator. It was the protection of the heavens. The mutant cultivator rubbed his neck in terror as his figure swiftly turned transparent. Soon he was out of the battlefield. He escaped? Yi asked while showing herself. Lu Yi nodded his head slightly. In fact, he had already noticed this problem when he fought Jianghu before. The stronger the rancor, the more resistant they were against Amber's roar, and the harder they were to kill. In fact, Jianghu had managed to call for surrender at the same time Lu Yi had beheaded him. The sword cultivator could have saved his own life if he was just a little faster. The mutant cultivator was 17 ranks above Jianghu. Naturally, he was stronger and more resistant toward Amber's roar. Should I help out during the next battle? Yi asked. Sure. After challenging the scroll of supremacy for the past few days, Lu Yi now had a clear idea of his exact strength. He should not have too much trouble defeating his opponents, but killing them was probably going to be impossible very soon. That was why he decided to accept Yi's offer to help. After they returned to the wooden building, Lu Yi took a short rest before issuing his next challenge. At the same time, the Thousand Demon Ridge finally figured out how Lu Yi was able to kill every rancor he had fought. It was because his tamed beast's roar could attack the divine soul. No wonder the rancors weren't able to surrender before they were killed. It wasn't until the former 17th rancor had escaped by the skin of his teeth that they finally gained the intel. Thanks to the mutant cultivator's intel, the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators who ranked above him were finally able to relax. They were certain they weren't inferior to the mutant cultivator. If he could survive Lu Yi, then they could too. What happened next stunned everyone, however. The 16th, 14th and 11th Thousand Demon Ridge rankers had all been killed by Lu Yi. Practically everyone within this range belonged to a Tier 1 sect. They also had an extremely high chance of entering the Divine Ocean Realm in the future. Now, that future had been cut short. The sect elders of those rankers were all incredibly sad that their disciples were slain by Lu Yi. The Thousand Demon Ridge's hatred for him deepened even more. They also did not understand why the 17th rancor had survived when the other three above him had died. To date, no one knew that Yi was teleported into the Scroll of Supremacy's battlefield alongside Lu Yi because everyone who saw her had died. With Yi acting as the knife in the back, none of these Thousand Demon Ridge rankers were able to survive the match even if they were strong enough to resist Amber's roar. Now, Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect was sitting on the 11th spot of the Scroll of Supremacy. He only needed to advance one more placement to enter the top 10. In fact, there were multiple benchmarks in the Scroll of Supremacy. The 50th spot was a benchmark, the 30th spot was another benchmark, and the 10th spot was the final benchmark. The difference in strength between one cultivator above the benchmark and another who was below was massive. If Lu Yi really managed to enter the top 10, then it meant he was qualified to enter the strongest echelon of the Spirit Creek realm. The last Heaven 8 cultivator to enter the top 10 was Li Baxian, but his situation was special. He was originally a Heaven 9 cultivator until his spiritual point was damaged and his cultivation level dropped. If Lu Yi managed to win his next match, then he would be the first true Heaven 8 cultivator to enter the strongest echelon of the Spirit Creek realm. Everyone knew that Lu Yi wasn't going to challenge the 10th ranker on the Scroll of Supremacy because they belonged to the Grand Sky Coalition. His next target was the 9th-placed Guangzi. Everyone was watching with bated breaths. Everyone wanted to know if a top 10 ranker would be strong enough to stop Lu Yi's advance. It was at this moment Lu Yi defied everyone's expectations by suddenly going AWOL for more than half a day straight. Guangzi reported that he had not received a challenge request either. While the Thousand Demon Ridge was glad to postpone the inevitable, it only gave rise to more worry. It was clear that the 11th spot would not be Lu Yi's final stop. The only reason he temporarily stopped advancing was because he was resting. He wanted to enter the next battle in the best possible condition. Their guess was spot on. Lu Yi had barely rested since he restarted his climb, and the top 10 rankers on the Scroll of Supremacy were literally the 10 best cultivators in the entire Spirit Creek battlefield. Naturally, he wasn't going to fight them in less than optimal condition. A cultivator's performance wasn't just determined by their cultivation level, but also their status and their ability to improvise in the middle of combat. At the courtyard, Wuxia had once again cooked a tableful of strange dishes he had never even seen before. Still, Lu Yi did not hesitate to consume them all. Whatever strange plant or creature they were made from, they all tasted fantastic to his taste buds. Of course, this was only possible because he possessed the Tree of Glyphs. Generally speaking, only someone with incredible detoxification abilities could enjoy Wuxia's food. Lu Yi was leaning against his chair and letting out a satisfied burp when suddenly, he recalled something and looked at Wuxia. "Aren't you going to challenge the Scroll of Supremacy?" He knew little about Wuxia's current strength or even the techniques she used, but she had more than proven her strength by making it all the way to the myriad poison forest alone and killing heavens know how many thousand Demon Ridge cultivators on the way. Most people didn't even know what killed them before they died. If he had to choose between Wuxia and the current number 1 of the Scroll of Supremacy as his final opponent, he would choose the current number 1 every time. In other words, Wuxia was qualified to challenge the Scroll of Supremacy. "There's no hurry," Wuxia replied, unconcerned, while putting away the dishes with it. "My cultivation level is still a little lacking. I'll think about it when I'm Heaven 9. "How many more spiritual points do you need?" Lu Yi asked. 20 to 30, give or take?" Wuxia shot him a smirk before leaving. Lu Yi's eyes twitched once. By now, he had noticed that Wuxia's cultivation was growing at an unbelievable rate since he came to the Myriad Poison Forest. His cultivation level used to be leagues ahead of hers, but now they were both Heaven 8 cultivators. Even better, she had somehow unlocked more spiritual points than him and surpassed him. Sure, he hadn't spent much time cultivating as of late due to the Scroll of Supremacy, but objectively speaking, he did not think he could keep up with her even if he had devoted all of his time to cultivating. What on earth is her inheritance? After resting for a full day and entering peak form, Lu Yi connected his mind to the Scroll of Supremacy and issued the 9th ranker on the Scroll of Supremacy a challenge request. His opponent accepted his challenge. A while later, the heavens enveloped him and Amber and teleported them to the battlefield. The battlefield this time was over 5 kilometers in radius and filled with large trees and thick foliage. It was a forest. This battlefield actually reminded Lu Yi of the Misty Mountains. It was perfect for concealing oneself. Considering his opponent was named Guiyingzi, Lu Yi knew that he was probably a ghost cultivator. That was why he wasn't surprised in the least when he saw the forest around him. He had already left to search for Guiyingzi. Lu Yi threw a couple spirit pills into his mouth and grabbed a book from his storage bag after he found a clean place to sit. Time passed bit by bit. For the first time, Yi's efforts had not borne fruit. Despite scouring through the entire battlefield several times with a fine-tooth comb, it was as if Guiyingzi had vanished from the battlefield. Lu Yi hadn't been attacked either. He had been cultivating and reading this whole time. Lu Yi had fought some ghost cultivators in the previous battles, but they never waited too long before skulking to Lu Yi's location and attempting to end his life in one strike. Naturally, none of them lived to see another day. This ghost cultivator, on the other hand, was a little different from what he had come to expect. Not only did he hide himself so well that even Yi couldn't find him, he had not approached Lu Yi recklessly. Lu Yi was sure the ghost cultivator was observing him from nearby though. His senses were informing him that he was being watched. Unfortunately, it was not enough to identify the ghost cultivator's location. On a tree over 100 meters away from Lu Yi's location, Guiyingzi was clinging to a branch and watching Lu Yi silently like a ghost. This was a battlefield, and yet Lu Yi was reading a book like he was on a camping trip. It was obvious the combat cultivator was trying to bait him to get closer. As the strongest ghost cultivator not just on the Scroll of Supremacy, but also the entire Spirit Creek battlefield, Guiyingzi wasn't so easily fooled. A ghost cultivator could be many things, but an impatient ghost cultivator could never be an outstanding ghost cultivator. They must be able to wait until the moment the enemy truly revealed a chink in their armor before baring their fangs. Time passed slowly. Countless cultivators were dying to know the outcome of this battle, but Lu Yi was reading a book and cultivating, while Guiyingzi was waiting patiently for his opening to arrive. Not a single sound could be heard in the entire battlefield. The sky slowly darkened over time. This discovery surprised Lu Yi. He had never stayed on the Scroll of Supremacy's battlefield for so long. That was why he didn't know that it had a day-night cycle. This made him wonder if the rumors that the Scroll of Supremacy's battlefields were actual places on Jianghu had some truth to it after all. At the very least, it seemed like the time in this battlefield was identical to that of Jianghu and the Spirit Creek battlefield. He rubbed his stomach. He was feeling a little hungry. So, he put away his book and took out a few chunks of raw meat from his storage bag. He threw half of them to Amber and set the rest atop the bonfire. The meat came from the Misty Mountains. Specifically, it belonged to the spirit beasts he killed during his time there. Chapter 401, The Bastard Did It. Soon, a fragrant scent began to spread throughout the forest. Melted fat dripped onto the bonfire and caused some sizzling noises. After dinner was finished, Lu Yi continued to read his books until it was over midnight. He then closed his eyes and napped until dawn broke. The situation did not change even when it was the second day. This was easily the most boring fight Lu Yi had ever experienced in his life. His opponent hadn't revealed himself yet, and he was still unable to find him. He knew he would win if this situation continued though. He could eat and drink to replenish his stamina anytime he wanted, but Guiyingzi could not because he needed to remain hidden. Any unnecessary movement could potentially expose his location and doom him. Lu Yi wasn't going to allow this battle to drag out any longer than it already had though. Guiyingzi could forego food or drink for days if he wanted to, and he was more than willing to go up against Lu Yi in a battle of patience. The same could not be said for Lu Yi. So, he shut the book in his hands and rose to his feet. He then grabbed a couple of ward flags from his storage bag and began planting in all 4 directions of his camp. First, he built the basic framework of a ward using the ward flags. Then, he completed the internal structure with his spiritual power. Just a moment later, a ward nearly 300 meters in diameter was formed. The ward was just a simple alarm ward, so it took far less time and effort to set up than most wards. One of the greatest benefits of the ward was that it covered a wide range and cost very little spiritual power. There was nothing Lu Yi could do against Guiyingzi if the man refused to show himself. As long as the combatants did not break the heavens rules, practically everything and anything was allowed in the challenge battle of the Scroll of Supremacy. It might look like Guiyingzi's strategy was boring at best and bullshit at worst, but whoever said that a battle of endurance and patience didn't count as a battle? Lu Yi was going to flip the table on Guiyingzi though. Since the battlefield was just 8 kilometers in radius at maximum, his plan was to cover the entire battlefield in alarm wards. Unless Guiyingzi was an expert in wards and knew how to avoid triggering an alarm ward, it was only a matter of time before Lu Yi drove the bastard out of his hidey hole. And so Lu Yi spent the entire second day setting up alarm wards and removing Guiyingzi's breathing space inch by inch. Of course, this tactic would have been impossible if he hadn't bought a ridiculous amount of ward flags from the Divine Trade Association earlier. A full day passed, and over half of the battlefield was covered in alarm wards. To Lu Yi's disbelief, the heavens-damned ghost cultivator still hadn't showed himself. Perhaps he was counting on the slim chance that Lu Yi would not have enough ward flags to cover up the entire battlefield. If that was true, then there was still a chance he could remain hidden and wait for his opponent to finally let slip his guard. Realizing what his opponent might be thinking, Lu Yi abruptly turned his storage bag upside down and dropped every ward flag it had on the ground. When Guiyingzi saw the literal hill of ward flags beside Lu Yi's feet, he knew the combat cultivator did, in fact, have enough ward flags to cover the entire battlefield. If he did not make a move before Lu Yi finished his, then he would surely be exposed by tomorrow at the latest. Gui Yingzi thought for a brief moment before mumbling something under his breath. An instant later, he disappeared completely from the battlefield. On the other side, Lu Yi suddenly paused in his tracks. It was because the heavens informed him that he had won. When he decided to show off how many ward flags he had thought it would simply force Gui Yingzi to attempt an assassination by tonight. He never thought that the ghost cultivator would surrender the battle outright. Then again, why would the ghost cultivator not surrender? A ghost cultivator's advantage lay in their ability to approach their target without being detected. While this method was generally effective against most people, Gui Yingzi wasn't confident it would work on Lu Yi at all. Not to mention that the combat cultivator might have set up some sort of entrapment ward around his person. In any case, to attempt an assassination under such disadvantageous circumstances was akin to committing suicide. Ward cultivators were basically the bane of all ghost cultivators when their cultivation level was low. Of course, that would change when the ghost cultivator's cultivation level was higher, and they had studied wards enough to slip through the cracks, so to speak. Although Gui Yingzi was gone, Lu Yi and Yi's woes weren't over yet. They had to pick up all the ward flags that were scattered throughout the battlefield. You absolutely need to kill Gui Yingzi if we ever run into him again in the future, Lu Yi. He complained while packing up the items. I agree, but before that, I'm going to beat him within an inch of his life, pass him off to Wuxia to heal him back to full health, then beat him within an inch of his life again before I finally... Lu Yi ranted just as furiously. Seriously, he would rather be hunted by thousands and thousands of cultivators than wasting 2 full days and win, without even seeing his opponent's face. As if that wasn't bad enough, they couldn't even leave immediately because they had to pack up the ward flags. This was beyond vile. Outside the battlefield, everyone saw Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect replacing Gui Yingzi as the 9th ranker. It was a feat that stunned the world as a matter of course. The bastard had done it. He had entered the top 10 of the Scroll of Supremacy as a Heaven 8 cultivator, proving that he was truly among the best of the best at the Spirit Creek realm level. As if that wasn't amazing enough, he was just a Heaven 8 cultivator. He could still ascend higher. That was what truly scared the Thousand Demon Ridge. Theoretically speaking, Lu Yi only needed to fight one more fight to challenge the champion. However, everyone knew he wasn't going to do that. The combat cultivator had challenged every Thousand Demon Ridge ranker above his spot since he began his climb, and he wasn't about to change his policy now. Lu Yi's next target was the 6th ranker. Not only had it taken him 2 whole days to defeat Gui Yingzi, he never got to swing his blade even once. To say that he was frustrated and itching for an actual fight would be an understatement. That was why he was planning to vent it all on the 6th ranker. His challenge request was accepted with little delay. Once his opponent had chosen the terrain, the heavens enveloped him in its power and teleported him to the battlefield. Although his vision was still blinded by white light, he could hear the sound of waves and smell a salty scent in the air. It immediately reminded him of his days at the Battle Royale of the Legates with Wuxia. Unless he was gravely mistaken, the battlefield his opponent chose was most likely on the sea. He was right. Once his vision recovered, he looked around and noted that he was on an island. The island was very small. It was 30 meters or so in radius at best. There was another small island about hundreds of meters away across the sea. Judging from the fact that the 2 islands looked almost identical, they were probably twin islands. Standing on the opposite island was a young man in loose robes. He looked to be in his 20s. Although he wasn't particularly handsome, he wore a look of unswerving determination. Lu Yi reckoned that the man was a spell cultivator. Not only that, he was probably a water attribute spell cultivator. That was the only reason he would choose a battlefield like this. Everyone knew that Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect was a fire-type attribute combat cultivator, and this battlefield both countered him and complemented the spell cultivator's strength to the fullest. First things first, Lu Yi had to fly to the other island to get close to his opponent. While he was in the air, his opponent could attack him one-sidedly without fearing retaliation. Staying on his island wasn't an option either. He would still be attacked one-sidedly because his opponent was a spell cultivator. This was the first time Lu Yi entered a battlefield where the conditions perfectly complemented the opponent's strengths and undermined his. He was actually impressed they managed to find a terrain like this considering that there were hundreds and hundreds of battlefields to choose from. What surprised Lu Yi even more was the sea itself wasn't peaceful. Even from the island, he could see all kinds of massive shadows lurking beneath the water surface. The chances he might survive a fall into the waters were slim. Yi would not be able to get close to the enemy without risking her life either. "Are you Lu Yi?" The spell cultivator moved to the edge of his island and attempted to communicate with Lu Yi. The response he got was 9 flying weapons rushing straight toward his face. However, the spell cultivator simply stayed where he was and did not move a muscle. The flying weapons stopped less than 10 meters away from the spell cultivator. They shook in place for a second before being withdrawn by Lu Yi. It wasn't that Lu Yi did not want to attack his enemy, but because that was the maximum range of his telekinesis. If he pushed them further, then he would only be giving his enemy his weapons. "I have long heard that your skill in the way of telekinesis is superb, and that your range far surpasses that of your cultivation realm. I can see that your reputation is well-deserved." The spell cultivator praised Lu Yi without reservation. "However, it is pointless to try and attack me from your island, fellow cultivator. The distance between our islands is almost 300 meters. There is no way you can reach me from there." That was what he said, but he was really shocked on the inside. He had exaggerated Lu Ye's telekinesis range in his head as much as possible, but it turned out that he had still underestimated the combat cultivator. If his telekinesis range was just 10 meters longer, then he would have been able to hit him from the other island. A ball of water abruptly appeared in the spell cultivator's palm. With a flick of his wrist, he launched the spell at Lu Yi like an arrow. It exploded into many tiny arrows in mid-air before raining on Lu Yi. Spells are different. Spells have a much longer range than telekinesis. It was common knowledge that spells had a longer range than telekinesis. That was why most spell cultivators did not refine flying weapons for their own use. Their spells could do anything a flying weapon could do and more. That was when the spell cultivator saw a fire phoenix flying toward him. The spell cultivator immediately responded. Once again, he launched a ball of water into the air, but this time it took a different form. Sometimes, it transformed into arrows. Sometimes, it transformed into a water dragon. In any case, to guess what the next ball of water would transform into was an exercise in futility. Lu Yi had to admit that the spell cultivator was the 6th ranker for good reason. Given the right circumstances, he was like a siege tower that could fire all kinds of exquisite spells at high speed. Lu Yi did not spend much effort on the way of spell cultivators, but his spell casting speed wasn't slow either. He did witness the birth and demise of a sacred beast when receiving glyph, Fire Phoenix after all. His understanding of the Fire Phoenix technique far exceeded a conventional spell cultivator's. That was why his Fire Phoenix technique was at least several times stronger than what they used to be. Fire attribute spells were explosive, while water attribute spells were manipulative. While the spell cultivator's explosive power was inferior to Lu Ye's casting speed and frequency were far inferior to his. It was the difference between a professional and a casual. One more thing Lu Yi noticed was that his Fire Phoenix technique was less effective than usual due to the environment. It was at least 30% weaker than it usually was. Impressive. Truly impressive. The spell cultivator grew more and more excited as he dueled Lu Yi. "You are the first combat cultivator I've ever seen to hone his spells to this extent. This is meaningless though, fellow cultivator. At this rate you're going to lose." Chapter 402, Feeling a Little Tilted. The reason the spell cultivator was so confident was because Lu Yi had fallen into complete disadvantage in the spell battle. Lu Yi was dueling a pro as a casual. It would be stranger if he was winning. By now, the space between the two combatants was completely covered in mist due to the clash between fire and water. Not only that, the spell cultivator had hidden many balls of water within the mist. Due to the environment, Lu Ye's fire phoenix was 30% weaker than it should be the second it manifested from his palm. Its power only decreased further as it passed through the thick mist. Finally, it was usually intercepted before it could even cross half the distance to the spell cultivator. The spell battle was still ongoing, but it was clear that the barrage was pushing closer and closer toward Lu Yi. He was unable to turn the tables even if he went all out. You do not need to be frustrated, fellow cultivator. The reason I'm winning is only because I hold the geographical advantage. Had I encountered you outside, I am sure you'd be able to get close to me and defeat me. Although the spell cultivator was dominant in this battle, his words were surprisingly humble. It even sounded like he was trying to comfort Lu Yi. However, the spell cultivator belonged to the Thousand Demon Ridge, and Lu Yi was part of the Grand Sky Coalition. His behavior was anything but normal. This meant that his comforting words were really deliberate provocation. He made it sound like he would be a helpless chick if Lu Yi could just cross the sea and get to him. It was a bait he didn't even bother to conceal. Lu Yi had to admit that the spell cultivator had a silver tongue. He knew exactly how to provoke the enemy into anger in just a few short sentences. There was currently 300 meters of distance between Lu Yi and the spell cultivator. The only way he could fight the enemy in melee was to fly to him on his flying spirit artifact. However, that was a risky maneuver at best against a spell cultivator who was like an intelligent siege tower. A single mistake would mean the end of his life. However, Lu Yi could not stay where he was either. If he did not fly over, then this battle was as good as lost. So, Lu Yi brought out his flying spirit artifact and leaped onto it. He then plunged head first into the mist at tremendous speed. By now, the mist had become so thick that he was barely visible from his enemy's point of view. However, Lu Ye's action only caused the spell cultivator to smirk. His expression suggested that he had gotten Lu Yi exactly where he wanted him to be. He made a series of gestures with his hands. While launching a dozen water balls at Lu Yi, he completed the spell seal and yelled, "Condense!" The thick mist between the duo suddenly turned viscous. Lu Yi immediately felt himself slowing down considerably. So, this is what he's planning. Lu Yi thought in realization. Bai Lan was a water attribute spell cultivator, and her spells had a corrosive effect on one's spirit artifact. That was why Lu Yi thought that this spell cultivator's trap might be the same. From the spell cultivator's perspective, he would be in deep trouble if his flying spirit artifact lost most of its spiritual power mid-flight. His guess was wrong, however. It slowed him instead of corroding his flying spirit artifact. As a result, he was crawling at a snail's pace even though he was pushing his flying spirit artifact with all his might. At this pace, he might as well be a stationary target. The spell cultivator wasn't going to give him time to think a way out of this either. The water balls he had concealed in the mist a while ago abruptly surrounded Lu Yi from every direction. Then, they exploded into spells of all shapes and sizes and transformed the space Lu Yi was at into a death zone. Surrender or die. What would you choose? The spell cultivator declared proudly while looking at the blurry figure in the mist. Technically speaking, the spell cultivator wasn't strong enough to occupy the 6th spot on the scroll of supremacy. For example, Yu Lianzhou of the Northern Profound Sword Clan would easily defeat him in a straight fight. The reason the sword cultivator still ranked below the spell cultivator was because he had forced him into the exact same situation Lu Yi was facing right now. Yu Lianzhou had no choice but to surrender the right after being caught in the death trap. One of the main reasons the spell cultivator could occupy the 6th spot was because there existed a terrain that complemented his skills perfectly. The spell he was using, the mist condensation technique, was something he cultivated specifically to improve his compatibility with this terrain even more. Its effects were profound against any cultivator who could not attack him without getting close, such as body tempering cultivators, combat cultivators, and ghost cultivators. Lu Yi wasn't going to surrender, of course. A flash of lightning suddenly appeared from the thick mist, and the spell cultivator dropped his smirk immediately. He never heard that Lu Yi cultivated lightning attribute spells, so where did it come from? He was just thinking this when a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck dead center on the mist. A lightning-invoking talisman paper? The spell cultivator exclaimed in shock before feeling every hair on his body standing on its end, and a sudden sense of crisis. Without hesitation, he backed all the way to the edge of the island, dispelled the mist directly in front of him, and summoned his spiritual power shield before he finally felt some security. The thick mist was basically a lightning amplifier. He would be crazy to get close to it. The spell cultivator thought Lu Yi had used a lightning-invoking talisman paper, but in reality that wasn't the case. A spirit talisman paper like that cost 100 spirit stones at least. No, he had just the invoke lightning he got from the Tree of Glyphs. He had picked this up from Bailan. Earlier, the woman had caught him off guard by casting a lightning spell at the surrounding mist. Although the spell wasn't powerful enough to defeat him, it was one of the dicier matches he had fought while climbing the Scroll of Supremacy. It looked as if the mist had transformed into a thundercloud or something. It was as deadly as it was intimidating. Despite the spell cultivator's quick reaction, he couldn't avoid the lightning completely. As a result, his hair stood on end, and his body shook like a leaf. It was then he saw Lu Ye's figure falling to the sea like a rock. A few seconds later, he heard the sound of something heavy splashing into the sea. The giant monsters beneath the sea immediately turned restless. Not even a second later, a giant maw abruptly appeared on the sea's surface and swallowed the object. Is he dead? For a few seconds, the spell cultivator could not believe what just happened. Did Lu Yi really just die to his own lightning-invoking talisman paper? That can't be. Oh, something definitely isn't right. Realization hit the spell cultivator like a lightning bolt. If Lu Yi really had perished, then he should have received a notice from the heavens already. Since he hadn't, it could only mean that Lu Yi was still alive. He had just finished the thought when he saw a bright flame flying just above the sea surface and swiftly approaching him. From his point of view, it looked like a pair of wings. He wanted to reactivate the mist condensation technique and slow Lu Yi down again, but lightning was still rippling across the mist like crazy. There was no way he could condense anything until the energy had dispersed. The center of his forehead began to prickle as if someone had pressed a blade against his skin. At the same time, his instincts screamed for him to leave before it was too late. I surrender. The spell cultivator was no stubborn fool. He did not hesitate to obey his instinct and cry for surrender. As if on cue, Lu Yi appeared in front of him like a divine agent and landed a deadly slash across his throat. There was so much force behind the attack that he was sent sailing across the air. Luckily for the spell cultivator, he was perfectly unharmed. He surrendered just in time for the heavens to wrap him in its protective shell and send him away. The spell cultivator placed a hand to his heart after he returned to the Spirit Creek battlefield. Thank goodness he hadn't hesitated, or he would be dead by now. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was clutching his saber tightly and shaking with anger. This was not what he had ordered when he entered this match. He could forgive Guiyingzi for wasting 2 days of his time. The guy was a ghost cultivator, and most ghost cultivators would not make a move unless they were confident of their chances. But what the hell was that spell cultivator? He could stomach the guy choosing a terrain that maximized his advantage and undermined his opponents. He could stomach the guy taunting him in an attempt to provoke him into recklessness. But after he had overcome all odds and even struck himself with lightning, the bastard had the gall to surrender and deny him his release. What the fuck? As if that wasn't bad enough, he had lost his flying spirit artifact as well. The object that fell into the water earlier was none other than Spirit Boat he had shattered with his own spell. The reason he allowed it to fall into the water instead of retrieving it was to fool his enemy into dropping his guard. Unfortunately, it did not succeed in the end. Sure, he wasn't wanting for replacements, but he hadn't come this far by being a wastrel. Lu Yi was plotting to use this match to unclog the murderous frustration that had been burning inside his heart, but now? It was worse than ever before. After he was teleported back to the wooden building, Lu Yi looked through his storage bags and picked up a suitable flying spirit artifact. Then he began refining it in sullen silence. Heavens know what kind of weirdo and weird-ass terrain he might face in his next match. It would be foolish to challenge his next foe without a flying spirit artifact. Although Soar was an excellent fallback, the reason it was a fallback in the first place was because it cost far more spiritual power than a flying spirit artifact. He would rather not use it unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, the Scroll of Supremacy had been updated to display Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect in 6th place. The entire Thousand Demon Ridge was silent for a time. Chapter 403, Female Archer Cultivator. When a Scroll of Supremacy ranker was challenged, they would normally choose a terrain that benefited them. For example, Lu Yi had chosen a small battlefield with no obstacles because he was a combat cultivator whose main strength was fighting people in melee. Naturally, he would not want his enemy to be able to distance themselves from him or hide behind obstacles. That was why Lu Yi had encountered all kinds of terrains until now. In the wooden building, Lu Yi connected his mind to the Scroll of Supremacy and issued a challenge request to the female cultivator. His opponent accepted the challenge request, but the battle did not begin immediately. He waited for 2 whole hours before the heavens finally enveloped him in their mysterious power and teleported him into the battlefield. Lu Yi immediately scanned his surroundings as his vision gradually recovered. He discovered that the terrain was exactly what his friends had said it would be. The large battlefield was made up of 2 mountains that were over 1,000 meters tall. The mountains were completely bald and covered in craggy outcrops. The good news was that the slopes weren't particularly steep. The bad news was, Lu Yi took out his flying spirit artifact and tried to fly. The result was exactly as he had heard. This battlefield was under an aerial lock effect. Lu Yi knew then that his opponent had chosen a terrain that was overwhelmingly in her favor, just like the spell Cultivator from before. A battlefield that was under an aerial lock effect meant that it was way harder to find the enemy. Lu Yi looked at the 2 mountains to his left and right and wondered which one she would choose as her high ground. He did not want to waste his energy climbing the wrong mountain, so he simply stayed where he was and waited for Yi to search for the enemy. A while later, Yi messaged him to inform him of the enemy's location. He immediately started running toward the mountain to his right. He moved so fast that he left afterimages in his trail. However, he hadn't even climbed 300 meters up the mountain when he heard a whistling noise. As he dodged, he felt a gust of wind brushing past his face and leaving behind a stinging pain. He looked up. A tall, slender woman with a ponytail was standing at the mountaintop. She wore a tight white dress with purple fringes that outlined her curvaceous body. She was holding a bow and looking down on him without an expression. His opponent this time was an archer cultivator. Archer cultivators were an incredibly niche faction, but sometimes their rarity played to their advantage. This was because most cultivators lacked the knowledge and experience necessary to deal with them. Not only was flying forbidden in this battlefield, his opponent had claimed the high ground before him. This was obviously a terrible start for Lu Yi. If he wished to defeat his opponent, then he would have to get close enough to attack her with his flying weapons at the very least. However, he would have to weather an endless hail of arrows to get there. The straight-line distance between Lu Yi and his opponent was about 800 meters, which didn't seem like a lot for a cultivator. In reality, Lu Yi had to cover at least 6 kilometers of ground to get to the archer cultivator. The female cultivator surpassed her mortal counterpart not just in terms of strength, but also equipment. For starters, her arrows could be imbued with all kinds of special effects. The female cultivator's aim was incredibly good as well. It should be easy for a cultivator to dodge a shot coming from at least 800 meters away, but it had still nearly hit him. Sure, she had the high ground advantage, but it did not diminish her skill in any way. As if that wasn't bad enough, he could tell that the shot was just a greeting. This was very much like his fight against the spell cultivator. The only way to deal with these long-range bastards was to get close enough to attack. Lu Yi inhaled slightly and exchanged a glance with his opponent. Then, he crouched a little, imbued himself with windwalk, pushed off hard enough to leave 2 small dents on the ground, and dashed forward like the wind. At almost the same time, the female archer shot 3 arrows that flew toward him from 3 different angles. Not only did they greatly restrict his available space, his skin prickled before they even got close. It was clear that the arrows were not common, and combined with her unusual talent and skill, their penetration and killing power could only be described as terrifying. Lu Yi leaped into the air to dodge the 3 arrows, but a 4th arrow appeared out of nowhere before he could land on the ground. He never even saw her shooting the 4th arrow. At that moment, Lu Yi realized that it was a 4-shot combo. The first 3 arrows were meant to draw the enemy's attention and force them to maneuver in a certain way. The 4th shot was the true killing blow. There was no way he could dodge the shot while in midair, so he unsheathed the inviolable and slashed the arrow. Boom! There was an explosion of spiritual power as Lu Yi was blown back. He had just caught himself when a couple more arrows flew toward him. The enemy's attack was continuous and never-ending. She seemed capable of predicting his next move. Even if he managed to dodge one attack, the next would stop him in his tracks without fail. On a mountain, a man ran like the wind while a woman fired a ceaseless stream of arrows at him. Lu Yi had to admit that the female archer was one of the most powerful opponents he had ever seen in his life. The Grand Sky Coalition was lucky that large-scale battles did not happen anymore, or this woman could single-handedly turn losing battles into stalemates, and stalemates into crushing victories with her archery. Almost no one she targeted in the chaos of the battlefield could live, not to mention that her attack range was even greater than a spell cultivator's. Lu Yi continued to climb up the mountain. Sometimes he was forced to jump to the back to avoid a killing blow. Sometimes he had to roll all over the place like he was a circus animal, dignity be damned. In reality, he was quickly gaining ground on the female archer. In just half a tea time, the distance between them had been shortened by half. However, the female archer's archery was growing deadlier and deadlier as well. At 800 meters away, the shots were fairly easy to deal with, especially with his speed. But the closer he got, the livelier and more unpredictable her archery became. She could even control the trajectory of her arrows to a certain extent. He was still hiding in the dark because Lu Yi was still nowhere close enough to attack the woman. If she attacked now, the likelihood that she would fail was incredibly high. She would attack only when Lu Yi was close enough to attack the enemy as well. Only then could they guarantee a kill. The female archer's attack abruptly became much more powerful when he got within the 400-meter range, which slowed down his progress considerably. The arrows rained from the sky like a meteor shower, and the bow twangs sounded like they would never end. There wasn't any interval between the shots whatsoever. Lu Yi felt like he was charging an entire encampment on his own. Rocks flew everywhere, and his lungs were filled with dust as he kept dodging or blocking the shots. There wasn't a patch of ground behind his back that wasn't filled with large pits, and his entire body was covered in soot. Appearance-wise, he did not think he had ever looked so terrible in his life. Suddenly, the ceaseless attacks came to a stop. When Lu Yi looked up in confusion, he saw the female archer watching him with a calm expression. Her bowstring was dripping with blood, and her bow hand had been stripped off so much flesh that it was practically a skeletal hand. Her face was white and covered in sweat as well. As it turned out, firing so many powerful shots in an incense stick was a little too much even for an archer who dedicated her life to this fighting style. However, Lu Yi did not think that her injuries were enough to make her stop. He suspected that the real reason she stopped attacking him was because she had run out of arrows. The female archer must have shot at least 800 arrows at Lu Yi during this time, if not 1,000. Lu Yi was able to dodge most of it and block the rest with the inviolable. Lu Yi stopped his advance there. he simply watched the female archer in silence. He felt a disturbance from his battlefield imprint. It was probably messaging him and asking if she should attack the female archer now. Lu Yi slowly shook his head. "You're strong. Shiguang is no match for you." The female archer said this before looking at the sky and announcing, "I surrender." The heavens enveloped her in their mysterious power and teleported her away from the battlefield. As Lu Yi had guessed, the female archer had run out of arrows. Although she was incredibly powerful, she was highly reliant on her equipment to unleash her full strength. Simply put, an archer with no arrows might as well be a sitting duck. In fact, the reason she had made Lu Yi wait 2 whole hours before entering the battlefield was to prepare her arrows. The battle against Lu Yi had cost her an ungodly amount of wealth. Even if her arrows cost only a contribution point apiece, that was hundreds of contribution points she had thrown away for a lost battle. And they did not cost just a contribution point. Each and every arrow had to be forged by an artificer to make them strong enough to withstand her strength and imbue them with special effects. Lu Yi did not sheath his saber until the female archer was completely gone. He was silent for a couple of seconds before he allowed the heavens to teleport him back to the wooden building. "Oh, the great second runner-up of the Scroll of Supremacy has returned to us. Congrats, congrats." Hua Xi's teasing voice came from the side. The medicine cultivator had just returned from her cultivation. Lu Yi ignored her and messaged Yu Lianzhou to ask about Shiguang. Wow, the silent treatment? Was he bullied during the fight? Hua Xi exclaimed in surprise. He walked up to the medicine cultivator and whispered into her ears. After she found out what happened, she covered her mouth and giggled. Who cares about the process so long as it ends with your victory? Lu Yi understood this as well as she did, but really, what the fuck was wrong with the top 10 rankers of the Scroll of Supremacy? He hadn't had a proper fight since he started challenging them. Guingzi had wasted 2 days of his time before surrendering without ever revealing himself. The spell cultivator had chosen a pair of islands as his terrain and surrendered the second Lu Yi crossed the sea and reached him. This fight was even worse. It was bad enough the battle was over before he got within 300 meters of his opponent. He was the defender from the start to the end. It was true that all the battles had ended with his victory, but he couldn't derive even an ounce of happiness from them at all. It was at this moment Yu Lianzhou responded, "Shiguang is a combat cultivator, and his spirit artifact is a spear." Lu Yi let out a long breath. Finally, he could have a proper fight. Lu Yi immediately issued Shiguang a challenge request. Although he wasn't at peak form right now, he was frustrated enough to give himself an aneurysm if he delayed the fight any longer. He could not wait to clash against a proper opponent and vent it all as soon as possible. The good news was that Shiguang did not keep him waiting for long. A tea time after issuing the challenge, the heavens teleported him to a battlefield about 300 meters in radius. Both men appeared and saw each other at the same time. First things first, Lu Yi examined his surroundings. He decided that it was a suitable battleground even though he personally would have chosen a smaller battlefield. "Lu Yi!" Shiguang pointed his spear at him and yelled, "Come forth and die." Chapter 404, Shiguang. Although there was no personal grudge between the two cultivators, Lu Yi was the Grand Sky Coalition's strongest challenger, and Shiguang the Thousand Demon Ridge's last gatekeeper. The #1 spot of the Scroll of Supremacy was both a symbol and a status. Naturally, neither side was going to give it up easily. For over a decade, the spot had belonged to Feng Yuechan of the Devoted Ones. It could not be helped though. While her peers had already ascended to the Cloud River realm or even the Real Lake realm, she was still honing herself at the Spirit Creek realm. It was ridiculous to expect any rising star to defeat a veteran with at least a decade of training and experience, not to mention that she was a genius in her own right. Today, the 3 tumors polluting the Scroll of Supremacy were finally gone, and the Thousand Demon Ridge finally managed to put someone at the top of the scroll of supremacy of the Spirit Creek battlefield. Then Lu Yi showed up. It had only been 2 months since Shi Guang rose to the top, and Lu Yi of the Grand Sky Coalition was already threatening his position. It wasn't enough that he had a string of unprecedented achievements under his belt. Lu Yi had risen through the ranks so fast that he was actually qualified to challenge Shi Guang for the #1 spot already. And that was after they had done everything they could to bog him down. Shi Guang couldn't lose. Both his and his faction's honor were on the line. If Lu Yi actually managed to become the champion as a Heaven 8 cultivator, then the Thousand Demon Ridge would always be seen as inferior to the Grand Sky Coalition in the Spirit Creek battlefield. On the battlefield, Lu Yi watched his opponent with a frown because he did not look normal. Shi Guang's spiritual power was boiling erratically as if he had consumed something that temporarily boosted his strength. Spirit pills that temporarily boosted one's strength of course existed in the cultivation world. Lu Yi had seen something called the Qi boosting pill while looking through the Vault of Providence before. For an incense stick, the pill would boost the flow rate of a cultivator's spiritual power by 30 to 40%. Naturally, that made the cultivator so much stronger in that period of time. However, spirit pills that temporarily boosted a cultivator's strength generally came with massive side effects. The better the effects, the worse the side effects would be. It was clear that Shi Guang had consumed a qi-boosting pill or something like that prior to entering the battlefield. He would be helpless if he could not defeat Lu Yi within an incense stick. "Don't interfere," Lu Yi whispered suddenly. He was talking to you, of course. The girl had already slipped the underground beforehand and could lend him her assistance at any moment. Logically speaking, he should rely on her so he could take care of his opponent as safely as possible, especially since it looked like he had consumed the qi-boosting pill. However, he still did not want Yi to interfere with this battle. If Shi Guang was boiling with qi, then he was boiling with frustration. After the pure nonsense he was forced to swallow since he started challenging the top 10 rankers, he would be damned if he allowed anyone to interrupt his good time. Shi Guang did not wait for Lu Yi to come to him despite his declaration. While letting out a battle cry, he charged toward Lu Yi like lightning and channeled his spiritual power into his spear. Lu Yi charged toward him as well. The 100-meter gap between the two combatants narrowed in the blink of an eye. Then, they clashed into one another with the resounding bang. Lu Yi unsheathed the inviolable and swung down on Shi Guang. Shi Guang thrust his spear forward like a slumbering dragon suddenly poking its head out of its lair. There was a brief standoff before the space between the duo exploded. The compressed spiritual powers had turned into a massive explosion that pushed both cultivators away from each other. Lu Ye's weapon hand felt numb as he sailed through the air. He hastily caught himself before grabbing Amber by the nape and tossing it to safety. He just barely landed on his feet and had to backpedal a bit before he finally managed to steady himself. Whether or not Shi Guang had consumed a spirit pill beforehand, there was no denying the fact that Lu Yi felt threatened by him. He tossed Amber away because he would not be able to spare the energy to protect it. On the other side, Shi Guang also landed on the ground. His footsteps were steady, but he skidded for almost 30 meters before the momentum finally petered out. However, a blur appeared in front of him before he could steady his footing. It was Lu Yi pouncing up to him and thrusting his saber toward him. Most people would have opted to dodge such a deadly attack. Shi Guang merely turned his body sideways before retaliating with a spear thrust of his own. Metal tore through flesh as the duo passed by one another. A deep wound appeared around Lu Ye's waist and Shi Guang's chest at nearly the same time. This battle was destined to be a violent and bloody one. Both combatants were attacking each other with the intent to kill and no fear. That was why they were already wounded on the second exchange. That said, Lu Ye's injury was slightly less serious than Shi Guang's as he had constructed a protection right before the spear would impact his body. Although the glyph had still shattered under impact, it had turned what should have been a major injury into a moderate one. Shi Guang did not pause for even an instant as he switched his spear to the other hand, spun it 180 degrees to the back, and thrust the spearhead straight at Lu Ye's head. Right now, Lu Ye's back was still turned against Shi Guang. It was such a swift and decisive move that most people would have died from this move. He nearly screamed out in fear, and even Amber was rushing over to save its master. However, Lu Yi crouched as if he had eyes behind his head. The attack just barely scraped past his scalp. The reason Lu Yi was able to dodge an attack he could not see was thanks to his powerful perception. A moment before the attack would have connected, the back of his head had throbbed as if he had actually been stabbed in the head. His heart had also raced suddenly in warning. While bending his body like a bow, Lu Yi did not forget to reverse his grip and perform a backslash. The saber cut through Shi Guang's chest at the same time he was smacked flat on the ground. Shi Guang had brought his spear down like a whip the second he missed the killing blow. Shi Guang took a moment to check his chest after Lu Yi had driven him away. The armor he was wearing could protect him from most attacks, but Lu Ye's saber had still cut through it like it didn't exist. The two ugly wounds on his chest were spewing blood and drenching his clothes right now. That said, he would have died if it wasn't for his armor. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was hastily climbing back to his feet. His right cheek was throbbing painfully and uncontrollably because that was where Shi Guang had whipped him. To be accurate, the wound stretched all the way from his face to his right abdomen. "You are incredible!" Shi Guang praised loudly and from the bottom of his heart. Lu Yi remained silent for a second before responding, "You too." Although Lu Yi could not wait to stomp the Sanuvabich to the ground and cut him into 1,000 tiny pieces, he had no qualms accepting praise from his enemy and feeling good about it. After all, there was no acknowledgement that was more genuine than the one coming from your enemy. "We're not the same." Shi Guang shook his head slowly. "It has been months since I became champion, and I've received the heaven's reward several times before fighting you. Before I entered the battlefield, I even consumed a chi-boosting pill to massively increase my strength. You, on the other hand, are fighting me without using any performance-enhancing pills. Not only that, you are one cultivation level below me." The more Shi Guang spoke, the more he started questioning reality itself. Is this real? Does Lu Yi exist, or is this just a very long dream? He was one minor realm above his opponent. He had been empowered by the heaven's reward multiple times, and he had even consumed a chi-boosting pill prior to entering the battlefield. Despite this, he had only managed to fight Lu Yi to a draw. Just how strong would the young man be if he had cultivated for as long as him? Lu Yi would become the nightmare of the 1,000 Demon Ridge if he was allowed to live. "Are you done talking?" Lu Yi replied a little impatiently. "Just one last thing." Shi Guang grinned maliciously. "It's a little dishonorable, but I'm really glad I consumed a chi-boosting pill before coming in. Otherwise, I would be no match for you." The second he finished speaking, both men charged forward and engaged one another in the life-or-death struggle once more. Saber flashed, spear overshadowed, and bloodlust drove them all into madness. Spiritual power was being tossed all across on the battlefield, and sometimes it would be mixed with a shower of blood. At the same time, metallic clangs shook the eardrums again and again. Usually, a close-range cultivator would kick off a fight with telekinesis unless their enemy's attack range was longer than theirs. The reason neither man had done so was because Lu Yi needed to vent his frustration, while Shi Guang knew he was no match for Lu Yi in telekinesis. As time passed, Lu Yi began growing stronger and stronger. Both his strength and speed were much improved compared to the beginning. The inviolable drew blood at the same time Shi Guang kicked Lu Yi in the shoulder. Despite protection, the kick was powerful enough to launch Lu Yi into the air and hit the ground hard. He even rolled across the floor for a bit before he finally managed to climb back to his feet. Blood was dripping from his lips, and his left arm was hanging limply beside his body. The kick had dislocated his shoulder. "So you have consumed a performance-enhancing spirit pill as well," Shi Guang said with a cold humph. His misunderstanding was understandable. He had felt with his own body Lu Yi growing stronger and stronger as time passed. If it wasn't the fact that the boost was gradual, he would have thought that the young man had consumed a chi-boosting pill just like him. In his opinion, Lu Yi must have consumed a less volatile version of the qi-boosting pill. Lu Yi could not be bothered to tell Shiguang the truth. Of course, he hadn't consumed a performance-enhancing spirit pill. He had just constructed a blood rage on his body. It had been a long time since he obtained this glyph, but he had never used it except that one time during the Battle of the Legates. After all, he rarely met an opponent who was his match or just a tad stronger than him. The glyph's main effect was to absorb Lu Ye's blood to improve his strength. To put it simply, the worse his injuries, the more effective the glyph became. As of late, most of Lu Ye's combat encounters were cat-and-mouse games where thousands and thousands of people tried to chase him down. Naturally, he did not have the chance to use blood rage. This duel against Shiguang was one of those rare times where it was actually usable. While gritting the inviolable with his teeth, Lu Yi took out a bandage from his storage bag and wrapped it randomly around his limp arm to secure it. Of course, Shiguang wasn't just going to wait for Lu Yi to finish, but the young man was just too fast. By the time he reached him, Lu Yi was already done with the emergency treatment. When Shiguang attempted to spear his face, Lu Yi swung his saber and knocked the spear just enough that it skidded past his face. Blade still pressed against the shaft, he swung the inviolable straight at Shiguang. Shiguang blanched. He immediately withdrew his spear to block the attack. There was a loud bang. The next moment, Shiguang found himself sailing across the air. Now that he was empowered by blood rage, Lu Ye's attack speed and strength were completely different from what they were at the beginning. What should have been an evenly matched battle had become very one-sided. Lu Yi activated Windwalk and leaped after Shiguang. He then brought down his saber in one mighty swing. Although Shiguang still managed to block the attack, he was launched toward the ground at high speed. In the air, Lu Yi spun once before kicking Shiguang on the side of his head, causing him to trail and arc across the sky before he could even hit the ground. There was enough force behind the blow to make him see stars. Chapter 405, Champion. Cultivation level aside, Shiguang was undoubtedly the stronger of the duo during the start of the battle. The biggest reason Lu Yi was able to go even against him was because he could activate all kinds of glyphs to boost his combat capabilities. Protection especially had saved his life multiple times in this battle. However, blood rage slowly but surely increased Lu Ye's strength and speed over time. Eventually, it reached the point where he definitely surpassed Shiguang. Since then, the spear cultivator was unable to win even a single clash. Even now, blood rage was still increasing Lu Ye's strength and speed. Right now, Shiguang was completely blinded by rage. The qi-boosting pill could temporarily boost a cultivator's strength, but its side effects were just as severe. Two such effects were diminished sanity and increased irritability. If Shiguang was his normal self, he should have realized that the gap between himself and Lu Yi was only growing over time. However, he was so blinded by rage that he could not think of anything besides killing the opponent in front of him. After climbing back to his feet and spitting out a spittle of blood, Shiguang narrowed his swollen eyes at his incoming foe. He then raised his spear slightly into a never-before-seen stance. The next moment, his spiritual power poured into his spear like a broken dam. While running, Lu Yi suddenly felt every hair on his body standing on end. At the same time, the alarm bells in his head were ringing in full force. He immediately knew that Shiguang was probably executing some sort of powerful secret technique. He considered his options for a moment but decided to push on. He too channeled his spiritual power and caused the flames surrounding the saber to burst into an inferno. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The discharge of spiritual power from both combatants distorted even the space of the battlefield. Energy vortices of all shapes and sizes were appearing all over the battlefield. Amber was pushed all the way to the edge of the battlefield. It had to press its entire body against the ground to keep itself from moving further. The two figures rushed toward each other at high speed. Shiguang thrust his spear forward while yelling, "Flames of war!" The shadow of a spear appeared in Lu Ye's vision. Then 1 became 10, and 10 became 100. As its name suggested, it spread like the flames of war until all he could see was spears. He ignored them all and brought down his flaming saber with all his might. The spears abruptly shattered like they were never there. He felt the inviolable sinking into flesh, but his own chest was abruptly pierced by a cold, foreign object. Drip, drip. Considering how noisy the battlefield was a while ago, it was now silent enough that they could hear blood drip. 2 men stared into each other's bloodshot eyes before raising their legs at the exact same time. Bang! Both men staggered away from each other. Blood immediately gushed out of Lu Ye's chest and Shiguang's neck like a pair of fountains. Clang! Lu Yi lost his grip on his saber but was able to remain standing. Shiguang, however, was finally past his limits. He collapsed on the ground at the same time his aura began weakening at a visible rate. The chi-boosting pill had finally run its course, and the side effects were ripping into his body so painfully that his expression looked completely distorted. He could not even climb back on his feet, much less fight Lu Yi for even a second longer. Lu Yi panted heavily as he barely stopped himself from collapsing. He then slowly made his way toward Shiguang. Shiguang opened his swollen eyes and stared at the sky, thinking heavens no. It wasn't until he heard Lu Ye's footsteps that he finally opened his mouth. Roar! Amber roared at the perfect time, but it didn't affect Shiguang. Since the Thousand Demon Ridge had figured out Amber's ability, of course Shiguang was prepared for it. An invisible barrier abruptly appeared around the spear cultivator and shielded him from the roar. I surrender! Shiguang spat out the 2 words before finally relaxing. He looked like an entire mountain had been removed from his shoulders. The heavens enveloped him in their mysterious power and teleported him away. Lu Yi also stopped in his tracks. He appeared and caught him immediately. While keeping him upright, she stared at Lu Ye's chest wound with fear and relief. If the spear had struck Lu Yi just a few millimeters to the left, the young man would be dead already. In fact, Shiguang was aiming at Lu Ye's heart. The combat cultivator had just dodged it at the last moment. A while later, Lu Yi was lying in his bed in the wooden building with Hua Si tending to him. Refined wood attribute spiritual power flowed around her hands as she slowly treated his wounds. Of course, Lu Yi had fallen unconscious long before she finished the treatment. Lu Yi was satisfied. His fight with Shiguang was easily the most satisfying fight he had ever had since he began climbing the scroll of supremacy. Whatever grievances and frustrations he had accumulated due to assholes like Gui Yingzi and the other top 10 rankers were all gone. Although his opponent had employed what most people would consider a dishonorable tactic, all was fair in love and war, not to mention that they were enemies. Right now, Lu Yi did not want to think of anything. He just wanted to sleep to his heart's content. While he was sleeping, the cultivators of the Grand Sky Coalition and the Thousand Demon Ridge were experiencing completely different emotions. Both factions had been watching the Scroll of Supremacy closely for many days now, so they had noticed the switch between the first and third place immediately. Countless Grand Sky Coalition cultivators erupted in cheers like never before. Lu Ye's feat would go down in history as one of, if not the greatest achievements in the Spirit Creek battlefield, and they were all deeply proud of it. Meanwhile, the Thousand Demon Ridge was as silent as a wake. In the end, their biggest fears had come true. Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect had defeated Shiguang as a Heaven 8 cultivator and became the champion of the Scroll of Supremacy. This feat broke not just one, but multiple records since the cultivation world of Jianghu came to be. No Heaven 8 cultivator had ever become the champion of the Scroll of Supremacy. Even Li Baxian was only ranked 3rd by the heavens after he fought against Yan Xing and revealed his true strength, and he had been stuck in the Spirit Creek realm for over a decade. Although the caliber of this Scroll of Supremacy were nowhere as good as when the 3 tumors were still around, that did not diminish Lu Ye's achievement one bit. Only the top 100 cultivators were displayed in the Scroll of Supremacy, And not only was Lu Yi the only Heaven 8 cultivator in a rank list that was completely dominated by Heaven 9s, he was the champion. It was a feat that was destined to go down in the history books. Speaking of which, Lu Yi was only Heaven 7 when he joined the Scroll of Supremacy as the 33rd ranker. That too was an unprecedented feat. No one except him had ever entered the Scroll of Supremacy as a Heaven 7 cultivator, much less be ranked among the upper 50 from the get-go. Even if they pretended that he was a Heaven 9 cultivator all along, the speed at which he scaled the ranks was another achievement that could go down in the history books. It had only been half a month since Lu Yi began climbing the Scroll of Supremacy earnestly. The guy had even wasted 5 days doing Heaven's Snow with Bailon and butting heads with time-wasters like Guangzi. Strictly speaking, he had only spent 10 days climbing the Scroll of Supremacy. It was hard enough to believe that someone could climb all the way to the top without suffering a single loss. To do it in 10 days? That was just unthinkable. Dark clouds hung over every Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator. Were they going to be dominated by a single cultivator again? Although the bastard had given them a similar heart attack back when he was at the inner circle, at the time he was relying on his ward-breaching skills to create an invasion force. This time though, he had done it with his own strength. The threat level between this and that were completely different. Lu Yi was undoubtedly a far scarier man than he was at the inner circle. Thankfully, there was one silver lining to all this bad news. According to Shiguang, Lu Yi had not walked away from his battle unscathed, and it would probably take him days before he fully recovered. For now, the Thousand Demon Ridge did not need to worry that Lu Yi might cause more trouble. Normally, the Thousand Demon Ridge would seize the opportunity to challenge Lu Yi and drag him down from his throne. However, they only had 2 rankers in the top 6. One of them was Shiguang, and the other was the female archer. Shiguang was heavily injured and suffering from the side effects of the chi-boosting pill. It would take him 10 days to half a month at least to recover. He would be lucky to keep his current rank, much less challenge Lu Yi. As for the female archer, she had used up every arrow in her quiver. It would take her days to replenish it, and days was all Lu Yi needed to recover. The only ones who had the chance to pull Lu Yi down his throne now was a Grand Sky Coalition ranker, but of course no one was stupid or crazy enough to do such a thing. That said, the top 6 Grand Sky Coalition rankers had been challenged non-stop since Lu Yi became the champion. It was clear that the Thousand Demon Ridge were plotting to replace these rankers with their own and have them issue Lu Yi a challenge request. If they succeeded, there was a high chance Lu Yi would not be able to defeat them in his current state. In the wooden building, Lu Yi woke up feeling pain from his left arm and chest area. His energy level was incredibly low as well. He slowly sat up and let out a huge yawn. He had been guarding his bed. The moment she heard his movement, she immediately stood up and put a pillow behind Lu Ye's back. She then asked in a concerned voice, "How do you feel?" "Not bad." Lu Yi gave his stomach a rub. "I'm hungry. Can you get me something to eat?" He could smell the scent of food from outside the window. Wuxia must be cooking again. For some reason, many disciples of the Crimson Blood sect seemed to be excellent cooks. His second senior sister was an outstanding cook, his fourth senior brother was an outstanding cook, and Wuxia was an outstanding cook as well. "Give me a moment," he said before floating out of the window. A while later, she returned with a bowl of porridge filled with bright and questionable colors. Lu Yi looked through the messages in his battlefield imprint while drinking his porridge. He selectively replied to some of them. Most of the messages were congratulatory messages regarding his unprecedented feat. Lu Yi kept his response polite but succinct because frankly, it would take hours if he crafted a serious response to all of them. Chapter 406, Flash. Some people were also inviting him to their outpost, though it wasn't because they wanted to make his acquaintance and curry favor with him or something. The Thousand Demon Ridge's determination to kill him had only increased after he ascended to the top of the Scroll of Supremacy. Forget benefiting his allies, Any outpost he visited would be ganged up on and destroyed by the Thousand Demon Ridge as quickly as possible. Naturally, Lu Yi had turned down all such invitations. He did not need lodgings anyway. His current haunt in the Myriad Poison Forest already met that need perfectly. As long as he did not reveal the fact that he was hiding here himself, the Thousand Demon Ridge would never find him. He, on the other hand, could catch them unawares any time he wanted. The one flaw of Myriad Poison Forest was its less than stellar world spiritual chi, but as long as he had spirit pills, his cultivation wouldn't fall behind no matter what. After he finished messaging everyone, he focused on eating the porridge in front of him. Wuxia came every day to treat his wounds. It took him only 3 days to make a major recovery. He spent most of this time cultivating and reading. Lu Yi thought he would have a hard time adapting to an idle lifestyle after all months of almost non-stop strife and excitement, but to his surprise, he managed to adapt to it with relative ease. In fact, he found himself liking it a lot. It was then Lu Yi realized that he wasn't, fundamentally, a troublemaker. If possible, he would have preferred a quieter and more peaceful lifestyle. It was just that life chooses you sometimes, and the only thing you can do is to ride it out until the end. In the courtyard, Lu Yi was gripping the inviolable and circulating his spiritual power like crazy. He was pouring it into his saber. Although he had been unstoppable during his climb, his battle with Shiguang had made him realize a flaw in his fighting style. He lacked a technique that could decisively end a fight, a finishing move so to speak. Fire Phoenix technically counted as one, but he could barely use it at his current strength. In fact, the reason he succeeded at all was because he had made a tremendous amount of preparation beforehand, not to mention the side effects that plagued him for days even with Wuxia treating him the whole time. That was why he needed a finishing move that did not require him to go beyond his limits. Shiguang's final attack had given him much inspiration. It also reminded him of his duel against a Heaven 9 sword cultivator of the Devoted Ones. His opponent had executed only a single attack back then, but it was an attack that contained all of his energy and focus. It was different yet wonderfully similar to Shiguang's final attack in the sense that they both discharged a tremendous amount of spiritual power in an instant. In fact, it wasn't that difficult to execute such a technique. He had grasped the essence of it even before he fought against Shiguang. Otherwise, he would have died to his flames of war. Therefore, all he needed to do right now was to familiarize himself with the technique and perfect it. He wanted to reach the level where he could execute it in battle at any time. By now, the flames surrounding his saber were practically an inferno. When he swung the inviolable, the very space in front around him seemed to be severed in half. A crack had appeared on the ground as well. He hadn't empowered his saber with sharp edges, but the attack was a lot more powerful than his usual attacks. Lu Yi was frowning in dissatisfaction, however. The attack consumed a tremendous amount of spirit power and stamina. Not only that, his right arm actually felt sore after he executed just one attack. Assuming he had to execute the move consecutively in combat, his right arm would become useless in 3 swings at most. Against a powerful opponent, if he was unable to end the fight even after making such a risky move, the battle would probably end in his defeat and death. Although he was dissatisfied, he had just begun to craft his finishing move. There was still plenty of room for improvement. It was crude, but it was still a skill and a form of blade technique. Since it was a blade technique, it should have a proper name. What should I name this technique? Lu Yi thought for a moment until he recalled the flash of light that appeared and disappeared as he brought down his saber. He made up his mind then. He would call it Flash. As with most things, the only way to master a blade technique was to practice it with perseverance and diligence. There was no such thing as a shortcut. In the courtyard, Lu Yi would practice until he was low on spiritual power. He would then restore his energy with spirit pills and wait until the soreness gripping his right arm was gone before resuming his practice. Although this delayed his cultivation progress, cultivation level had never been Lu Ye's greatest focus. The fact that he made it to the top of the scroll of supremacy as a Heaven 8 cultivator was a testament to his philosophy. It was worth slowing down a bit if he could master Flash to the point where he could execute it anytime he wanted to. Lu Ye's mastery of Flash grew little by little as the days passed. He was able to make many improvements to the technique, but he was still unable to solve the cost problem. This was bad as it was unlikely that an imperfect blade technique could be useful against a strong opponent. Lu Yi had never thought himself invincible just because he had become the champion of the Scroll of Supremacy. Perhaps there was no one in the Spirit Creek battlefield who could challenge him anymore, but it was only a matter of time before he entered the Cloud River battlefield. When that happens, it would be like he was starting from the bottom all over again, not to mention that the Cloud River battlefield was a lot more complex than the Spirit Creek battlefield. The Grand Sky Coalition rankers of the top 10 ranks of the Scroll of Supremacy were successful in defending their ranks despite the Thousand Demon Ridge's best efforts. Besides Shi Guang's fall to second place and the female archer's fall to fourth place, everyone else's rank remained more or less the same. As a result, Lu Yi received no challenge requests during this time. The only ones who could challenge him, Shi Guang and the female archer, knew they were no match for him and did not bother wasting their own time. Half a month later, Lu Yi had unlocked a total of 320 spiritual points. It had been 40 days since he ascended to Heaven 8. Busy climbing the Scroll of Supremacy before and practicing his blade technique afterward, his cultivation progress had slowed down considerably. As a result, he had only unlocked 20 additional spiritual points. He was still 40 spiritual points away from reaching Heaven 9. Lu Yi was practicing his blade technique in the courtyard as usual when suddenly he stopped in his tracks and looked up. At the same time, the heaven's mysterious power descended from the sky. It had been 30 days since he returned to the Scroll of Supremacy. It was finally time to receive the heaven's reward. The reason he had stayed at the wooden building this whole time was partially because he was waiting for this day. He had asked many people about this process, so he was well aware of what was about to happen. There was one question they weren't able to answer him though. Would Amber and he be able to enter the space with him? He thought they should. Amber was his tamed beast, and he was its ghost spirit. This was something that was acknowledged by the heavens themselves, or they could not have entered the battlefields of the Scroll of Supremacy. Not only that, they had participated in each and every battle. Therefore, they should not be excluded from the reward. He was just thinking this when Yi and Amber ran out of the wooden building at the same time. Lu Yi, I think Amber and I are feeling something, he asked worriedly. She was feeling a bit rattled because this was the first time she sensed the heavens. It's okay. Just don't resist, Lu Yi instructed. Hua Si heard the commotion and came out as well. When she met Lu Ye's eyes, she realized what was happening and asked for confirmation. Is it time? Lu Yi nodded. That was all he managed to do before he, Amber, turned transparent and vanished. 3 figures abruptly appeared in a foggy place. It was the Pool of Heavens, the place where the rankers of the Scroll of Supremacy received their reward. The mist in the pool was no world spiritual chi, but another form of energy that was incredibly beneficial to a cultivator. The mist could temper the cultivator's physique, strengthen their divine soul, and even cleanse their body of pill poison, effectively improving the purity of their spiritual power. It should not need to be explained why the reward was so coveted. Any ranker who managed to stay on the Scroll of Supremacy for a month would be pulled into this reward area. They would then receive the reward of the heavens and grow more powerful. That was why Shi Guang had mentioned that he had received the heavens reward several times already. He had been on the Scroll of Supremacy for months. The amount of time they were allowed to stay in this reward area was directly connected to the ranker's standing. The better their rank, the longer they would be able to stay here. Lu Yi had asked Yu Lianzhou how long he was able to stay in the Pool of Heavens. Despite his rank, he only had about an incense stick before he was sent back. Since he had never become the champion before, he couldn't tell Lu Yi exactly how much time the champion was allocated. To unravel this, Lu Yi asked his second senior sister to ask Feng Yuechan about it. According to the former champion, she had never lingered at the Pool of Heavens for more than an hour. This was why the elites of the Spirit Creek battlefield were so fond of the Scroll of Supremacy. Besides the fame and glory that naturally came with being the 100 strongest rankers in the Spirit Creek battlefield, the heavens would reward them handsomely for their efforts. The spirit mist here could temper one's physique, strengthen the divine soul, and improve the purity of their spiritual power. It was a reward that directly improved their strength and prospects. Even a few seconds in the pool of heavens could visibly strengthen a cultivator. The rule that stipulated that the higher ranker could spend more time in the pool of heavens also caused the strong to grow even stronger. Perhaps this was a form of silent encouragement from the heavens. They promised that the most outstanding cultivators would receive the greatest rewards. Why would a Heaven 9 cultivator choose to remain in the Spirit Creek battlefield after reaching the pinnacle? In the past, Lu Yi thought that they wanted to spend some time solidifying their foundation before ascending to the Cloud River realm. While it wasn't an inaccurate assumption, it wasn't comprehensive enough. The real reason was because they all dreamed of entering the Scroll of Supremacy and staying there long enough to receive the heavens' reward. Technically speaking, there were conventional means to strengthen one's physique, improve one's divine soul, and purify one's spiritual power. However, the heavens' reward could do all that in just a fraction of the time. With that in mind, of course they were in no hurry to ascend to the Cloud River realm. But of course, the reward wasn't an infinite power booster. Generally speaking, the third and fourth entrance to the pool of heavens was where the effects of the reward would diminish to the point where it was almost unnoticeable. When that happened, the rankers would stop wasting their time and ascend to the Cloud River realm. In the past, it was said that the three tumors, Feng Yuechen, Li Baxian, and Yan Xing, were scorned by the heavens because they occupied the Scroll of Supremacy for too long. That was why the heavens had stopped pulling them into the pool of heavens after the first few months. In fact, the heavens stopped pulling them into the reward area not because they scorned them, but because the spirit mist was completely useless to them at that point. Naturally, there was no reason to waste the energy and time. The first thing Lu Yi did after appearing in the pool of heavens was to check if Amber and Annie were with him. He relaxed when he noticed that they were indeed present. Chapter 407, Come On. Lu Yi did not need to say anything. He immediately adopted a meditative stance and began absorbing the spirit mist around her, her body brightening and dimming in intervals. Amber straight up manifested its true body, opened its bloody jaws, and inhaled the spirit mist into its stomach. They all knew that their time was limited even though this was the first time they were pulled to this place. According to Feng Yuechan, even the champion wasn't allowed to stay here for over an hour, not to mention that the opportunity arrived only once a month. Naturally, they could not afford to waste even a second. As for Lu Yi, he immediately constructed gathering spirits in his spiritual points. This would be the third time he experienced something like this. The first time was when he was tempering his body at the Dragon Spring of 100 Peaks, and the second time was when he was improving his divine soul at the Pool of Divine Purification of the Lost City of Xianyuan. Suffice to say, his skills were critical in an environment like this. At Lu Ye's current speed and mental strength, it only took him a moment to create 320 gathering spirit funnels. After that, well, there was no after that. The mini-funnels would automatically draw the surrounding mist into his body and convert them into the appropriate gains using his spiritual power. As a warm feeling swam throughout his body, Lu Yi mused that the spirit mist was as good as advertised. He could feel his body and soul growing stronger by the minute. However, he noticed that the spirit mist was simultaneously less potent than the blood chi he absorbed from the dragon scale and the soul mist of the Pool of Divine Purification. Moreover, he could not feel his spiritual power growing purer at all. It was probably because it was perfectly pure thanks to the Tree of Glyphs. Overall, the spirit mist of the Pool of Heavens was like the inferior version of the Dragon Spring and the Pool of Divine Purification combined. That said, the spirit mist was hardly useless to Lu Yi. Quite the contrary, it reminded him of the first time he absorbed the blood chi in the dragon scale. At the beginning, he did not dare to devour the blood qi directly because it would have destroyed his body. Even Amber would die a little every time it inhaled just a wisp of the blood qi. It wasn't until they grew stronger that the process became bearable. They had used up the blood qi in the dragon scale a long time ago. In the past, Lu Yi thought that the dragon scale contained more blood qi than he could ever use at the Spirit Creek realm level. In reality, it ran out faster than they expected because he was sharing it with Amber and then with Jujia later on. Today, the dragon scale was nothing more but a pretty decoration and a memento. The spirit mist of the pool of divine purification strengthened both his body and his soul very gently. Not only did he not feel discomfited in the slightest, he was relaxed enough to fall asleep. After Lu Yi was done constructing gathering spirits in his spiritual points, he planted ward flags in his surroundings and set up a gathering spirits ward to gather the spirit mist even faster. The effects were as immediate as they were obvious. The mist became so thick that he could barely see his companions. He wasn't done though. Having bottled up the soul mist of the pool of divine purification once, he wondered if he could do the same to the spirit mist around him. It should be possible judging from the concentration of the spirit mist. He immediately channeled his spiritual power and constructed a massive gathering spirits. He then shaped it into a massive funnel. So far, everything was going smoothly. The spirit mist began gathering within the funnel and clinging to its walls. Soon, they condensed into liquid and began flowing down the funnel's neck. Lu Yi immediately took out a jade bottle and held it to the hole. Right before the condensed liquid would drip into the bottle, though, an invisible energy abruptly swept through the funnel and damaged it instantly. Lu Yi frowned. Unwilling to give up, he tried constructing another funnel only to see it destroyed the second it took form. Not only that, Lu Yi's skin abruptly prickled like he was being watched. His senses were warning him that something bad would happen if he persisted in his ways. Am I being watched by the heavens right now? To say Lu Yi was shocked would be an understatement. He had heard the term at least 1,000,000 times since he embarked on this journey. One might say that a cultivator's life was intricately tied to the heavens. He had always thought that the heavens were a set of rules or laws that governed all living things, but now he realized that he might be mistaken. This unnatural sensation he was feeling. Could the heavens actually be alive? His muscles stiffened. The feeling of impending doom felt terrible, to put it mildly. Lu Yi channeled his spiritual power and tried constructing the funnel a third time. But this time he was assaulted by an inexplicable sense of panic before it could even take form. His heart beat faster and faster until it felt like it might leap out of his throat. The panic only dissipated after he dispelled his spiritual power. At that moment, Lu Yi knew that the heavens forbade him from bringing the spirit mist out of the pool of heavens, and the unnatural sensation that assaulted his body before was their warning. Come on. Lu Yi was unhappy at first. But on second thought, the spirit mist was the heaven's reward to all those who managed to stay on the scroll of supremacy for a month's time. It wouldn't be a reward anymore if they allowed Lu Yi to bring it out of the pool of heavens and distribute it freely among his friends, would it? It was like attending a buffet. If you could eat your money's worth, then good for you. However, no business owner would condone takeaways for obvious reasons. Lu Yi finally abandoned his desire after realizing this. While he was sad that he couldn't collect the spirit mist, he wasn't stupid or crazy enough to force things when the heavens had warned him as explicitly as they could. It would not end well for him if he persisted in his ways. Still, one question plagued Lu Yi: were the heavens truly alive and sentient? Knowing that he wouldn't get an answer anytime soon, Lu Yi pushed the question to the back of his mind and sat down at a random spot. For everyone else, they had to clear their mind of all stray thoughts and focus on inhaling the world's spiritual qi around them to cultivate their strength. It wouldn't work if they were too distracted. But Lu Yi? Lu Yi did not need to worry about such things. For as long as the gathering spirits remained in his spiritual points, he could fall asleep and still cultivate like any other cultivator. Lu Yi quietly sensed the changes to his body and soul while waiting. They were definitely growing stronger bit by bit. Time had never felt so short until now. Before he knew it, his vision warped, and he was back at the courtyard. An hour had passed just like that. He checked his body and soul again. Both aspects were already plenty powerful, but his gains were still obvious after an hour in the pool of heavens. He reckoned that both his physique and his mind were at least 10% stronger than before. 10% might not sound like a lot, but it was. Lu Ye's foundation was solid as a rock to begin with, and now that foundation had been strengthened by a further 10%. He was confident he could fight Shi Guang again and defeat him without suffering a scratch. That was how much a better foundation improved his overall strength. Of course, it was also thanks to his unusual cultivation technique. Other cultivators had to concentrate throughout the inhalation to receive the maximum benefits, but Lu Yi could fall asleep and achieve more or less the same result thanks to his gathering spirits. Even the most talented cultivator in the world could just barely beat Lu Yi in terms of cultivation efficiency, and that was before mentioning the gathering spirits ward he had set up. Yi and Amber had benefited indirectly from the ward as well. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise while sizing up Lu Yi with great interest, Lu Yi, I think you're paler than before." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lu Yi frowned and began squeezing Yi's cheeks like dough. "You feel even more realistic than before." Lu Yi didn't know when it would happen, but he strongly suspected that Yi might look and feel as real as a normal human being at a high enough cultivation level. In fact, she already looked no different from a normal person even though she was, in essence, an apparition. Yi tried to escape Lu Ye's demonic grip to no avail. So, she cried for help, "Sister Hua Xi, save me." Hua Xi heard the noise and stepped out of the wooden building. She immediately slapped Lu Ye's hand away and put Yi behind her back like a mother hen. "Are you a grown-up or not? Stop bullying the kid already." Yi poked her head from behind Hua Xi and stuck out her tongue cheekily at Lu Yi. She then told Hua Xi, "Sister Hua Xi, I told Lu Yi that he looks paler than before, but he doesn't believe me. Tell him it's true." Hua Xi looked Lu Yi up and down long enough to make him nervous. Finally, she said, "Your vitality has certainly grown much stronger than before. I would believe it if you tell me you're pregnant." Before Lu Yi could shoot a retort, she looked at Amber and praised, "You look mighty fine too, Amber. It seems that the heaven's reward is even greater than I thought." "Of course it is. Why else would a Heaven 9 cultivator stay at the Spirit Creek battlefield for weeks or even months? That's why I told you to challenge the Scroll of Supremacy." "What? You want me to defeat you and claim your spot that badly?" Lu Yi exclaimed in realization, "You're a pretty ambitious woman, aren't you? Unfortunately, I don't think you'll ever be able to defeat me." So long as he had the Tree of Glyphs, he was completely immune to all forms of poison. How could Hua Xi defeat him when her greatest weapon was completely useless against him? Now Lu Yi understood why Hua Xi still refused to challenge the Scroll of Supremacy. It wasn't because she couldn't, but because he was occupying the champion's spot right now. As it turned out, her ambition was just as great as his. They were both aiming for the number 1 spot. This meant she would challenge the Scroll of Supremacy only after he had ascended to the Cloud River realm. He tried to imagine the future for a bit. He immediately felt great pity for the Thousand Demon Ridge. He had already defeated their champion and claimed the top spot of the Scroll of Supremacy as a Heaven 8 cultivator. If Hua Xi, a medicine cultivator, managed to claim the number 1 spot as well, it wasn't just the Thousand Demon Ridge who was going to lose face. The Grand Sky Coalition would be biting their nails as well. After all, there had never been a medicine cultivator among the top 50. However, Lu Yi did not doubt in the slightest that Hua Xi possessed the strength to become the champion of the Scroll of Supremacy. Even now, she was already powerful enough to enter the top 30. Lu Yi needed to get used to his enhanced physique and mind, so he started practicing Flash after Hua Xi and Yi had left. He immediately noticed something different after making his first swing. Not only was his attack stronger than before, his chest wasn't hurting anymore. Shi Guang had pierced his chest with a spear. Although he had quickly recovered under Hua Xi's care, she was just a Heaven 8 cultivator. Even if she hadn't spared any effort in treating him, it was inevitable that some hidden injuries had remained in his body. For example, his chest always hurt when he was practicing flash. Chapter 408, The Purple Cloud Comes from the South. Cultivators led a tumultuous, violent life. Even the toughest cultivators could not avoid getting injured. The wound would heal given the proper care and treatment, but the same could not be said for hidden injuries. Hua Xi was just a Heaven 8 cultivator, so she was unable to remove these types of injuries. Their second senior sister, Shui Yuan, was the only one who was good enough to heal all of Lu Ye's hidden injuries. In fact, Shui Yuan would do exactly that for Lu Yi every time he returned to the headquarters. Now, it would seem that the spirit mist of the pool of heaven also possessed the power to heal one's hidden injuries. If nothing else, Lu Yi certainly felt much lighter than before. It was as if he had broken free from some sort of invisible weight. He was still practicing flash when suddenly, he received a message from Yu Lianzhou. It said, "Fellow cultivator Lu, I am ascending to the Cloud River realm now. Also, Shi Guang has already ascended to the Cloud River realm." Lu Yi immediately checked the scroll of supremacy and confirmed that that was indeed the case. In fact, many familiar names had vanished from the scroll of supremacy. He practically did not recognize the bottom 50 rankers anymore. The scroll of supremacy was updated very frequently. Normally, it took mere months for the entire list to be replaced by a completely new batch of cultivators. This was because even the lowest ranker should have absorbed their fill after entering the pool of heavens just 3 or 4 times. After that, there was no point in lingering in the Spirit Creek battlefield any longer. Yu Lianzhou had also mentioned the Yi elimination front briefly. Lu Yi knew that it was a temporary organization the Thousand Demon Ridge had set up to eliminate him. In fact, Shi Guang himself was the leader of the group. The Yi Elimination Front was a loose and temporary organization to begin with, and now their leader was gone. He did not think he had anything to worry about from them anymore. After conversing with Yu Lianzhou for a bit and bidding him goodbye, the sword cultivator's name soon vanished from the scroll of supremacy as well. Lu Yi resumed his blade technique training after that. If he was tired, then he would cultivate and study until he regained his strength. Infinite Island Outpost, Core Circle. Infinite Island was a Tier 1 sect with a deep foundation and countless talents. Right now, a young man was standing at a deserted spot and watching an exquisite-looking pavilion from afar. Lu Yi would have recognized him right away. He was none other than Luo Ji, an old foe of his. Of course, they were both pretty weak at the time. Lu Yi was on his way to the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost when he passed through the Mystic Sect and 9-Star Clan's territory. For the crime of killing the young master of the 9-Star Clan, he had earned a bounty on his head. Later, the Mystic Sect interfered and fought against the 9-Star Clan at the Split Sky Gorge. Luo Ji was training with the 9-Star Clan at the time. Dong Shu Yi then requested him to kill Lu Yi. He was the first true spell cultivator Lu Yi had fought. It was him who contributed to Lu Ye's loathing of spell cultivators. Of course, Lu Yi no longer loathed spell cultivators as much as he did in the past because they were fragile. It had been a year and a half since that day. Luo Ji had also become a Heaven 7 cultivator. Luo Ji was different from the ordinary cultivator. He had cultivated a Heaven-grade cultivation technique right from the get-go. When Lu Yi fought him, he was just a Heaven-grade second-order realm cultivator with 50 unlocked spiritual points. Lu Yi was third order at the time. He and Luo Ji had had a close match. Most cultivators avoided cultivating Heaven-grade cultivation techniques right from the get-go because it took more time and effort to unlock spiritual points. However, Luo Ji still managed to reach Heaven 7 and unlock just under 300 spiritual points in 1.5 years. He was talented, and he came from a good background. In addition, he had done Infinite Island a great service. That was why he was rewarded handsomely after the 9-star clan's outpost was breached, and he had returned to the outpost. However, Luo Ji wasn't satisfied with his current achievements. It was simple. He was still a nobody in the Spirit Creek battlefield, and the only noteworthy thing about him was his sect. On the other hand, his old rival was famous throughout Jianghu, not to mention that he had become the champion of the Scroll of Supremacy as a Heaven 8 cultivator. Any genius would feel inferior if they compared themselves to Lu Yi. When Luo Ji had returned to the Infinite Island, he had sworn that he would defeat the Mountain Tiger and wipe out his past shame with his own hands. However, it was clear that his oath would never come true. Today, there was only one person left in the entire Spirit Creek battlefield who could defeat Lu Yi, and she was none other than the woman he had brought back from the 9-star clan. At the time, he had no idea what was so special about the dorky-looking woman. In fact, the only reason he went to the 9-star clan's outpost to train was to carry out the will of his elder. The elder was an expert in divination, and he had divined that the purple cloud comes from the south. That was why many Infinite Island disciples had been dispatched to the south in search of the prophesied person. In the end, he was luckier than his fellow disciples. Over time, it was proven that their elder's prophecy was true. The woman had appeared to be socially inept and untalented while she was cultivating under the 9-star clan, but after he took her back to their headquarters, she was immediately acknowledged by the inheritance of the progenitor of their sect. Since then, her cultivation had been improving by leaps and bounds. The last time he saw her was a month ago. At the time, she was already a Heaven 8 cultivator. Knowing her cultivation speed, Luo Ji reckoned that she should reach Heaven 9 very soon. Luo Ji's cultivation speed was pretty quick, but it was nothing compared to hers. "Are you waiting for Ze, junior brother Luo?" A voice suddenly startled him from behind. Luo Ji turned around and saw that it was his legate, senior brother Kongbu. He turned a little red as he said, "I was just in the area." Kongbu chuckled. "There is nothing to be ashamed about your love, not to mention that you are the only one in the entire sect who can hold a conversation with her. Seriously, I would be so lucky if she answered any of my questions 3 out of 5 times a day." Luo Ji hurriedly defended Z. Z doesn't mean ill. She's just a little slow. The entire sect knew that Z was slow. If they asked her a question, there was a chance she would only realize it the next day before rushing to tell them her answer. Countless senior brothers and sisters had been confused by her strange behavior. Kongbu replied good-naturedly, "I know. You don't need to be nervous, junior brother Luo. You know I'm not a narrow-minded person." The legate paused for a second before sighing. "The purple cloud comes from the south, huh? The elder's divination skill ages as well as fine wine." "Yeah. I knew it was her from the moment I heard someone calling her name at the 9-star clan's outpost." The great service Luo Ji had done for his sect back then was to bring Lan Zi to them. "Oh right, I have a question, senior brother. You've mentioned before that you've sparred with Zi. Do you think she could defeat Lu Yi if she ascends to Heaven 9? Luo Ji asked. "Absolutely." Kong Nyo answered without hesitation. "Z was only a Heaven 8 cultivator when we sparred, but I still nearly lost to her back then." Luo Ji hadn't known the outcome of that spar. He smiled widely and said, "I'm very glad to hear that." Not only was Lu Yi the only Heaven 8 cultivator in a rank list dominated by Heaven 9 cultivators, he was also the champion. How could the 1,000-demon Ridge be comfortable with this outcome? If Z emerged from her secluded cultivation as a Heaven 9 cultivator, she would be able to defeat Lu Yi and earn their sect much glory. Considering her cultivation speed, it should not be long before she comes out of secluded cultivation. "I hope so," Luo Ji responded before adding, "Before I forget, congratulations for entering the top 20, senior brother." Kongbu shook his head wryly. "You know I'm not worthy of my current spot." His placement only went up because those who ranked above him had ascended to the Cloud River realm recently. Lu Ye's idle lifestyle lasted exactly 3 days before he received a message from Fengyu. Fifth senior brother, Phil. Many thousand Demon Ridge cultivators are surrounding the Three Sages School's outpost right now. I think they're aiming to get you. Lu Yi did not understand her message. You say they're aiming to get me, but I'm not at the Three Sages School, am I? Feng Yu replied, exactly. They couldn't locate you, so they're going to attack me instead. I don't even know how they found out that I'm a disciple of the Crimson Blood sect. What should I do, fifth senior brother? Wait for me. Lu Yi responded before messaging his friends about the situation. He quickly got a number of replies. As it turned out, the Thousand Demon Ridge had been growing increasingly restless since he became the champion and received the Heaven's reward. This was only compounded by the fact that they had been unable to locate him for months. Lu Yi was already nigh unkillable to begin with. If they allowed him to grow any stronger than he already was, then he would truly be invincible. That was why the Thousand Demon Ridge was trying to force him to show up by threatening Feng Yu. The good news was that Feng Yu's exposure wasn't the result of espionage activity. When Lu Yi had entered the core circle, he had taken Feng Yu to the Three Sages School's outpost and left her there. Multiple thousand Demon Ridge cultivators had witnessed this with their own eyes. It was a bit late, but they had made the connection eventually. The Three Sages School wasn't the only one who was surrounded. The devoted ones had been dragged into the mess as well. When Feng Yuechan and Li Baxian were still around, no one dared to challenge the devoted ones. But now, their invincible protectors were no more. While it was common knowledge that the devoted ones loathed the Crimson Blood sect these days, the Thousand Demon Ridge couldn't care less about their feud. More accurately, every core circle sect that was even tangentially related to the Crimson Blood sect was being attacked. As a result, the devoted ones was in quite the conundrum right now. It wasn't like they could explain things to the Thousand Demon Ridge either. They had no choice but to defend their outpost as best they could. Thankfully, the Thousand Demon Ridge was only surrounding the outposts instead of attacking. It was to pressure Lu Yi into showing himself. Lu Yi did not really care what might befall the devoted ones, but the same could not be said for the Three Sages School. To say that his sect owed the Three Sages School would be an understatement. First, his sect master had stolen 50 of their best disciples. 2, he had brought disaster to their doorsteps and cost them their outpost even though their sect master was the one who requested he visited their outpost. Also, he had failed to fulfill his promise to cultivate at their outpost because of his troubles. Lu Yi was going to cultivate in peace and silence until he reached Heaven 9, but the Thousand Demon Ridge had no regard for his wishes. While keeping a tight lid on his anger, Lu Yi messaged Feng Yu and said, "Please inform our friends in the Three Sages School to stay calm. If their outpost is breached before I get there, I swear I will compensate them for their loss one way or another." Chapter 409. Who do you think I look like? While Lu Yi was messaging Feng Yu, the legate of the Three Sages School, Sidohan was standing next to her with an anxious expression. When she was finally done, he immediately asked, "What did fellow cultivator Lu say, junior sister Feng?" Sidohan let out a sigh of relief after Feng Yu told him everything. It was never a good thing to lose one's outpost, but Lu Ye's promise had dispelled his worries. Worst case scenario, they would evacuate to their headquarters and wait for the danger to pass. It wasn't like they could chase them to Jianghu. Once upon a time, there was an inner circle sect called the Heavenly Derivative Sect who lost their outpost to the Thousand Demon Ridge because of Lu Yi. Later, Lu Yi had destroyed all the Thousand Demon Ridge sects within their vicinity and led them on an unprecedented conquest that allowed them to recoup everything they had lost and some more. This was why Sidohan did not doubt Lu Ye's ability in the slightest. Meanwhile, Lu Yi bade Hua Xi goodbye in front of the wooden building before bringing out his flying spirit artifact and taking to the sky. As usual, amber was draped across his shoulder. Last time, he had returned to the Myriad Poison Forest fairly quickly because he just wanted to buy some stuff at the Divine Trade Association. This time though, he was planning to stir some trouble. That was why he decided to bring Amber and E with him. Wuxia wanted to come with them, but Lu Yi needed someone to watch over the central ward at the courtyard, so that was that. A massive number of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators were currently surrounding the Three Sages' school in an attempt to force him out. Naturally, he wasn't stupid enough to oblige their wishes and walk into their death trap. Logically speaking, the 1,000 Demon Ridge should leave the Three Sages' school as soon as he revealed himself. Of course, there was a chance they might decide to occupy the outpost anyway since they were already there. This wasn't something he could change. In the air, Lu Yi took out his 10-point map and checked his surroundings for a bit. A while later, he selected the 1,000 Demon Ridge outpost over 150 kilometers away from the Myriad Poison Forest as his target. The outpost belonged to a Tier 3 sect called the Meandering Mountain Clan. He rushed over as soon as he identified the direction. Both his physique and his mind were stronger after receiving the reward of the heavens. His telekinesis speed had improved as well. About 40 minutes later, Lu Yi arrived at his destination and descended right outside the outpost's grand ward. A sentry immediately noticed his presence and greeted Lu Yi cordially. "Hail, fellow cultivator. May I know your name?" Normally, only a friend of the sect would show up without prior notice. The sentry would let them in after a quick check. That was why this cultivator did not suspect that Lu Yi was an enemy. After all, what cultivator would be crazy enough to show up at an enemy sect's doorsteps alone? Lu Yi was inspecting the nodes of the Grand Ward with insight when he heard the question. He turned toward the cultivator and asked expressionlessly, "Who do you think I look like?" Caught off guard by the unexpected question, the cultivator examined Lu Yi's face for a second before blanching. He then pointed a finger at Lu Yi and stuttered, "You." He then channeled his spiritual power and shouted on top of his lungs, "Luyi is here." In that instant, the entire outpost stirred like a kicked hornet's nest. Countless auras began flying over even as they wondered if they were hearing things, or if the cultivator who shouted the warning was mistaken. Lu Yi had gone underground for a while now. For what reason would he suddenly come to their outpost? By now, Lu Yi had taken out his ward flags and planted them into the Grand Ward. A bit of finessing later, the spiritual power within the marked area came to an abrupt stop. Finally, he opened a corner of the Grand Ward like he was opening a tent flap and walked in. He had used the exact same method against the devoted ones when he was visiting their outpost with Zhu Jia and Feng Yu. If even a Tier 2 sect's Grand Ward could not stop Lu Yi, of course the Meandering Mountain Clan could only do worse. That said, he wasn't trying to bring down the entire ward or even damage it in any way. Therefore, this tactic could only be used by a single person or a small group of people. By now, dozens of cultivators were surrounding him, and more were coming from every direction. Lu Yi had just walked into the outpost when a barrage of attacks flew toward him. Lu Yi was prepared for this, of course. He immediately activated protection to shield before dashing to the side with Windwalk. Despite his preparation, the glyph shattered almost immediately after he constructed it. This would happen another 5 times before he finally managed to escape to a corner where the enemy could not quite focus him down. His weapon holder vibrated as 9 flying weapons shot into the open. Blood-curdling screams immediately broke out all around him. A Tier 3 sect's outpost was mostly made up of Heaven 7 and Heaven 8 cultivators. Not only that, their handful of Heaven 9 cultivators weren't strong enough to enter the Scroll of Supremacy. Naturally, they were no match for Lu Yi. That said, the Meandering Mountain Clan had responded to the threat very quickly. Just 10 breaths later, every cultivator in the outpost was on the move. For a time, the sky was filled with hundreds and hundreds of auras. It was quite the spectacle if nothing else. Although Lu Yi had entered the outpost alone, he knew from the start that his chances of occupying an outpost by himself were 0. The reason he did this was to cause a big enough commotion to draw the 1,000 Demon Ridge's attention. More and more Meandering Mountain Clan cultivators fell to Lu Yi, but the combat cultivator was being worn down at a steady rate himself. What he was doing was impressive, but every second he still breathed was a second he might not have. The smallest mistake could see him dead. Protection was not a powerful glyph, but quantity itself was a form of quality. Moreover, Lu Yi didn't get many opportunities to attack the enemy. As time passed, the meandering mountain clan gradually calmed down and discovered that the infamous monster wasn't invincible after all. Alone, none of them was a match for Lu Yi even if they fought to the last man. But together, they might not be able to kill him, but he certainly wasn't going to escape unscathed. After the legate and the prolgate of the meandering mountain clan had collected themselves, their defense suddenly became much more solid. Not only that, they were actively trying to hinder and kill Lu Yi. As a result, Lu Yi was forced to leave the outpost less than half a tea time later. The battle had ended with the death of 20 to 30 cultivators for the meandering mountain clan and a full body of injuries for Lu Yi. Lu Yi did not leave, however. In fact, he stood right outside of their grand ward and stared at them while swallowing his spirit pills from time to time. The meandering mountain clan did not dare to open their grand ward and chase him away. Inside the outpost, Lu Yi had very little room to maneuver. But outside the outpost where the sky was the limit, the combat cultivator could go all out against them. Neither the legate nor the prolgate were dumb enough to fight Lu Yi in his element. However, their cultivators were beyond angry and frustrated that a single man could trap them within their outpost. So, they jabbed fingers and yelled obscenities at him from the other side of the grand ward. Lu Yi did not respond no matter how ugly the curses were. Only a kid would argue with their mouth. Meanwhile, the news that Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect had infiltrated a Thousand Demon Ridge outpost and wreaked havoc swiftly spread throughout the Spirit Creek battlefield. All nearby Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators began moving to rescue their ally. Although Shi Guang had ascended to the Cloud River realm, the Yi Elimination Front was still present. It was precisely because it was a loose organization established purely to kill Lu Yi that Shi Guang's presence, while sorely missed, did not affect the organization too much. For as long as the desire to kill Lu Yi existed, so would the organization. More and more cultivators were converging upon the meandering mountain clan. The Spirit Creek battlefield that was silent for half a month finally became lively once more. Lu Yi left after standing outside the outpost for 2 hours. Since he had achieved his objective, there was no longer any need to stay. As he left, it so happened that he ran into a squad of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators who were coming to the meandering mountain clan's rescue. At Lu Ye's current strength, any group that was smaller than 20 or even 30 people was no match for him. After all, this was not the challenge battle of the Scroll of Supremacy. There, the challenger must deal with all sorts of limitations and geographical disadvantages. But here in the outdoors, victory was decided by the depth of their foundation and their tricks. And Lu Yi wasn't lacking in either department. Lu Yi charged his enemies without even bothering to maneuver out of harm's way. Only a handful of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators managed to cross paths with him and live. Lu Yi did not have a specific destination in mind. He was simply traveling in a straight line and killing everyone in his way. If the Thousand Demon Ridge wanted him to show himself so badly, then he would oblige them. He only hoped that they could bear the consequences. After suffering many losses, many Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators decided to retreat. However, even more people were moving in to intercept him as his location was being shared among his pursuers in real time. Lu Yi was very glad that he had brought Yi and Amber with him. Otherwise, he would have no time to rest at all. He hadn't stopped flying since he left the meandering mountain clan's outpost. No matter where he went, Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators would swoop in to try to kill him. It was only thanks to Yi and Amber sharing some of the burden that he was able to hang on. The Thousand Demon Ridge's plan was very clear. They were going to slow him down and wear him out with sheer numbers. No matter how strong Lu Yi was, he was still human. Once he was exhausted, he would fall like any other. It wasn't a smart plan, but it was certainly the most effective plan against Lu Yi. Lu Yi almost never ran out of spiritual power thanks to the Tree of Glyphs and Gluttonous Feast, but he could not say the same for his mind and stamina. It was only a matter of time before either one of them gave out. That was why Lu Yi began making his way toward Myriad Poison Forest when he was approaching his limit. Right now in the core circle, the Myriad Poison Forest was his one and only refuge. Nowhere else was safe for him. As long as he could get within 50 kilometers of the Myriad Poison Forest, he would be able to teleport back to the wooden building. Once he was done recovering, he could come out and repeat this all over again. Suddenly, he felt a stirring in his battlefield imprint. It was a message from Fengyu. Fifth senior brother, the Three Sages School's outpost is about to fall. I will be evacuating to Jianghu with senior brother Situ and the others. Take care, fifth senior brother. Lu Yi was silent when he saw the message. In the end, he wasn't able to save the Three Sages School's outpost. It was the expected outcome. The Thousand Demon Ridge had gathered enough cultivators to defeat the Three Sages School's outpost. Why would they leave empty-handed? Lu Yi attempted to respond to Fengyu's message, but he quickly discovered that his response could not be sent. Fengyu had already teleported back to Jianghu. If the Three Sages School could not save their outpost, what about the devoted ones? He reckoned that the devoted ones would not escape their fate either. In the past, no one dared to challenge them because they had fourth senior brother and senior sister Feng to protect them. But now, this generation of devoted ones was nothing impressive, so he did not think they would be able to defend their outpost. Chapter 410, The Three Banes of Spirit Creek. Lu Yi was still thinking when he received another message. This time, it was from his second senior sister. It stated, "Pay the Blue Emperor City's outpost a visit if you're free." Lu Yi hurriedly responded, "Why is that?" "Someone would like to meet you." Lu Yi was a bit confused. If he remembered correctly, the Blue Emperor City was a Tier 2 sect in Bingzhou. It was almost as strong as some Tier 1 sects and more or less in the same position as the devoted ones right now. The problem was that Lu Yi had never interacted with a member of the Blue Emperor City before, so he wasn't sure why she was asking him to go to their outpost. He didn't try to ask for more information. Shui Yuan would have told him everything if she wanted. Got it. Lu Yi responded before checking his 10-point map. He discovered that the Blue Emperor City's outpost wasn't too far away from his current location. At his current speed, he should reach it in less than half a day. However, he looked back at the auras still hounding him like past memories. The Thousand Demon Ridge wasn't going to give up pursuing him anytime soon. It would be remiss of him to fly to the Blue Emperor City like this. First things first, he had to find a way to shake off his tail. There were several ways Lu Yi could do this, but the most obvious answer was soar. If he activated the glyph for a prolonged period of time, then not even a sword cultivator could catch up to him. He was going to do just that when suddenly let out a cry of surprise from behind him. Before he could react, he felt his spiritual power seizing inside his body, and his flying spirit artifact ceasing to function. They started falling uncontrollably toward the ground. On his shoulder, Amber's eyes widened as it gripped his shirt firmly to avoid being shaken off by the sudden momentum. Lu Yi did not panic despite the completely unexpected situation. He immediately checked his surroundings but did not detect an ambush. In fact, his pursuers were also screaming and falling toward the ground just like him. It would be a very amusing sight if he wasn't in the same situation himself. Is it aerial lock? If there was an aerial lock effect in this area, then it would explain why they had suddenly lost control of their flying spirit artifacts. However, his spiritual power was restricted as well. Aerial lock would not be able to do this. Is it spirit lock then? That didn't seem quite right either. It felt like this entire region was under the effect, and he did not know of any ward that could affect such a large area. It was at this moment he abruptly regained control of his spiritual power once more. He hurriedly circulated it and flew back into the air. It was then that he cried out, "Lu Yi, I think the Yuan metal storm is upon us." Lu Yi instinctively knew that she was right. Back at the inner circle, After he had conquered 1 to 200,000 Demon Ridge outposts with the Grand Sky Coalition, he had heard a little about the Three Banes of Spirit Creek. The Three Banes of Spirit Creek referred to the Judgment of Heavens, the Yuan Metal Storm, and the One Leaf. The Judgment of Heavens was an obvious one. Thunder rarely echoed in the Spirit Creek battlefield, but when it did, it usually meant that an insectoid attack was coming. It was easily the busiest time of a cultivator's life. Every cultivator, no matter the sect or faction, must focus on dealing with the insectoid attack near their outpost with all their might. The Yuan Metal Storm was even more unpredictable than the Judgment of Heavens. Every few years to a decade or so, a natural disaster cultivators named as the Yuan Metal Storm would happen. Lu Yi wasn't unfamiliar with Yuan Metal force fields. In fact, it was thanks to it that he was able to slay Manager Yang as a mortal and embark on his cultivation journey. The Yuan Metal force field in the mines wasn't powerful. In fact, it was positively weak since it was generated by a pitiful amount of Yuan Metal. Even so, Manager Yang had been unable to channel even a sliver of spiritual power. That was why he had succumbed to Lu Yi in the end. What would happen if that same force field was thousands or even tens of thousands of times stronger? And what would happen if it engulfed the entire Spirit Creek battlefield? This was why people called it the Yuan Metal Storm. Every time this happened, the entire Spirit Creek battlefield would be engulfed in an unshakable force field. Every world spiritual chi in the air would be frozen solid, and even the spiritual power in a cultivator's body would be completely unusable. During this period, the only power a cultivator could rely on during this time was their body. As cultivators strongly relied on spiritual power for combat, the natural disaster was undoubtedly the bane of their existence, but only some of them. Body-tempering cultivators loved the Yuan Metal Storm, and combat cultivators fared pretty well during such times as well. On the other hand, spell cultivators and ghost cultivators could only quake in fear in their outposts. The one silver lining regarding the Yuan Metal Storm was that it did not hit the Spirit Creek battlefield immediately and without warning. At the beginning, it would happen sporadically as if warning the cultivators of its imminent arrival. Shortly after that, it would engulf the entire Spirit Creek battlefield. Lu Yi was thankful that the natural disaster wasn't completely without warning. Otherwise, countless cultivators would have fallen to their deaths. As for the One Leaf, Lu Yi wasn't even going to entertain the thought. It was obvious that the Thousand Demon Ridge was slandering him. When his friends had told him about it, he merely chuckled and pushed it to the back of his mind as soon as he was able. Apparitions were especially sensitive toward Yuan Metal force fields. That was why Yi had realized the truth sooner than him. "Return to Amber's body now," Lu Yi hurriedly said. The worst thing the Yuan Metal Storm could do to a cultivator was to shackle their spiritual power, but to an apparition like Yi, it might kill her outright if she did not hide in Amber's body. Yeah. He immediately disappeared into Amber's body. "Amber, manifest your true form." Amber growled in response before leaping down Lu Ye's back and occupying Yi's spot. There was a burst of mutant energy, and it transformed back into a massive tiger once more. While this was happening, Lu Yi lowered their altitude until they were less than 17 meters away from the ground. This way, they wouldn't fall to their deaths even if the Yuan Metal Storm were to happen in earnest. To a cultivator, there was no death more tragic than a fall from great height. Almost as soon as he was done adjusting his altitude, Lu Yi once again felt an invisible energy shackling the spiritual power inside his body. Both him and Amber immediately crashed to the ground. Right after they climbed back to their feet, the tightness abruptly vanished, and he was able to fly his spirit boat once more. This would happen a couple more times before the Yuan Metal Force field finally engulfed the entire Spirit Creek battlefield. At that moment, all cultivators lost control of their spiritual power, and even the world's spiritual chi in the air was frozen solid. Not only that, every outpost's grand ward had come undone as well. Right now, the only thing the cultivators could still use was their battlefield imprint. Not even the Yuan Metal Storm could affect an object of the heavens. The moment the Yuan metal storm had erupted in full force, Lu Yi immediately climbed onto Amber's back and rode it to the distance. The 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators behind him could only watch as he left them in the dust. More than ever, Lu Yi wanted to thank his past self for being wise enough to bring Amber with him. He did not even want to imagine what would happen if he had to outrun his enemies on his own 2 feet. Meanwhile, the 1,000 Demon Ridge was experiencing an epiphany. Now was the time to kill Lu Yi. Ever since the bastard had become a Heaven 8 cultivator, their ability to suppress him had become weaker than ever before. He had only become stronger after he received the reward of the Scroll of Supremacy. If they tried to swarm him with numbers, he would just outfly them. If they tried to assassinate him, he would just annihilate his assassins. That was why he was able to escape their judgment for so long. But now, everyone's spiritual power was shackled, and they could only rely on their bodies to fight. If they could trap Lu Yi in a disadvantageous terrain, then they should be able to overwhelm him with just dozens of bodies. However, the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators were quickly met with a new problem. Lu Yi had a mount. A mount that could attack one's divine soul with its roar no less. Mounts were very popular among low-level cultivators because they made travel easier and functioned as a capable partner in combat. However, tamed beasts became far less common after they reached the 8th order. Few tamed beasts could travel faster than a cultivator could fly on their flying spirit artifacts, and even their fighting strength became wanting after the cultivator had grown to a certain point. Natural selection was taking its course, so to speak. If the 1,000 Demon Ridge wished to kill Lu Yi before the Yuan metal storm was over, they would need to acquire a lot of mounts. Moreover, the mount must be able to catch up with his white tiger at the very least. Thankfully, there was such a thing as the Beast Tamer faction. The cultivators of this faction specialized in fighting together with their tamed beasts. In fact, their strength was entirely dependent on the strength of their spirit beasts. Once, Lu Yi had fought such a cultivator on the Scroll of Supremacy. The man had brought a whopping 4 spirit beasts onto the battlefield. But of course, Lu Yi had killed them all and even kept the spirit beasts' bodies as food. For once, the Beast Tamers became one of the most popular factions in the Spirit Creek battlefield. Even mutant cultivator sects had chipped in their flying spirit beasts to aid the cause. Their job was to search high and low for Lu Yi at his last discovered location. No matter what happened, they had to slay Lu Yi before the Yuan metal storm passed. Meanwhile, Lu Yi had finally arrived at the Blue Emperor City's outpost. What should have been a 3/4-day journey had been prolonged to a 2-day journey. This was after Amber had become much stronger and faster too. Otherwise, it would have taken him 4 to 5 days to reach the outpost. Both man and mount looked dusted and dirty when they arrived at the outpost's entrance. There was no grand ward surrounding the outpost because of the Yuan metal storm, and every cultivator had been summoned back to the outpost to guard it. After all, no one knew if the enemy would choose to attack them during this time. Lu Yi was spotted almost immediately by a Blue Emperor City cultivator. It wasn't long before someone met him outside the outpost and asked cordially, "Are you fellow cultivator Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect?" "I am." The cultivator immediately made a welcoming gesture. "Please come in, fellow cultivator Yi." Chapter 411, Third Senior Brother's Insight into Blade Techniques. A short while later, Lu Yi was brought into the outpost's guest hall. Soon, a refined young man wearing a robe with long sleeves stepped into the room. Lu Yi was pretty young, but the young man looked even younger than he was. Since everyone's spiritual power was currently shackled in their bodies, he was unable to determine his cultivation level from his aura. Still, the fact he was in the core circle could only mean that he had already switched to a heaven-grade cultivation technique. He must be Heaven 7 at least. The young man stepped forward and bowed politely. Xiao Changhe greets his 5th senior uncle. "Did he just call me, and his name? Are you Xiang Xinghe's?" Xiao Changhe smiled gently. "That is correct. Xiao Xinghe is my father." Lu Yi let out an exclamation of realization. Before he joined the Crimson Blood sect, the sect master and his second senior sister were the only ones left in the entire sect. The first senior sister he had met at the Spirit Creek battlefield, Missouri Yuan, did not count because she was really the same person as Shui Yuan. However, their personalities and even their body shapes were completely different for some reason. Lu Yi had gradually learned about this after he joined the Crimson Blood sect. Lu Yi also had two senior brothers. His fourth senior brother, Li Baxian, was one of them. The other person was his third senior brother, Shao Xinghe. Although Lu Yi had never met the man in his life, the young man before him had called himself Shao Changhe and addressed Lu Yi as his fifth senior uncle. Naturally, he had made the connection immediately. Although they were only 1 or 2 years apart, Lu Yi belonged to the same generation as his third senior brother from a sex point of view. It made sense that Shao Changhe would address him as his fifth senior uncle. I see. My third senior brother is with the Blue Emperor City. It was only now that Lu Yi had found out about this. He knew that the sect master had sent his third senior brother away to keep him safe just like Li Baxian, but he not learned that he joined the Blue Emperor City until now. He watched Shao Changhe closely and internally praised his third senior brother for his, skills. Not only was his son almost the same age as him, he was extraordinarily talented as well. Third senior brother wanted to meet me, didn't he? Lu Yi asked. Earlier, Shui Yuan had messaged him saying that someone would like to meet him. All things considered, it could only be his third senior brother. Shao Changhe nodded. Yes. In fact, my father was going to invite you to the headquarters, but this Yuan metal storm had temporarily disabled the Divine Opportunity Column's teleportation ability. The Divine Opportunity Column's teleportation required spiritual qi to function. Since the Spirit Creek battlefield's world spiritual qi was temporarily frozen, of course it wouldn't be able to teleport anyone. After that, Shao Changhe passed over a booklet and said, when my father sensed that the Yuan metal storm was about to befall the Spirit Creek battlefield, he told me to return to the headquarters and take this booklet. He wanted me to give it to you. Lu Yi accepted it and took a look. The booklet was only the size of a palm and about a dozen or so pages thick. It looked like it had been sewn using animal skin. He flipped it open and saw that it was filled with tiny words. His eyebrows slowly rose as he went through the columns though. It was his third senior brother's insight into blade techniques. This reminded him of an old memory. His fourth senior brother was with him the first time he had returned to the headquarters from the Spirit Creek battlefield. At the time, Li Baxian had complained that Lu Yi had picked up a blade like his third senior brother instead of the sword. To this day, Lu Yi could still recall Li Baxian's sad face. Since ancient times, blade wielders had looked down on sword wielders and vice versa. Technically speaking, Li Baxian would have cherished Lu Yi all the same no matter which weapon he had chosen, and it was true. That said, Li Baxian would be even fonder of Lu Yi if the young man had picked up the sword. This booklet contains some of my father's insights into his personal blade techniques in recent years. He hopes that it will be of use to you since he is unable to teach you himself. It most certainly is. Please thank him on my behalf. Lu Yi wasn't just flattering Shao Changhe when he said this. This booklet was practically a treasure to him since he had been hitting a wall when cultivating his blade technique for a while. He had many ideas, but not many ways to succeed. Even if he did discover a feasible way to succeed, he wasn't quite able to find a point of entry, so to speak. Worse, he had no one he could consult or study with. He was like a blind man trying to cross a river. He only had the feedback of his subpar senses to rely on. That was why his third senior brother's gift was most timely. The difference between having to explore a path entirely on his own and following a guide was like night and day. The destination was the same, but this one booklet would save him so much time and effort. My father knew you would say this. He said there is no need for thanks between family members, Shao Changhe replied smilingly before adding, "Fifth senior uncle, my father has been cultivating in the Cloud River battlefield for the past 3 years. He has not been able to return to Jianghu even once until he ascended to the real lake realm a while ago. That is why he's clueless to anything that happens outside of the Cloud River battlefield. Lu Yi understood what Xiao Changhe was trying to say and nodded. I understand. Please inform my third senior brother that he has nothing to worry about. In the future, I will pay him a visit. Also, please inform him that I, Lu Yi, am a lucky and tenacious man. The Thousand Demon Ridge cannot kill me no matter what they do. My father looks forward to meeting you. Xiao Changhe made an earnest attempt to get Lu Yi to stay at the outpost, but in the end Lu Yi took his leave after a brief rest. The Thousand Demon Ridge must be looking for him right now. If his location was leaked, the Blue Emperor City's outpost would surely be in danger. The Yuan Metal Storm stopped not just the Grand Wards from functioning, but also the Divine Opportunity Column from teleporting. Many people would die if the Thousand Demon Ridge invaded the outpost. Lu Yi took off in the direction of the Myriad Poison Forest after leaving the Blue Emperor City's outpost. He was missing his wooden home more than ever right now. He could not wait to study the gift his third senior brother had given him. The first page alone had given him much inspiration and discovery. If he could digest the booklet completely, Lu Yi was certain that his strength would enter a whole new level. Meanwhile, a falcon was flying high up in the clouds and looking down at the young man and his tiger. It was no coincidence. At this altitude, Lu Yi would be hard-pressed to detect this falcon even if he was searching for it. This was especially true after the Yuan Metal Storm had descended on the Spirit Creek battlefield. He was unable to channel his spiritual power into his eyes and focus his eyesight to the maximum range. In fact, Lu Ye's supernatural sense of danger was greatly diminished without his spiritual power. As a result, he did not notice that the Thousand Demon Ridge was executing a certain plan. This was possibly the Thousand Demon Ridge's final shot at killing Lu Yi. If they failed, they might not get another chance like this. That was why an unbelievable amount of cultivators were mobilizing with the Yi elimination front at the helm. Lu Yi was surprised that he hadn't encountered a single Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator since he left the Blue Emperor City's outpost. Amber was fast, but not so fast that it could outrun all of its pursuers. This revelation both puzzled and worried him. Unless his pursuers had fully withdrawn to their outpost, he should have encountered at least one enemy along the way. Then again, he was overthinking this. The arrival of the Yuan Metal Storm meant that every outpost in the Spirit Creek battlefield was exposed right now. Some cultivators were especially vulnerable in this environment. He supposed that it made sense that they would huddle up in a secure location to protect themselves. While Lu Ye's powerful mind was diminished without his spiritual power, that didn't mean his perception was completely neutralized. If his enemies really were spying on him from nearby, he should be able to detect their gazes. While Lu Yi was passing through a canyon, he suddenly felt a disturbance from his battlefield imprint. When he checked, he realized that someone had just issued him a challenge request. He quickly connected to the Scroll of Supremacy and checked the 5 rankers below him. He saw the female archer, Guiyingzi, and finally, a body-tempering cultivator he did not recognize. Yu Lianzhou and Shiguang had already ascended to the Cloud River realm. Naturally, their placement had gone up as well. He did not think that the female archer and Guiyingzi would be bold enough to challenge him. They were powerful, but terrain was a huge factor of their strength. Since Lu Yi was the one being challenged right now, it meant that the right to choose the terrain was in his hands. If Lu Yi were to choose a battlefield that was only tens of meters in radius, and why wouldn't he? Both the female archer and the ghost cultivator would be lucky to live to see another day. This meant that his challenger had to be the body-tempering cultivator named Zhu Peng. Is it just a coincidence that he's challenging me now, or? Lu Yi scanned both his surroundings and the sky above his head, frowning. The reason he was suspicious was because the canyon around him was perfect for an ambush. If he accepted the challenge request and entered the battlefield now, the Thousand Demon Ridge would have the perfect opportunity to surround him. If they managed to block all the entrances before he returned, then he would be hard-pressed to escape even if he grew wings. Just because he didn't feel someone spying on him, didn't mean that no one was spying on him. It was entirely possible that his spies were spying on him from beyond his eyesight or perception. Add to that the fact that he hadn't encountered a single enemy since his departure. Lu Yi quickly made up his mind. He accepted the challenge request but did not choose the terrain immediately. He could delay this for 4 hours max before he must enter the battlefield or forfeit by default. As if noticing Lu Ye's intent, Amber kicked it up a notch and moved even faster. It wasn't long before the canyon was behind them. Meanwhile, a ton of messages were being exchanged from where Lu Yi could not detect. Lu Yi has accepted the challenge request. Tell brother Zhu Pang to get ready. Zhu Pang is ready, but the battle hasn't begun yet. Lu Yi must be planning on buying time for himself. What a shame. He would be dead for sure if we were able to surround him in that location. There's no hurry. We still have a chance. As long as brother Zhu Pang can delay Lu Yi for an incense stick, we will be able to surround him from every direction. When that happens, not even he would be able to escape. Can someone ask Zhu Pang if it's possible for him to delay Lu Yi for an incense stick? He said he'll do his best, but he also urged us to act as quickly as we are able. His best isn't enough. We need him to be able to survive an incense stick no matter what. Our forces are just too far away from Lu Yi right now. Without enough time, it's physically impossible for him to entrap him. Anyway, Zhu Pang is a body-tempering cultivator, isn't he? Is he seriously saying that he can't even last an incense stick against Lu Yi? Zhu Pang said, you can stall Lu Yi yourself if you think you're so hot. He's the final hope of Thousand Demon Ridge. How can he say something so irresponsible? If I was qualified to challenge Lu Yi, I would have done so already. Cut the nonsense. If you have time to chatter, then you have time to calculate his travel speed and estimate his location. We need to know where he'll appear in 4 hours so we can intercept him there. Chapter 412, Armor Golem. According to the Thousand Demon Ridge's calculations, Lu Yi should reach a valley after about 4 hours. Although that terrain wasn't nearly as perfect as the canyon from before, it was still a pretty good place to trap him. The messages were sent, and the cultivators began converging on that valley. They were just waiting for Lu Yi to enter the valley and accept the challenge request. If Zhu Pang could hold on for an incense stick, then Lu Yi would find himself in an inescapable death trap when he returned to the Spirit Creek battlefield. He would not be able to break free even if he was twice as powerful than he currently was. But as the saying went, no plan survives first contact with the enemy. Just 2 hours later, the planners received an unexpected message. Zhu Pang has entered the battlefield. What? Lu Yi did not delay for all 4 hours? Where is he right now? They were dumbfounded when the scouts reported Lu Ye's location back to them. As it turned out, he was at a wide expanse big enough to fit an entire mountain or more. It should not need to be said, but it was easily one of the worst places to execute an ambush. Shit. He must have noticed our plan. Inform all forces to move toward Lu Ye's location now. There's no telling how long Zhu Pang can last. The Thousand Demon Ridge wasn't stupid. Lu Yi had to have figured out their plan, or it made no sense that he would choose to enter the Scroll of Supremacy's battlefield on a flat plain. Right now, their best course of action was to mobilize their men as soon as possible and form an unbreachable encirclement around Lu Ye's location before the battle ended. Only then would they be able to slay the combat cultivator. As the Thousand Demon Ridge began to move, deep frustration boiled inside their hearts. Lu Yi was the one being drawn into a trap here, so why did it feel like they were the ones who were being led by the nose? While the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were rushing to Lu Ye's location, the young man and Zhu Pang appeared in a small battlefield tens of meters in radius at the same time. Logically speaking, Lu Yi should not have accepted the challenge request, especially since he figured out what the Thousand Demon Ridge was planning. The best way to guarantee his own safety was to reject the challenge request. There was a problem with this method, however. If he rejected the challenge request, another challenger would challenge him. They would not stop until he was expelled from the Scroll of Supremacy. This meant that he would have to climb to the top all over again and stay there for at least a month. Only then could he receive the heaven's reward once more. His accumulated time from before would have been wasted, not to mention the time it would take to redo the whole thing. That was why Lu Yi had chosen to accept the challenge request. If he could defeat Zhu Pang, then no one else from the Thousand Demon Ridge could challenge him. The body-tempering cultivator would be dead or incapable of further combat at the end of this battle, and he did not think the female archer or Gui Yingzi would be stupid enough to risk their hides. That said, if he took too long to defeat Zhu Pang, then the Thousand Demon Ridge would still be able to surround and kill him. That was why he was going to end this battle as soon as possible. The white light faded, and Lu Yi spotted a brawny figure opposite him immediately. Although Lu Yi had challenged every Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator during his climb up the Scroll of Supremacy, he had never fought this Zhu Pang before. The body-tempering cultivator had rejected his challenge request. At the time, Zhu Pang was just a top 40 ranker. He had no idea how the guy managed to climb to the 6th spot in such a short time. The Spirit Creek battlefield was currently engulfed by the Yuan metal storm. The force field shackled everyone's spiritual power and prevented them from channeling it even a little. However, the Scroll of Supremacy's battlefield wasn't affected by it. Lu Yi did not waste his breath on Zhu Pang. The first thing he did was to put away the booklet he received from his third senior brother safely in his storage bag. Then he empowered his legs with windwalk and rushed toward Zhu Pang like a blur. There was a shriek of metals as a strange object wrapped around Zhu Pang's body. It looked like some sort of mechanical construct. There was a giant disc on his back and 4 mechanical arms on both sides of the disc. Each arm was holding a spirit artifact. The mechanical arms were supposed to hold a different type of spirit artifact each to increase the cultivator's offensive power, but Zhu Pang had changed them all to shields. Not only that, his own hands were holding a massive shield each, and they were twice as big as the other shields. To make a comparison, the body-tempering cultivator was massive, but the shield still nearly covered his entire body. All in all, the guy was carrying 6 shield spirit artifacts in total. He was wrapped as tight as a fortress. This was the first time Lu Yi had encountered such an opponent. It was clear that the bastard was planning to defend until the very end. If he wasn't sure that the Thousand Demon Ridge was trying to delay and entrap him, he was now. On a related note, this was also the first time Lu Yi encountered a Golem Master in the Scroll of Supremacy's battles. As it turned out, Zhu Pang was both a body-tempering cultivator and a Golem Master. It allowed him to enhance his defense to insane levels. Lu Yi had to admit that his interest was piqued when Zhu Pang had summoned the mechanical construct. On the surface, the mechanical arms looked as crude and savage as a spider's limbs. In reality, he knew how much work had to go into the mechanical construct to make it function well enough to be used in combat. The Golem Masters had a unified name for all mechanical constructs like this. They called it an armor golem. Zhu Pang's armor golem only covered half of his body, specifically the upper torso. This wasn't the limit of Jiao Zhou's armor golem technology, of course. Lu Yi had heard that there were golem masters who could build full-body armor golems. Generally speaking, a full-body armor golem could be split into 2 categories, humanoid and zoological. He had picked up this knowledge from Lady Yun's books because the internal structure of an armor golem was filled with glyphs. Before a golem master could build an armor golem, they had to learn how to use glyphs. At the time, Lu Yi was already deeply curious about armor golems. That said, he did not spend too much time on it as he understood the folly of biting off more than he could chew. Clad in the armor golem, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Zhu Pang was the man with the greatest defense on the Scroll of Supremacy right now. Lu Yi reached Zhu Pang in the blink of an eye before he leaped into the air. He then unsheathed the inviolable and brought it down. At the same time, he poured an insane amount of spiritual power into the flame-wreathed saber. Flash! His blade technique was still amateurish, but Lu Yi still did not hesitate to execute it. Against an opponent who was clearly plotting to hide behind his turtle shell and stall him for as long as possible, the only way he could defeat him in a short time was to use his strongest attack right from the get-go. One of Zhu Pang's mechanical arms immediately raised a shield in front of the body-tempering cultivator. At the same time, he injected as much spiritual power into the shield's spiritual artifact as he could. It was clear that the bastard was also going all out. Roar! Amber roared in a timely manner. In the previous battles, Amber never used its roar unless the enemy was trying to surrender, but this time it understood that time was of the essence. That was why it cooperated with Lu Yi from the start. The shockwave passed through Zhu Pang's body and caused him to shake a little. The aura on his shield also turned slightly dim. It was clear that Amber's roar had affected his circulation somewhat. Bam! The inviolable slammed into the hunk of metal and nearly forced Zhu Pang to his knees. Not only that, the shield's spirit artifact and even the mechanical arm holding it up had shattered into pieces. At that moment, Zhu Pang felt like his soul had left his body. The reason he had rejected Lu Ye's challenge the first time was because he was still in the middle of constructing his half-body armor golem with a senior uncle. Naturally, he wasn't confident he could survive a battle against Lu Yi, not to mention that his rank wasn't particularly high at the time. After the armor golem was complete, Zhu Pang's strength skyrocketed. That was why he was able to jump from the 30+ spot all the way to the 6th spot. This was how he gained the right to challenge Lu Yi. At the beginning, Zhu Pang was fairly confident that he would be able to delay Lu Yi for at least an incense stick. But now, his confidence had been shattered alongside his shield spirit artifact. Somehow, Lu Yi had crushed his non-opal enhancement shield spirit artifact and the mechanical arm holding it into pieces in one blow. Was it even possible for a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator to unleash such an attack? Right now, he was beyond glad that he hadn't underestimated his opponent and equipped his armor golem with offensive spirit artifacts instead. Otherwise, he might as well have raised the white flag already. While Zhu Pang was distracted, Lu Yi swung his saber and used flash yet again. The body-tempering cultivator reacted swiftly and raised another shield. The outcome was exactly the same as the first. The second shield and the mechanical arm holding it had shattered into pieces. Zhu Pang felt like someone was gouging out his heart. More than half of his fighting power came from the armor golem. Without exaggeration, losing 2 mechanical arms was the same as losing 20% of his strength. Even if he survived this battle, it would take a tremendous amount of resources to restore it to pristine condition. Lu Yi wasn't doing so hot himself. His weapon arm was starting to hurt like hell after just 2 swings. The problem with the imperfect blade technique was that it strained his arm too much. When Lu Yi practiced it, he usually had to wait a long time before he could use it again. This meant that he could not execute flash a 3rd time. Otherwise, the arm was going to be useless in this battle, and he might even suffer a hidden injury. That said, his efforts weren't futile. Since Zhu Pang had lost 2 of his shields, what should have been an impregnable defense now had multiple flaws that he could exploit. In the air, Lu Yi pointed a finger at Zhu Pang and channeled his spiritual power. A fiery red fire phoenix swiftly took form and flew straight toward the gap. Zhu Pang saw what was coming and tried to dodge to the side. He would have succeeded if Amber hadn't roared again and caused him to stop in his tracks. By the time he tried to move again, the fire phoenix was already in front of him. Left with no choice, Zhu Pang raised his shields and blocked the spell. An inferno shot into the air as the fire phoenix engulfed his whole body. The scent of burned flesh permeated in the air as Zhu Pang muffled a groan. By now, Lu Yi realized that the half-body armor golem wasn't as unassailable as he initially thought. Although the combined defense of a powerful physique and an armor golem was insane, the mechanical construct also slowed down the cultivator considerably. The inability to take evasive maneuvers against a combat cultivator like him was its biggest weakness. He also realized that flying weapons weren't his best counter against such a tactic. Spells were. It was because spells possessed greater penetration power than flying weapons. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was attempting to flank Zhu Pang. Realizing Lu Ye's intention from his heavy footsteps, Zhu Pang tried to spin around and block the attack. However, Amber interrupted his movement once again by smacking a paw against his shield and causing him to stagger on his feet. Amber's roar had never been its only ability. The tiger itself was a powerful beast whose gold attribute marked it as a natural, bloodthirsty predator. The reason it seldom fought in person was because Lu Yi could usually handle all the enemies by himself, and anyone he couldn't handle was of course beyond its ability as well. This was different though. Lu Yi needed to defeat his opponent in the shortest amount of time possible, but he couldn't do so because his opponent was hiding behind a disgusting amount of protection. For once, Amber needed to unleash its full capabilities. Chapter 413, Surround. Zhu Pang had made one crucial error prior to entering this battle, and that was his decision to abandon offense and turtle up completely. Had he chosen to fight as normal, he might not have been put in such an awkward position. He thought that focusing completely on defense would give him the safety he desperately sought, but in reality it barely did anything. He had forgotten that sometimes the best defense was a good offense. It couldn't be helped. Lu Yi was so infamous that he wasn't confident he could beat the young man even with an armor golem. While his strategy wasn't completely unsound, he was completely protected at the beginning. He lost any chance of retaliation when Lu Yi managed to pry open an unblockable gap in his defense. While Amber was smacking the body-tempering cultivator left and right with its large paws, Lu Yi targeted Zhu Pang's flank with deadly intent. The sharp blade made Zhu Pang feel as if he had been dropped into an ice pit. He focused his attention completely on Lu Yi and Amber and channeled all of his spiritual power to defend against their attacks. However, boom! 1 second, he felt a violent surge of spiritual power from his side. The next, a massive blast poured through the gap of his defense and slammed into his body like a mountain. At that moment, Zhu Pang felt as if he was being rent from limb to limb. If his physique wasn't as tough as it was, the blast would have killed him already. Even so, the attack had shredded his protection and left a deep hole in his body. One could even see his internal organs if they looked closely. He turned around to see what had attacked him. His pupils contracted into needles when he saw a girl channeling another powerful spell some distance away from him. What is going on here? Zhu Pang was flabbergasted to say the least. The battles of the Scroll of Supremacy had always been a one-on-one duel. He had no qualms with Lu Yi bringing his tamed beast into the battle, since it was something the heavens allowed since the Scroll of Supremacy was a thing. After all, beast tamers primarily fought using tamed beasts. To forbid them from bringing their tamed beasts into the fight would be to neuter them completely. But who the fuck was this girl? She couldn't possibly be a tamed beast, could she? He just could not make sense of this no matter how hard he tried. Zhu Pang's first thought was that Lu Yi had used some sort of unimaginable method to circumvent the heaven's supervision and bring in a spell cultivator to kick his ass. However, he quickly discarded the idea. The heavens were a higher existence that had been maintaining law and order since the beginning of their cultivation world. As far as he was aware, there had never been a fairness issue regarding the Scroll of Supremacy. He could not imagine that the heavens would screw up so badly that they would allow a spell cultivator to enter the battle of the Scroll of Supremacy and screw up the duel completely. He didn't get to ponder on this issue for long though. As Yi's spells blasted him again and again, he started shaking non-stop like a boat attempting to survive a thunderstorm on the sea. This was before mentioning that Lu Yi and Amber were attacking him non-stop as well. His senses were screaming for him to run when he lost yet another shield spirit artifact. It felt like death was breathing down his neck. Zhu Pang wanted to surrender, but Amber would not stop roaring at him. It grew to the point where he was starting to bleed from his nose continuously. A tiny voice urged him to surrender again and again, but he just could not concentrate enough to say the words out loud. More spells struck his muscular body when finally, a sharp blade slipped through his broken defense, pierced through his lower jaw and out of his skull. The body-tempering cultivator's spiritual power abruptly ceased. He dispelled her spells, and Amber retreated to a corner. That said, Amber was still in a pouncing stance just in case the body-tempering cultivator managed to pull off one last attack before his inevitable death. Drip. Drip. Red blood dripped off Zhu Pang's chin and splashed wetly against the floor. He stared at the young man who killed him with hate, disbelief, the desire to live and many, many more emotions. Lu Yi withdrew his saber, and the blood poured out of the wound earnestly. The body-tempering cultivator hit the floor with a thud and curled up slowly. It wasn't long before an entire pool of blood appeared beneath the corpse. That was the end of the sixth ranker, Zhu Pang. He stepped forward and took all of Zhu Pang's valuables, including the broken armor golem he was wearing. She then tossed the storage bag into Lu Ye's hands before slipping back into Amber's body. While this was happening, Lu Yi hurriedly took out a stack of bandages and healing medicine from his storage bag, put them all inside a normal bag, and tied it to Amber's back. This was just the beginning. Unless he was sorely mistaken, a harsher battle awaited him when he returned to the Spirit Creek battlefield. The Yuan metal storm froze any and all spiritual qi. The effect was so absolute that even storage bags were unusable during this time. That was why he had taken out his healing items and put them in a normal bag. Not only that, he also picked out a few sabers that shared almost the same shape as the inviolable from his pile of loot to use as spares. After everything was ready, Lu Yi stuffed a couple of healing pills into his mouth and climbed onto Amber's back. Only then did he allow the heavens to teleport him out of the battlefield. The first thing he saw upon returning to the Spirit Creek battlefield was a boundless expanse. However, things were definitely not the same as they were before. His vision had just recovered when a powerful gust of wind struck Amber's body like a hammer. The tiger was huge and strong, but the attack still nearly knocked it over. The tiger let out an angry roar and swiped in the direction where the attack came from. It was able to tear a chunk of flesh from its assailant. At the same time, Lu Yi felt a powerful attack sailing toward him. He instinctively swung his own blade in response. There was a loud clash as the enemy's spirit artifact was sent flying. He also heard his attacker crying out in surprise. It was only now that Lu Yi saw who their attacker was. It was a 1,000-demon ridge cultivator riding a spirit rhino. The rhino was the one who rammed into Amber, and the cultivator the one who attacked him. Unfortunately for his attackers, the surprise attack wasn't enough to make up for the large disparity in strength between them. Not only did the spirit rhino take more damage than it dished out, its rider had fallen right off its back. Lu Yi was about to kill the cultivator when several massive shadows charged toward him from different directions. They were all cultivators riding all sorts of spirit beasts. Although Lu Yi was able to kill Zhu Pang in just a short time, some of his enemies still managed to reach his location before he finished. That was why he was attacked the second he returned to the Spirit Creek battlefield. The good news was that their numbers were few. Amber had already leaped out of the encirclement of spirit beasts without waiting for Lu Yi to give it a command. While they were in the air, Lu Yi bent down and swung his saber at a cultivator who was attempting to pierce Amber's stomach with his spear. Clang. The attack was neutralized without issue, and Amber landed about 30 meters away from the encirclement. It immediately took off into the distance while the 1,000 demon ridge cultivators hurriedly turned around and gave chase. For a time, a white tiger could be seen running across the plains while being chased by a random assortment of spirit beasts. Their riders cried, "Lu Yi is here. Kill Lu Yi. Do not let him escape." If someone were to look at the ground from a bird's eye view, they would see many more riders converging upon Lu Ye's location. There were at least 30 of them. Lu Yi was glad that he managed to kill Zhu Pang as quickly as he did. If he was even a dozen breaths slower, he would have had a much harder time breaking out of the 1,000 demon ridges encirclement. Suddenly, both Lu Yi and Amber heard a series of whistling noises from the sky. They were being attacked from the air. The attack had caught both of them off guard. Despite Lu Ye's swift reaction, he only managed to parry some of the attacks. The rest struck both him and Amber. Everyone including Lu Yi himself thought they were fucked, but then something hilarious happened. The attacks had practically bounced off both his and Amber's body. Lu Yi looked up and saw a dozen or so bird-type spirit beasts flying in the sky. Their riders were raining arrows at him. Their tactic was sound, but they had completely underestimated Lu Ye's physique. How powerful was an arrow without spiritual power, even one that was shot by a cultivator from an incredible height? The best the arrows could do was to scratch Lu Ye's skin. As for Amber, the arrow couldn't even pierce its fur. How is Lu Yi so tough? The 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators were stunned by how ineffective the arrows were. They had thought that their aerial assault would be more than enough to kill Lu Yi, but in reality that wasn't the case. To be fair, Lu Yi was way tougher than the average combat cultivator. His physical change had first begun at the Dragon Spring. The Dragon Spring itself didn't improve his body too much, but the Dragon Scale he had obtained from it was a different story. The blood chi in the Dragon Scale could strengthen one's physique, so Lu Yi used it whenever he could. By now, he had completely depleted the Dragon Scale. Besides that, Shui Yuan prepared a medicinal bath that could strengthen the body every time he returned to the Crimson Blood Sect's headquarters. The blood sturgeons in the lunar mirror could strengthen the body as well. Technically speaking, an official disciple could only receive one blood sturgeon per month, but Lu Yi obviously enjoyed special treatment in this regard. His appetite was way bigger since he cultivated the gluttonous feast, and everything he ate was converted into his vitality. Besides that, he had also received the heaven's reward. All things considered, it would be stranger if his physique wasn't strong. The only reason he did not look muscular was because he had never cultivated like a body-tempering cultivator. He might be nowhere close to Jujia's level, but he was definitely on par or stronger than the ordinary body-tempering cultivator. Amber was even tougher than he was as it consumed most of the blood chi in the Dragon Scale. At least 50% of its blood chi had gone to the White Tiger. Lu Yi came in second with 30 to 40%, and Zhu Jia last with 10 to 20%. Besides that, Amber was a spirit beast, one who had learned how to inhale and exhale the essence of a celestial body from Zhu Jia no less. Physique-wise, Amber was at least 2 or 3 times stronger than Lu Yi. If it activated its mutant powers, it could be immune to even a cultivator's spirit artifact. Now, all those refinements were paying dividends. Most cultivators would have taken some injuries after being treated to a rain of arrows. Assuming they took too much damage, then their death was all but certain. However, Lu Yi and Amber were immune to the arrow shots. At first, Lu Yi still tried to parry the attacks with his saber, but ignored them completely when he realized that they were about as harmful as a scratch. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.